Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good afternoon, almost. It's 11:35 in the morning, and I'm good morning here. Afternoon, if it's afternoon for you guys. Thank you so much for joining me. I greatly appreciate it. We are coming from the Karen Reed trial. Now we're over here to the Monica Sementilli trial. They are gearing up. Hallelujah. We've got them on the screen. I've got that up. I got that up. I got that up. I got everything preset. Surprise, surprise. How I did it, I don't know, but I did. I got it all done. Hopefully y'all will transport it over here. Thank you so much for liking it. You hop in. That's wonderful. Okay, guys, let's start getting ready for the Philly trial. For those of you here with us yesterday, we had a lot of testimony yesterday. That was quite unusual. In fact, it was quite boring. And sorry to say that, but it was recordings of conversations. Jailhouse recording is what it was. Yep, there we go. Get me back over here. Have room for the interpreter. Hopefully she'll hop back in when she gets a chance. So it was a fun day. Yeah, it was a lot of weird noises and breathing, and yeah, it was crazy. So hallelujah, we're up and running. Let me get if you share and like, I will set the giveaways up. Just give me a second. I gotta get that done. So if we got the I liked set up, we're gonna get another one. Or I shared, Monica Sementilli. So if you do the same as I like, but with I shared, you have to share it. I will go back and look. If it was not shared, the number, it does keep track for me. So if you're cheating, you'll eventually get caught. But I'm glad most of you have not done that yet. Welcome, everybody. Please don't forget to like, comment, shared. If you share the stream, you put I'll put it like this. So put it just like that in there, and you will also be entered. You will get double duty. The double duty. It's important. You get double entry, and I do keep records, so don't worry. I won't forget about you.
Swear the witness.
Mr. Austin, if you can face me and raise your hand if you can. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth?
He's one of the unalivers. No, he's one of the unalivers.
Yes.
Thank you. And for the record, can you say and spell your first and last name, please?
Christopher Austin, CHRISTOPHER. Austin, AUSTIN.
Thank you.
May proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Austin, on October 2nd, 2024, were you arrested in Vancouver, Washington for the murder and conspiracy to commit murder of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
Were you then extradited or brought to Los Angeles court system on October 17th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got to Los Angeles, then, have you been represented by an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And is your attorney in court today with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And when I say with you, in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had opportunities since you've arrived in LA on October 17th to have multiple conversations with your attorney and seek his advisement as well?
Yes, ma'am.
The attorney brought you clothes today to wear?
Yes, ma'am.
That was not provided by the prosecution, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
On January 17th of 2024, did you negotiate a plea with the prosecution team?
What was the date again, please?
Sorry, January 17th, 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you negotiate a plea with the prosecution team to plead to a count of second-degree murder, which is a violation of Penal Code Section 187A, and that's the murder of Fabio Sementilli, as well as admitted that you personally used a knife pursuant to Penal Code Section 12022B1?
Yes, ma'am.
And you entered that plea in this courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And that plea was negotiated with the prosecution, and your sentence then, if you testify truthfully, and we'll go through some terms of that in a bit, you understand your sentence to be 15 years to life in prison. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently serving time right now in prison?
Yes, ma'am.
So were you transported here then from a county jail facility while you're awaiting transport to start your sentence for prison?
That is correct.
Did you also sign a document with the prosecution and your attorney on January 31st of
Thank you,
2025,
Jan.
with some terms of the requirement that you testify truthfully?
Yes.
My name Marcus Peoples 247, a document entitled It's an agreement then that you will testify truthfully, honestly, and that includes not omitting any facts. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And 247 up on the screen then, it's entitled, and mark it as 247, agreement between the people of the state of California and Christopher Austin.
Now it's marked, yes.
Thank you. Okay, do you recognize this agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, going through this, it states the terms that you agree to cooperate fully in the investigation and prosecution of the case involving the murder of Fabio Sementilli by truthfully providing all information which you know or come to know. Is that correct?
Yes.
Page 2, and I won't go through all of them, but it's documented here that the requirement is that you tell the truth, the whole truth, you don't omit any facts to the best of your ability. Is that your understanding of the agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
And at the end of your testimony, then, it's up to the judge to decide if you testified truthfully or not, and that held your end of the bargain, basically, to get that. And I spoke incorrectly. It's 16 to life sentence. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If it's determined that you did not testify truthfully by the court, then you understand that that agreement is off the table, basically, and you can be sentenced to the maximum sentence in this case for a first-degree murder. Do you understand that as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's start about a little bit about your background then. How old are you right now?
39.
And what is your date of birth?
120/86.
What is your height and weight?
5'7", 204.
Are you right or left-handed?
Right.
Can you explain then your employment prior to your arrest on October 2nd of 2024? What did you do for a living?
I worked with high-risk youth.
What?
And my title was juvenile parole and probation officer for the state.
What?
What did you do specifically working with high-risk youth?
Monitor, supervise, hold them accountable.
Oh, wait, whoa, 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 whoa.
Wait.
You were a probation officer? Are you shiting me? How could you go so wrong?
Mentor,
Yeah.
find them programs if they needed to if they needed to have programs.
Oh,
Try to reunite them with their
dude.
family, give
What
them coping skills,
disappointment you are.
find them resources, help them get jobs, help them find housing, whatever I could do to help them stay out of the system.
How long had you been working for the state of Oregon prior to your arrest?
4 years.
And what did you do before that?
I worked for the state of I worked for DHS as an IDD home, intellectual disability for adults,
What is DHS?
Department of Human
Human
Services.
And what did you do for them then?
A lot, so rule.
Typically, I was assigned to a
My
particular
son got
client,
us lunch. I am.
made sure that they got their medications by the 5 rights, took them out for outings, housed them, we go to the grocery store and we teach them how to shop. And then I take them back to the house and cook, and then we'd all eat together. Sometimes we play cards, video games. When they were stressed, I made sure that we took another walk if that's what they wanted to do.
How long had you been working there prior to the time that you spent working for the state of Oregon Juvenile Probation Department?
3 months.
Prior to your arrest on October 2nd, 2024, did you have any prior convictions?
I know, right?
No, ma'am.
And where were you born and grew up?
Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Do you still have family in North Carolina?
Yes.
At the time of the arrest, were you married or are you married?
Yes.
Who are you married to?
Chloe Austin.
Does she currently
I
reside
would
then in
not
the state
to
of Washington or Oregon?
Share her name.
Washington.
And then, did you have a daughter?
Yes.
Or do you have a daughter?
Yes.
How old is she?
3.
Equals 14 up on the screen. Do you recognize that person?
Yes.
Who is that?
Robert Baker.
Have you known Robert Baker a long time?
Yes.
What's your background on when you first met him?
Probably in middle school when I met him officially.
Was that in
Maybe
North
before.
Carolina? Sorry.
Maybe before.
Was that in North Carolina?
Yes.
And how did you meet him in middle school?
My dad.
Can you explain that?
They grew up together, the same neighborhood I grew up in. So he would come in from time to time, say hello, meet with my dad, hang out, then leave.
So he was one of your dad's good friends?
Yes.
And then did you become friends with him in your adulthood?
Before that, but yes.
Did you have a term that you referred to him as?
Yes.
What is that?
I called him Unc, short for uncle.
Were you aware that Robert Baker was arrested with Monica Sementilli on June 14th of 2017 for murder?
That might be
Yes.
like that.
I'm usually wrong.
Yes.
How did you find out?
How did I find out? Oh, I got a phone call.
From who?
Birdsong.
213, is that who you know to be Birdsong?
Yes.
Alfred Birdsong?
Yes.
Do you have a name that you refer to him as?
I called him Unc too.
You call him Unc
Yes.
also. That term Unc, does it have any particular meaning?
It's like family. Anybody that takes care of you.
Like uncle.
Did you consider, first of all, did you consider Baker family?
Yes.
Did you consider Birdsong family?
Yes.
Did or do
And
you?
we'll get into Birdsong in a little bit, but after Robert Baker was arrested, did you ever talk to Baker while he was in custody?
I might have. I don't really remember talking to him. I remember talking to him prior.
How much prior?
A few times.
A couple times prior to the arrest.
Yes.
But after he was arrested, you don't recall whether you talked to him at all?
No.
What about, did you ever visit him in jail?
No.
You sure about that?
So the last time that you would have talked to Baker, do you know when the last time was you talked to Baker?
when he dropped me off at the bus station.
Is that when you were in Los Angeles in January of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the last time you saw him,
Yes, ma'am.
but that's not the last time you talked to him.
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay, we'll get into that. I want to go back to the years of when you first started working or met with Baker back in around 2006. Did you work with Baker?
Yes.
Can you explain what you did with him as far as work?
I drove him around, went with him to meetings, deposited checks, moved, whatever he needed me to do.
What
You're with
year
man driving.
did this span?
Oh 06 to 08, maybe. Yeah.
So,
And in between sometimes.
how old were you at that time?
19.
And is Rob older than you then?
Yes.
How much older?
Same age as my dad, I guess. I'm not a math guy. 30 plus years older than me.
Okay. So did you work for him then approximately 3 years?
Yes.
When you, the jobs that you described, were you more or less an assistant for him?
Yes.
What kind of industry was he working in?
He's
adult
older.
Industry, adult
Yeah.
film industry.
Is that like porn business?
Yes.
Okay. When you worked for him during the years of 2006 to
Were you an
2008,
actor?
what city did you work in?
What were your films?
Were you in Los Angeles or another city?
Van Nuys, Sherman Oaks.
Okay. And did you ever live with Baker?
Yes.
When did you live with him?
The whole time I lived here.
And what is the whole time that you lived here? What does that span?
From the time I landed in 06 to the time I left in 2008.
Where did you live?
I remember we lived in Las Vegas and Los Angeles and Sherman Oaks.
Did you live in 3 different residences with him?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about, where did you live first? Was it Los Angeles?
It was Las Vegas. I landed in Vegas and I was there for a few months. And yeah,
I like
he had a house
places I
there.
landed in.
And then he went back to LA and said, we're gonna go back to LA. And I was like, okay. And that was an apartment. And then we moved to a house off of Catherine.
Okay.
Catherine.
In Las Vegas, did you just live with Baker?
No, he was married.
Who was he
No.
married to?
No, not a younger man.
Nikki Baker
I thought that at
Nikki
first.
Baker.
No.
at the time. Yes.
And you lived in Las Vegas when you first got here in 06 with Baker and Nikki. And how long did you live in Vegas?
Few months.
While you were there, did you work as basically his assistant driving things you mentioned?
Yes.
Did the 3 of you then all move back to Los Angeles?
Yes.
During that stint or that time frame, did you know Alfred Birdsong?
No.
When you moved back to Los Angeles, the 3 of you, did you move into a house together again?
Yes.
And which house was that?
Catherine House.
On Catherine Street?
Yes.
Is that in Winnetka?
I don't know.
Okay.
Is it?
Was it the Valley?
Yes.
Okay. How long did you live in that house, the 3 of you?
About a year and a half.
Did the 3 of you then again move together to another house?
Yes.
And where was that one? That was
The Winnetka. That
Okay.
was Winnetka. The Winnetka house.
And how long did you live together until 2008 when you moved?
Yes.
All right. What was your relationship? I know you stated you considered him family, but can you describe your relationship with Robert Baker?
Yeah, when I moved there, he said, I remember the first thing he said, welcome home, I guess was a joke. But over time, you know, he built a rapport with me as a friendship, got me to do like all kinds of stuff, driving, meeting all kinds of people. Club
Yeah, what
owners,
kind of friend you end up in
managers,
prison?
business people. So I was just soaking it all in. I didn't know anything, so just really just soaking it all in.
Did you trust him?
Absolutely.
The phone number that you used to reach Baker during this time frame, was it the 213-272-1093 number?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was how during that time frame you communicated with Robert Baker?
Yes.
Where did you move from? Did you move from North Carolina straight to Los Angeles or Las Vegas?
North Carolina to Vegas.
Okay. When you came out here and Rob said to you, welcome home, or words to that effect, were you aware of his prior criminal record?
No.
Did you know that he was a sex registrant, meaning he had to register as a sex offender for a crime that he had committed, an assault on a minor?
Not until
That was
later.
new.
When
So
later?
I didn't know that right away.
When did you
That's
find
new.
that out?
Probably toward the middle of 07.
Did you know that he had a probation officer
I found that out then too. Yes.
in 07?
Yes.
Did you know he had gone to state prison?
Yes.
That did
Wow.
you also find out in 07?
A little bit after the probation officer thing. Yes.
Okay. Up on the screen, Al Birdsong. I want to talk about when is the first time that you met him. Can you describe that?
I remember Baker saying that a buddy of mine's gonna come live with us, try to help with the business. You're gonna like him. And he moved in, took a liking to him immediately. He showed me around, taught me some things, and that's how that relationship developed.
Where were you living when you say that Alfred Birdsong moved in with you and Baker?
The Catherine House.
In Los Angeles.
Yes.
So at that time, was it you, Baker, Nikki, and Alfred Birdsong?
Yes.
How long did that last?
About 6 months to a year.
At some point then, did Alfred Birdsong move out?
Yes.
Where did he move, if you know?
Las Vegas.
Did he buy a house there, if you know?
I believe so.
Did you ever visit Alfred Birdsong in a house on Timberline in Las Vegas at a later date?
Yes.
Did you travel to Las Vegas then with Baker multiple times?
Yes.
When you would go there, did you stay at this house that Alfred Birdsong had on Timberline?
Yes.
Do you know about how many times you stayed there?
Maybe 5, a few times, however long I've come to visit.
So you went approximately 5 times?
About that.
That's fine. What years did that span when you would go with Robert Baker to Vegas and see Alfred Birdsong or stay at Alfred Birdsong's house?
We'd be there for like a couple of days, and then we go back. And then if I came back to Vegas, I would pop in and say hello, hang out for a little while, stay for a night, and then leave again. So probably about a handful of times.
What was the purpose of why you were going to Vegas? Was it work?
Yes.
Okay.
Usually.
I'm sorry?
Usually.
Work, and sometimes you just went to Las Vegas for fun?
Yes.
So,
Do you know what Alfred Birdsong did for a living?
The security of some sort, high-end security. I know he was former military. I forget his title, but it was up there.
I'm sorry?
But it was up there. I forget his title.
You know him to be former military.
Yes.
Did you know Rob Baker to be former military as well?
Yes.
Did Baker ever talk to you and use the phrase protocol, those kind of words?
Every now and again, I would hear that.
Did you know what it meant?
Not at the time.
When you say not at the time, do you know what it means now?
Yes.
so
What does it mean to you?
Protocol is procedure, how things are supposed to go, how things are supposed to go.
how things are supposed to go
Yeah.
as in advanced planning?
Yes.
Did you know Birdsong to work for Homeland Security,
Yes.
but you didn't know what he did necessarily specifically?
No, I didn't really ask.
Okay. Are you, well, up until your arrest, were you still in contact with Alfred Birdsong?
Yes.
How so?
Just phone call or text.
Do you know, does he still live in Las Vegas?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Do you know where he lives?
Texas.
So roll.
What?
Texas?
Texas.
Don't come to my state.
The whole time that you said phone and text, is that correct?
Yes.
So you talked to him live on the phone and you text him?
Yes.
Does he still have his same 702 number?
I believe so.
And that was the number you contacted him on, 702? Okay. Did you, well, let me ask you this. In 2008, then, did you, when you left LA, where did you move?
Anchorage, Alaska.
Why did you move to Anchorage, Alaska?
Get as far away as I
Change of
could.
scenery. Help my brother.
Yes.
Why did you need to help your brother?
Far away.
With well, he needed some help with my nephews, so that's what I did.
Oh, you
Did
helped.
anything happen between you and Robert Baker that caused you to move to Anchorage?
Yes.
No, I don't think so.
So your relationship was fine when you left?
Yeah, I would say yes.
When you moved to Anchorage then in 2000, well, what year was that? I'll let you answer. Was that 2008?
Yes.
Did you maintain contact with Baker?
Yes.
Did you talk to him on the phone?
Yes.
Did you text with him?
Yes.
That same number we already talked about?
Yes.
Did you ever come to visit him in Los Angeles?
Yes.
When you came to visit him in Los Angeles, did you ever go then on a road trip to Las Vegas?
Yes.
Yeah, everybody does.
When you moved to Alaska, did you get married in Alaska?
No.
When did you get married?
November 21.
And in November 2021, that's when you married Chloe?
Yes.
Did Chloe live in Alaska with you then at some point?
Yes.
What years did she live with you in Alaska?
(2017) until we moved.
And at some point you moved from Alaska to Washington, correct?
Yes.
All right.
I couldn't live in Alaska. It's too cold. I couldn't live in
Your cell phone then, were you using a regular cell phone then? And by regular, I mean not a burner phone, anything of that nature, just a regular cell phone. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your number 907? Okay. On October 2nd,
I forgot about it. I really did.
when you were arrested on October 2nd of 2024, then can you explain how that occurred?
I forgot about it.
I was on my way to work. When I got
So Monica and he are no longer
I was getting
together.
a little too close.
Monica and Baker are no longer
Tried to get out of the way,
engaged.
but when they got right behind me, I felt like I was getting ready to get pulled over. And I was like, well, maybe I was driving a little faster than I should have been. And then they pulled me over. Went through their necessary
Yeah, that's
procedures.
true.
Told me I had a warrant.
The
For
hard
my
breathing
arrest.
probably got my attention
I was a little
more
shocked.
than that did.
And then they pulled me out of the car, handcuffed me, and put me in the back of the patrol car.
When they pulled you over and said you had a warrant for your arrest at that point, did anyone tell you what that warrant was for
I'm sorry.
specifically?
No,
Did you know what it was for?
I had an idea,
was your idea?
This situation that we're here today.
So it had been some years. When you say the situation, you're referring to the killing of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
Okay. In the intervening years, though, had anything, you ever had any problems with law enforcement from January of 2017 until the time that you were pulled over on October 2nd of 2024?
No, ma'am.
After they arrested you, they put you in a patrol car, and did they take you to the Washington or the Vancouver Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got there, then were you given the opportunity to speak to some detectives?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they right here in court, Detective Byers and Farrell?
Yes, ma'am.
Unfortunately,
Did they put you into then a cell, locked into a cell with another person inside?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that person appear to you to be an inmate, or I should say somebody that, when I say inmate, somebody that also is in custody?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he introduce himself as Willie Boyd?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you kind of tell us what occurred when you first got into the cell, how you met this individual inside?
He kept talking to me. I didn't want to talk to nobody.
And what was he talking about?
His situation, talked about how cold it was in there, asked me what I was in for. I didn't want to talk to nobody.
I bet he did.
And what's going through your head at this time?
And that's a shame because he was supposedly doing good, helping kids, He
A lot
seemed
of
to be a
shame.
kind-hearted guy, but this red
Lots of
rose?
shame.
Oh,
Um,
now he's gonna cry.
but I also don't know. Divorce, lost a job, disappointment from my mentees. How many people I hurt because of this?
Stupidity.
A lot. A lot to process.
How do you think they feel? How do you think the dead
And
family persons feel? The people of
as
the
you're absorbing this, somebody's
family
trying to talk to you. So,
outside the wife,
um,
always outside of her.
did you know at that time that it was an undercover person that was placed there by the detectives?
No, not at the time.
At some point then, did Detective Farrell come to the door of the cell that you're in and tell you for the first time that it was a warrant for a homicide out of Los Angeles?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know what he was talking about at that time then?
Everything kind of started coming back to me. I had forgotten a lot.
How do you
That point.
forget?
Do you remember what Detective Farrell told you at the very beginning?
Mr. Austin, look, you seem like a nice guy. You know why you're here. It's very important that you be very honest with us. And then I remember him showing me the pictures. He said, we know you were there, so you need to be honest with us.
What pictures did he show you?
He showed me pictures of Mr. Baker and myself jogging and black Porsche.
You recognized yourself in the photo jogging?
I did.
Exhibit 19, I'm not saying this exhibit, but is that the photo or a copy of the photo that Detective Farrell showed you?
Yes, ma'am.
The person in the front right here in the green, who was that?
That's Mr. Baker.
And the person in the back with the hood, the darker hood, who is that?
That is myself.
So when he showed you that photograph, you recognized it?
Yeah.
How did you recognize that? From what?
I recognize it from the green sweatshirt first. And then all of LA has red curves. So that's what I recognize from it, about it.
Well, did you recognize it from being in a particular location?
Yes.
Where was this?
Okay. It was supposed to be about a 4-week trial. I kid you not. And for both sides and then some. You know, they said 3 to 4 weeks. Then the judge started joking with the jury and said, he finally one day said, goes, I'm sorry, I never lied to a jury, but I lied to you. It looks like this is not going to be not going to happen in the time frame we promised you. In fact, I think we're going to be here till Christmas. And that was shortly after the opening statements that took a day and 2 quarters by the prosecution. And then about last week, he started saying, you guys, I think I underestimated. We're going to be here till the following Christmas. So the judge is kind of voicing his disapproval of the length of this trial through joking with the jury. Thank God they're not sequestered. Thank God.
Los Angeles?
Okay, I guess my question is, tell us at this point, what are you guys doing right here?
We are on the way up to jog to the victim's house.
And do you
Insane.
have a knife at this point?
I know they want to get this guy, but this is beyond eager. This is beyond. This is like, I call this woman a rabid pit bull on raw meat, man. She's going to shake that meat and devour every square ounce of that, juices and all. I am appalled. This is going to last longer than the Karen Reed trial.
I did.
To your knowledge, does
I
Baker have
started this
warrants?
when there were no trials to watch.
And what were you going up to the victim's house to
No,
do
I'm
at this time?
when.
So on our way up to, he's on our way up to her, to kill him. To kill him.
Kill him?
He's really struggling with this. And I can appreciate the
Yes.
struggle.
We'll go through that in a moment. Exhibit 19 also, this is page 9 in the corner. The first one was page 7 in the corner, on exhibit 19. This Porsche, is this a photo that Detective Farrell showed you as well when you said a Porsche?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What's depicted here? Did you ride in that Porsche?
Yes, ma'am.
Seeing that photo right there, are you in that car at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you seated?
In the passenger seat with my head down.
Who was driving the car?
Mr. Baker.
And when is this in time? What's happening here?
He's driving away.
Away from what?
He's driving away from a murder scene.
This is when you both left?
Yes.
After Detective Farrell showed you those photographs, then did you remain in the cell to think about what he had just shown you?
Yes.
Did you then talk to your cellmate at that point about anything?
A little bit.
What did you tell him? Or what did you say?
He asked me. He started asking me a barrage of questions.
Can you talk?
And then he asked me was I was there, and I was like, yeah, I was there.
And that was an undercover.
then he encouraged me to tell him the truth. And he asked me if I had a record. I was like, no. And then I remember saying, none of that matters. None of the work that I did matters.
Not
Did he ask
anymore.
you if you recall about any of the other people involved in this?
Yeah, he asked me, but I didn't want to say too much because I didn't know I didn't know why he was asking me so many questions. He was trying to be my friend or something like this. It's not a situation we need to be friends about.
Dude, because
Saying
he's an
that.
undercover cop. Sorry, dude, he's an undercover cop. That's why.
I remember saying I was there, and
Shouldn't even said
he
that.
was like, who's the other dude? We told him who he was,
Who did you tell him it was?
Mr. Baker.
Here's the tip: if you are ever
Well, do you know?
being held, if you are ever being held in a jail cell, in a holding cell, and people start talking to you, don't answer them. Not only for the ramifications of the, like this guy's dealing with, it was an undercover, but a lot of these are other criminals, and they, if you tell them where you live and all that information, give them your name, honey boo, you can become a victim of their crimes in the future. So if you ever find yourself in a holding cell, shut up. Don't talk to anyone.
Know if you used that name at the time?
Your
I used-
lawyer.
I told him my uncle. He's like, that's your uncle? I was like, well, not biological, but
So at this point, Detective Farrell has only come to the jail or the cell door, showed you these photographs, and now things are racing through your head, right?
yes,
You have not had a chance to sit down and interview with the detectives at this point, right?
no,
So up until this point with your cellmate, you've admitted that you were involved in it, but that's the extent of it.
yes.
And you were talking about you didn't want to talk too much at this point. Why did you feel you didn't want to talk too much at this point?
Because I felt like the detectives were about to ask me a bunch of questions that I had to try to figure out how to remember after so long.
So
I
once
didn't
you
want to
saw,
talk to him too much anymore.
I'm sorry,
I didn't want to talk to him anymore.
your cellmate.
Yes,
So then at some point, did Detective Farrell come and actually take you out of the cell and take you into an interview room with him and Detective Byers?
that is correct.
Do you know if that was recorded?
Yes, I believe it was.
Did you end up waiving, or did they advise you of your Miranda rights?
They did.
And did you agree to talk to them?
I did.
Why did you want to talk to them?
It's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. I feel like you come pick me up on my way to work. You know something, so there's no point in playing around with them anymore.
Okay. Did they ask you first? I'm going to give you some topics. Did they ask you anything about burner phones?
They did.
And what did you tell them?
I told them I had one at one point.
When did you have a burner phone?
In 2017.
And did you also go through then the facts of what occurred that day on January 23rd, 2017?
You did.
They asked you a lot of questions, you answered.
I did.
Did you tell them the whole truth during that interview?
Not entirely.
What was not the truth?
Just the details of it.
Why didn't you tell them everything at that point?
Because I felt like I feel like I said too much. I needed an attorney.
I
So at a
wouldn't
certain
say
point,
that.
you interviewed with them for a while, right?
I did.
Did you tell them that you were actually involved in the actual killing of Fabio Sementilli?
I did.
Did you tell them what your role was as far as participating in the crime?
I did.
What did you tell them?
I told them I was there. I told them that I helped. I told them that I stabbed once.
Oh,
that I stabbed him once. That's what I told him.
So you admitted your role in the crime, and then, but at this point, you didn't give every detail. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you put back in the cell then with that undercover agent?
I was.
And did you start talking to him now?
Yeah.
Why did you start talking to him now?
I told it. Because I told the detectives the truth. And then I started just thinking about my life. Not being able to. I started thinking about just all the harm that I caused the family. I was in disbelief. And I was frustrated, and I just wanted to talk about something different.
When you're talking to this person now, when you've been back in the cell after you interview with the detectives, at any point did you realize he was an undercover agent put in there by the detectives?
Not till they took me to jail. I replayed everything. And that's when I realized he was undercover, or might have been. He left shortly after. That's when I realized.
you shouldn't have talked, dude. You talk too much.
While you were in the cell with him then, after the interview then, did you feel comfortable then talking to him a little bit more since you had now interviewed with the detectives?
So roll.
Comfortable is a strong word. I just felt the need to just talk to somebody. Just in my nature to have a conversation.
Did he ask you about,
Yeah.
and again, is he asking you questions about the crime?
Yeah.
Did he ask you how the victim died?
Yeah.
What'd you tell him?
I told him what I told the detectives.
What is that?
That he was stabbed.
Did he ask you if you stabbed him?
He did.
What'd you tell him?
Oh, you should have known he was
Did he ask you
undercover.
who stabbed him the rest of the times?
Well, if you've never been there, you
What'd you
wouldn't
tell
know. But
I told him. Told him Baker stabbed him.
did he?
Now, did you tell him what the plan was from the beginning?
I believe so.
What'd you tell him?
I believe he was told to I was told that you're supposed to go rough him up, but that didn't happen.
Okay. But was that the plan?
No.
What was the plan?
Plan was to have him killed.
When you told your cellmate the plan was to go rough him up, then why didn't you tell your cellmate what the real plan was? Why did you lighten the story, let's say?
Well, a total stranger be telling my skeletons to. They want to.
Did you tell them who was involved, the cellmate? Did you tell him who was involved in it, or did he ask you who was involved in this?
He asked. I remember him asking a lot of questions.
Okay. What did you tell him?
Told him Baker and the woman he was messing with was involved.
The woman he was messing with, do you see her in court?
Yes.
Can you please identify where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
To my far right, white blouse, gray suit.
Indicating the defendant.
And we'll get to the defendant in a moment, but you told him the woman he was messing with and him planned it. What else did you tell him about that?
I told him
I don't know, counsel.
In the cell with the Perkins agent, the undercover agent. What
Counsel,
else did
wait.
you tell him?
Counsel, wait till the question is fully asked before objecting. How many times do I have to tell you? I don't know, counsel.
told him some money is supposed to be involved. She was supposed to get a lot of money if we did it. Excuse me. Sorry.
How good is that money now,
You
dude?
specifically mentioned at this time to that undercover agent that it was actually insurance money?
I did.
Overruled.
I'm sorry?
I did.
How did you know about that?
Baker told me about it.
What did Baker tell you about it?
Baker told me she's loaded. She wants him gone. She's going to get paid.
The detectives, they never asked you about insurance money, right? During the first interview.
Sustained.
Did the detectives ever ask you about insurance money during the first interview?
No.
So this was something that you freely volunteered to the undercover agent the day you were arrested?
Yes.
It's overruled.
He's already answered too late.
Did the agent say to you, to me, it sounded like it's the bitch who planned everything? Do you remember him saying that to you?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
She knew about it. She did.
When did you find out about the insurance money? Baker told you about it. When did you find out about it?
After or before.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. After and before.
It's after, before.
Was that before you came to Los Angeles to commit the murder?
Yes.
Do you recall how it happened? How you found out?
It was a phone call. It was a phone call. I remember Baker saying she's going to come into some money. He tried to get me to come down earlier and I couldn't. I was like, I was working, so I couldn't do it. I was trying to avoid it, so I didn't think he would worry about it anymore.
What year and month was this, if you remember this conversation?
Maybe December, around the December time.
Of 2016?
2016.
All right. While you're in this cell then, you talked about money. Did you tell the agent if you were promised any money or any reward for doing this?
I don't think so.
Did you ever talk about receiving any gold coins?
I think I told him he gave me some coins.
Who gave you coins?
Baker gave me coins.
Was that gold coins?
That is correct.
When did he give them to you?
He gave them to me just before I got out at the bus station.
After the murder, but before you flew home?
Yes.
And then again, this is still while you're in the cell with the undercover agent, did you tell him then that you left right after?
Yes.
What did you tell him about leaving the scene? And this is what you recall telling the agent about leaving the scene after the murder had been committed.
I remember telling him it happened and I had to get up out of there. And Baker dropped me off at the bus station to catch it right back to the airport, and I flew back.
And did you tell this undercover agent that when you left after the murder, you left in that Porsche?
Yeah, we left in the Porsche.
We're going to go back through this, but I want to ask you some specific questions then about the defendant who you identified in court. Do you recall when you first met her?
Not really. We might have met in Vegas, but not. I don't remember seeing her there. I do remember playing racquetball with her though.
Did you go? Go ahead. Did I cut you off?
Mm-mm.
Did you go to Las Vegas in July of 2016 with Robert Baker?
I did.
That particular trip, did you stay with Baker at Al Birdsong's house?
Yes.
When you went there, did you know that Baker had a female, whether you knew her name or not, that he was seeing, dating, had a relationship with?
Not really. Yes. Meaning he's been involved with a lot of women, so I would say yes all the time.
But specifically when you went to Las Vegas in July of 2016, did he mention anyone in particular that he had been seeing?
He mentioned he was seeing somebody.
At that time,
I forgot her name at that point.
did he ever use the name Monica?
Yeah.
Is that who he said he was seeing at that time?
Yeah.
Now, during that trip, did you know, during that trip, and I know it was 2016, did you know that this Monica person was in Las Vegas at the same time you were there with Baker staying at Birdsong's house?
No.
It's overruled.
And to the best of your knowledge, then, do you know if you met her in Vegas or not?
I might have. I don't remember.
And when you say you might have, did you go out with Baker to different places and meet people?
Yes.
Did you ever go to the Aria Hotel?
Yes.
Why did you go to the Aria Hotel?
Don't remember why we went, but I know food was
Excuse
involved.
me a second. It's overruled.
Go ahead. Why did you go to the Aria Hotel?
I don't remember why we went, but I know food was involved, and he said, I got to go meet somebody. I want you to ride with me, as always. So I was like, okay, not a problem.
But today you have no independent recollection if you met the defendant at that time in July.
No.
At some point, though, did you meet her in Los Angeles?
Yes.
Do you remember where you met her in Los Angeles, whether it be the first or now second time? But
we went to the gym, and that's when I found out he was a racquetball coordinator. I think that's his title. And he said, I want you to play a few games. I was like, why? He's like, man, just play a few games. So I said, okay. And we played a couple of games. I didn't think anything of it.
you said you found out he was a racquetball player. You didn't, or coach, you didn't know that before?
No.
So when you went to the gym then, did you get introduced to the defendant?
I did.
It's overruled.
I did.
How did that work?
It was a casual conversation, I thought.
People's 197, is that the gym you went to?
Yes.
Was there anything that you noticed between the two of them, Baker and the defendant, that caught your attention?
More hands-on than anything. They were really close.
Did he tell you that at this time in Los Angeles now that he was in a relationship with her?
Yes.
Timing wise, what are we talking about now? You've been in Vegas in July of 2016. Now you're at the LA Fitness in Woodland Hills and you meet her. Where are we at in 2016?
We're still in July?
When you came back, you met her in July and at the LA Fitness?
Hmm. I think later that at some point, he was like, "We're gonna go hang out at her house." I was like, "Oh, okay."
I guess my question is, when you left Las Vegas, you came back to Los Angeles, is that correct?
Yes.
And at that point, was it that same trip down, or was it that same time frame down here that you met her at the gym in Woodland Hills?
Yes.
So the same trip, that same time
So
frame.
the same. Yes.
So he talks about going to her house after. Tell us what happened.
So, said we're gonna get dressed. We're gonna ride. I said okay. Then he went to. We went to her house, hung out, had some food, watched some TV, and then they went off into the bedroom, and I stayed out and watched TV.
You said at 9. Is that the house you went to?
Yes.
What was the purpose of going to that house?
I don't know. I
I
thought
don't
it,
know. As form, that's his thing.
Why did Baker tell you you're going over there?
It's his thing.
After the gym, you went to the house with Baker to visit Monica. Is that right?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
yes.
Okay. When you got there, then you went into the living room. What'd you do?
I went into the living room. There was
He's
pizza
made
on
some
the counter.
admissions.
Asked if I wanted some pizza. I said sure. Went into the.
He said that she knew about it. She
And then she
planned
said,
it.
"Let me show you around."
She said, let me show you around.
Um,
What did she do?
she just took me
Welcome
out
back,
to the
Lo.
patio where there was.
Welcome back. Welcome back, Carter.
She took me out to the patio, and Baker was there. And I remember him making a comment. It's like, nice. I was like, yeah, it's a nice spot. And so I didn't think anything of it. It's just a nice house.
Did she say anything particular about the patio?
Mm, nothing out of just showing the patio. Like, this is where we hang out.
You went back into the living room. What'd you do?
I turned on the TV and sat and watched TV for a little bit till I fell asleep.
Did you see where Monica and the defendant and Baker went?
There was a room right off the couch. Yeah, behind me to like the left.
Do you know what they were doing?
No,
We know what they're doing.
I don't know.
Heavy breathing. Practicing
What
the
did you do?
crying.
You're watching TV. What'd you do?
I watched TV until I fell asleep. And
Practicing their
kind of
crying.
played on my phone a little bit, and then played a game on my phone. I think it was, played a game on my phone, and then I fell asleep.
Was anyone else home at this time?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you see any of the defendant's children or hear them at home?
No,
Did you even know the defendant had children?
not at this time. No,
Did you know at this time that the defendant was married?
no.
What time did you leave the house that night then?
It was kind of late.
Did Rob wake you up?
Yeah.
Did he say anything to you when you left about the house?
And he said it's a nice house, right? And then I was like, yeah. I was like, remember that layout? I was like, layout? I said, okay. I didn't really think anything of it.
Right, but he said, remember that layout?
I remember him saying that.
I'm going to go back now to when you were in Las
Practicing for
Vegas,
the
just right
toothpaste.
before you ended up in this house
Practicing making natural toothpaste.
when you're back in Los Angeles. When you went on that Las Vegas trip with Baker, did he buy your ticket or give you money for your ticket?
He might have bought my ticket.
Was that something that Baker did when you flew down? Did he share or give you money?
Yes.
How did that work?
He typically either bought me a ticket or or I bought it and he gave me cash when I got there.
Did you have an ATM card that Baker had given you to use in Alaska?
Yes.
So what would he do for you in order for you to access money?
He gave me the PIN code to access it.
So were you able to use Rob Baker's ATM card in Anchorage, Alaska, and withdraw money?
Yes.
Was it for the purpose of buying flights to come to Los Angeles?
Yes.
So this particular flight in 2016, did you withdraw money and then buy a flight to come to Los Angeles?
Yes.
And when you flew into LA, did Baker pick you up from the airport?
Yes.
And then you drove to Las Vegas?
Yes.
Okay. So we talked about you're not sure if you saw Monica in Las Vegas, but let's talk about when you stayed at Al Birdsong's house. Did a conversation come up while you were there? And again, this is July 2016 in Las Vegas. Did a conversation come up between you, Al Birdsong, and Robert Baker about the defendant and her husband?
Okay, I just had a light bulb go off. So remember when the detective was up on the stand and she said she believed that there was not just the two, but a possible third or more people involved? Birdsong.
Yes.
And what was that?
He talked about he was messing with this woman, and then he started asking questions about how to get rid of evidence, and then
Who was asking that?
Baker. And I remember him saying like about him. I remember him saying like talking about. I was like, we talking about a murder. I was like, oh, and I don't remember like all the details of that.
Can you describe then, how did this conversation begin?
Birdsong and Baker were talking at first. I wouldn't just sit there and say, they said, hey, I want to tell you something. I don't think that's how it came up.
Okay.
But they typically have conversations without me often. It's something I probably walked into. I remember.
Sustain.
Do you recall if you walked into a conversation or entered into a conversation when Baker was already talking to Birdsong about something?
Yes.
And then what was your participation in that?
He started asking me, he's like, how much do I weigh?
Who?
Baker. He started asking me how much I weigh. I remember hearing he could probably do it. I was like, do what? He said, I'll tell you later. I might have a job for you later. I don't know.
Again, counsel, you can clarify.
If you could also, is this Baker talking?
Yes.
At this point? Okay, continue.
I don't really remember like
Okay.
how all that really came about. But I know that they were talking about it.
At this point in the house, you knew that Baker was involved with someone.
Yes.
And he began talking about that female.
Yes.
And the topic of the conversation was a job that he may want you to do.
Yes.
Did he say anything about that female and what she wanted?
At the time, she said she don't like him. I'm sorry. Baker's telling this outline like she don't like him, so she doesn't. She don't want to be with him no more. But she wants him gone. So I was like, oh.
Did you know what they were talking about when Baker says to you,
It's overruled.
she wants him gone?
I had a clue, but I was like, I'm not smart. And so they're going to have to elaborate.
Did they elaborate?
Baker did.
What did he say?
Baker said she wants him gone.
Okay.
She wants him dead.
Did the conversation turn to between you, Birdsong, and Baker, how to do it?
Yeah.
What happened?
I remember him talking about shooting a man.
Who said that?
Baker did.
And what was?
And then the response was, no, that would be too loud.
Who responded?
Birdsong responded, and then they both agreed that would be too loud. And
That's the reason why they didn't use the
stabbing, and it hit him right in the jugular, quick. And I remember him saying quick.
And which one was saying that?
Baker said that. And then they both agreed. Birdsong and Baker both agreed, like, yeah, hit him in the jugular, fast and quick. Well, Birdsong said that. And Baker, yeah, sorry.
Okay, clarify who said what, please.
Birdsong said you could probably hit him in the jugular, quick and easy. And Baker said, yeah.
During this time, then, did you see or hear Baker on the phone with anyone?
He was always he's texting somebody, but I don't know who.
During this conversation, then, do you know, if you know from your own point of view, if he was talking or texting with the defendant while this conversation was happening?
I wouldn't know.
Did you see him texting
Yeah,
a lot?
he would text a lot.
During this time frame, did you have any conversations about using burner phones?
At some point, the burner phone topic came up. I just don't remember when, but it came up.
So what was the topic?
I remember hearing we can get burner phones because they can't be tracked.
Now, this conversation is occurring. Are you under the clear impression now that it is to kill this woman's husband?
Yes.
Is your opinion then, based on what Baker and Birdsong are talking about, that the wife wanted it done?
Yes.
As formed, that was sustained.
Did you have an opinion who wanted it done?
Premature was overruled.
Yes.
Who?
Monica wanted it. The wife wanted it done. I'm sorry.
At some point in the conversation, or do you realize that it's you that they want to do it?
Yes.
How did that happen?
You mean, what do you mean?
How did the conversation go from talking about how to do it to it focusing on you're going to be the one that does it?
I remember saying, I'm about to go to bed. I was like, okay. He said, okay. Remember he came up, he's like, I want to talk to you for a second. I was like, what's up? He's like, do you think you could do something like this? I was like, probably not. And then he was like, okay. And then he closed the door. And then the next morning we rode back, which I think that's when I actually met at the gym. We drove back to LA. And I remember him saying, I want you to move back. Something to that effect when we were riding back. I remember that.
Move back.
from Alaska to LA.
Did he say why?
I miss you.
That drive back to Los Angeles, did you continue the conversation about planning this murder of the defendant's husband?
Mm-mm.
Overruled.
I don't think so.
Did you talk about it again while you were in Los Angeles before you went back to Alaska?
No, I don't think so.
Did you bring it up again?
No,
Why not?
I didn't want to,
Why didn't you want to?
because I was hoping that, like, yo, this isn't going to happen. You're not really trying to do this. But then when I got back to Alaska, phone calls started happening. And then they, every now and again, they get on three-way call between myself and Mr. Birdsong and Baker. And he's going out of town. Can you fly in? Are you fast enough?
Who's
Do you
saying
think-
this?
Baker's asking these questions. It's like, I don't know.
So timeline wise, when you got back, you did Las Vegas, you came back to Los Angeles, you ended up, you believe it to be that night at the defendant's house, which is when you laid on the couch, right?
Yes.
Earlier you said that you didn't know she was married, but by this point you knew she was married.
At this point, yeah.
Okay.
Like officially, like married versus like together.
When Robert Baker said to you when you were leaving, remember the layout of the house, had there been any previous conversation about where the plan was to commit the murder?
I remember in the talk that she could leave the door open. There's a back door to their bedroom. You can go in the back door and come out. I remember that happened.
When did that happen, that conversation?
I want to say over the phone.
Okay, just to back you up. While you're in Las Vegas, you have one conversation about this for the first time, correct?
Yes.
During that conversation, did you ever talk about or hear Baker and Birdsong talk about where they wanted the murder to occur?
I remember them saying like it has to be in the community or some sort. Got to be out.
Okay, my question is when Baker says, remember this layout, in your mind, was there a plan that it was going to be in the house at that time, the murder?
No, if I recall, I remember he said, remember that layout, because that's when they started talking about the bedroom aspect of going in the middle of the night. And doing it while he was sleeping.
That was another conversation?
That was another conversation. I don't know when, but I know that was another conversation.
After Las Vegas?
Yes.
Okay. So at some point after you were at the house that night, did you fly back to Anchorage then the following day or within a couple of days? After you came back from Las Vegas, you went the next night to the defendant's house, or that same night, did you fly back to Anchorage?
A couple of days, probably a day or two later, maybe.
So when did these three-way calls then start?
Maybe a couple months after, 3 months after, September, October.
October timeframe?
Maybe.
During those months in between, were there any conversations about this plan to kill the defendant's husband?
Yeah.
What was that?
They were still planning, and I remember Baker still asking me like how much I weighed, things of that nature. Just about my physical attributes a little bit.
These are phone calls from Baker to you?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Your court reporter?
Thank
And
you.
Is he, before the three-ways, is Baker calling you, asking you questions then, or talking about still this plan that he wants to put into motion with Birdsong and the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Was Birdsong talking to you also, before we get to the three-way phone calls, was Birdsong also talking to you individually, following up on this plan?
Yes.
And what was he talking to you about?
Just the aspects of being in and out.
What does that mean?
Objection.
In and out meaning
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
meaning I remember one of the plan was like to still like go to the house. No. I think at this point they were talking about him being out somewhere at night and then doing it then quick and then getting out of there.
Around October then, the three-way phone calls, was that you, Baker, and Birdsong all on a call together?
Yes.
Okay.
Those
Who
are
was
the calls.
initiating that phone call?
Usually Baker would.
And then on those, well, how many phone calls did you do that were three-way phone calls?
I don't remember.
More than 5?
Probably.
More than 10?
Maybe. Yeah.
Were the topic of these three-way phone calls all about planning the murder of the defendant's husband?
Not all. Some of them were just to check in, seeing how I'm doing, seeing what I'm doing. They were very curious about what I was doing. And I would tell them, like, working.
What do you mean they were curious about what you were doing?
Meaning, like, they wanted to know, like, exactly what I was doing and how I was doing. Like, what are you still working? Are you? And it almost seemed like, if I remember correctly, it almost seemed like they were making sure that I wasn't like backing out. I don't remember taking all their phone calls all the time too, because I was working. I do remember like a few missed calls from them a few times, well, from Baker.
Did you ever express to them that you wanted to back out?
I didn't say it directly. I gave hints. It's like, I'm working a lot. I don't know. I can't. And then they started, well, Baker started like initiating, like try to figure out when you can get some time off. I was like, I don't know. I'm working a lot.
Now, by the way, during all these phone calls, was the defendant ever on any of the phone calls?
Not to my knowledge.
And did you ever speak directly with the defendant at any time, directly with her about killing her husband?
No.
So was your communication with and through Baker?
Yes.
Was he relaying what she was telling him for the majority of the time?
Yes.
So on these calls then, specifically, did you talk about these three-way calls? Did you guys talk again about ways to kill the defendant's husband?
Yes. Just, I remember saying like where he's going to be. And
what
again,
does that mean?
He's telling me this stuff at this point.
Who's he?
Baker.
Is telling you where he's going to be. This is though around the October timeframe, right?
Maybe November now.
And what did he tell you in regard to where he's going to be? What does that mean?
He said he travels a lot. So it might not go down. I was like, cool.
What's the last part?
He said it might not go down.
Did Baker tell you that the defendant had sent him her husband's itineraries when he traveled out of town?
Overruled.
Did Baker say what?
Did Baker ever tell you that the defendant had sent him, Baker, her husband's itineraries when he went out of town?
I don't recall him saying that, but he knew when he was leaving. He was scheduled.
Sorry, there's no
So-
question pending, sir.
Did Baker tell you when the defendant's husband was out of town?
Yes.
Was there ever a plan or a conversation between you, Baker, or you and Birdsong, or you and all three of you together, you, Baker, and Birdsong, to possibly kill the defendant's husband when he was out of town? Was that ever a conversation?
I don't remember.
So let me interrupt you at this time. Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. I'll see you back here in 15 minutes.
You're going to wait for them to take him out before you do that? No? Okay. Whoa, guys. We're getting some testimony today. Wake up, everybody. I want to show you a little peek of what's happening tonight. Y'all ready for this? Dun, 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 dun. Yes, we have an exclusive. Lori Vallow Daybell sits down with Keith Morrison. Hopefully I don't get in trouble for sharing.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Chad was convicted and he's on death row now.
I understand that. Yeah,
But
they have some
how could
fascinating
you
stories.
possibly think that Chad would be exonerated
The
after
same
what
way-
happened?
The same way I will be exonerated. We will both be exonerated in the future.
Because
I have seen things in the future that Jesus showed me when I was in heaven,
Oh, don't
and we were not in jail,
this, honey.
and we were not in prison, and they were still in the future from
Okay.
now.
Woman, your makeup is crazy.
Is on Black Rock today. For that, we'll turn to Leslie Picker. Hey, Leslie.
That looks demonic. Look at that freeze. Y'all, I am a chaplain. And I respect everybody. I don't bring it on here. I don't put religion in here. She brought up Jesus. Let me tell you, that, honey, was not a vision from Jesus. You're possessed. That will be happening tonight at, let me see what time. Come on. Oh, I lost it. That will be tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 Central. 9 p.m. What in the hell? I was pulpit ministry for 3 decades. What does that mean? Were you a pastor? Are you telling me we got another pastor in the house? As ordained by 2 different organizations? As if the first one didn't stick? I do not pastor a church. I am emergency services volunteer chaplain. Oh, how wonderful. Do you want to do some deliverance ministry on this woman? I'll be happy to co-chair with you. Co-pilot that one. You don't want to do deliverance on anybody by yourself if you're smart. You wonder if her head will spin and start throwing up? Honey, That's a wolf in sheep's clothing. That's all I'm gonna say. That woman is. I don't use the word demonic very often when it comes to stuff like this, but those are some cray cray people. Severely cray cray people. I haven't really followed them much. I just that happened before my time, but I will probably watch a little bit of it because I know you guys will. Yeah. Um. Even better, we can take her here. Hold on. We have a place here in Kerrville. I was here when I was there when they erected this. This is called the Coming King Foundation. It was formed on April 6th of 2004. It is a nonprofit, Max Greiner. They have a lot of sculptures. I was here when the cross was erected. It's a 77-foot cross. There's the cross. It's an empty cross. He created it. He designed it. This sculpture is his. The cross is his. He's got sculpture. It's a prayer garden. It's absolutely gorgeous. I remember this. I was there for a lot of this. I was there for a lot of this. I will probably be in some of these pictures, but this is here in Kerrville. And I was probably, I was sitting over here. It's an awesome place to go, but there's a baptism pool surrounding the Jesus riding the white horse. But this is an amazing place here in Kerrville. If you're Christian and you want to come and hang out, but no longer baptism in a little trough. They actually have a full baptismal pool that surrounds this white horse, Jesus coming back on the white horse. This is Max Greiner, his wife Sherry Greiner. He is a world-renowned sculptor, and God put this on his heart, he said, years ago. And I was hoping they'd have pictures of when it was erected. Hi, Chris. I know these people. I know a lot of these people. Yeah, Jack Rosenflew, Lueda. I know a lot of these people. Trying to find. So it's gorgeous. It's a wonderful place to come and hang out. Now, mind you, I know everybody's not Christian, and that's fine. But this is a cool place. I'm just saying, it's a cool place. It's a great place. It overlooks the entire hill country. My picture was on one of those things here, down here, but it's not there anymore because it's been 10 years. It was erected over 10 years ago. And it is amazing. But there's a little pool right there around. We can put her in there, That's holy ground. I mean, we can put her back on holy ground if you'd like. StreamYard, why is this not allowing me? Oh, that's why, because I shut it. Evil is weird is the word. Word. Such shame. I can't watch that from here. Yeah. Yes, I was there when they erected it. I was actually when they brought it in on the flatbed trucks and it was very treacherous getting it here. We came in 3 parts and it was a very big deal. It's huge. And it's amazing. Yeah, I know. Go get your chain. I know, right? You're like, you don't realize how much you do that. Yeah, I can imagine. So, this is what we've been waiting to hear, and I'm sorry if I'm not sorry if I'm quiet. I'm quiet because I want you guys to hear this testimony. I don't want to overtalk it too much. I appreciate all 17 of y'all being here, and those who are also on X and Facebook. Thank you so much for coming in. And by the way, you may leave comments. I do see the comments that you leave. If you are on X or Facebook, please come on over to the YouTube and subscribe and put I sub. If you are not a current subscriber, please come in and subscribe, put I sub. You will be entered into a drawing to be entered into the end of the month $50 giveaway. Yes, yes. And we need to give some shout outs while we have the opportunity. I'd like to thank As a Gavel Drops. They are our massive supporter. Thank you for all the documents and all the love and care that you give us every day, making sure we are up to date on everything that's happening with all of the court cases that we follow. This is a public site. You may come in, you may register, you must validate your account. Once you do that, you guys will have access to all the same court documents that we do, and you can read at your leisure. So once again, As a Gavel Drops, you have been a huge supporter and partner in crime with me, and I thank you very much. So go to Discord. The best online source for legal documents is at the As a Gavel Drops. There are other people who are doing somewhat the same, but I will tell you these documents are the real deal. They are not modified. They are up in they are very quickly accessed. So they have over 500 cases they're following. They have a lot of mods. A lot of people take on a case and follow the case. And if you love to be a mod and a document person and you love to research, go to As a Gavel Drops, instant message or private message the mods there, and they will get you in contact with the one you need to talk to about being a mod. Make sure you verify your account. When you arrive on Discord, you will need to do that there and at mine. My Discord, we are growing. I am learning. I haven't done a lot with it lately because I'm not skilled in it yet, but I'm learning a lot. I'm going to start doing a weekly mod video over there. Every once in a while, we do watch movies. There's a movie I may put up. I have to watch a movie about Trail of Tears for one of my classes. I find it interesting. I'm in a class. It's a history class, and we're on the Trail of Tears and the Native Americans. And I have been blessed with an ancestry. And I do Native American regalia, which I need to start working on right now. Oh, I don't have room for my little, by the way, Heidi the Highlander and hey, what was it? I forgot his. Oh God, Hamish. Heidi and Hamish are our mascots. So I love Highlanders. My sister got me addicted to the Highlander community. And I showed you a little baby Highlander. Hamish, I said it. I got it, Yana. I remembered. I'm really bad with names. I really am. But I am a Native American and I do Native American regalia. And so I have to watch this thing called Trail of Tears. It's about the Trail of Tears. It's a documentary. It was a cool video, actually. I've seen a little bit of it and I'm like, oh, this is not bad. So I am going to be watching that this evening. I have to for class. For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm Ada Kay. Thank you so much for joining. I am a college student. I will be graduating this December. Y'all, I'm graduating in December. I cannot believe that I'm graduating. This is the final product. This is the step 1 color. Step 2, putting the black on. Step 3, blinging it. It takes about 40 hours per 40, depending on the size. 40 to 50 hours per one to bead. So yeah. Come on. Readjust. Bring it in. Thank you very much. So it's awesome. I remembered Mr. Hamish. It's just a different name, and I love it. I love Hamish. Hi, Mish. Where's my Hamish? But for all of you who joined us, thank you so much. I am. I took down the picture of me with my regalia. I have to go hunt for it again. But I love making things. I'm very much a hands-on kind of person. I love sewing. Well, I'm not a seamstress sewing, but I do enjoy beadwork sewing. I do that kind of stuff. Trying to get comfortable in my chair. I got a heating pad on my foot. For those of you who don't know, I've been struggling a little bit with some plantar fasciitis. A wonderful person told me to put water in a water bottle and freeze it and then roll your foot on it. A cold just doesn't do it for me. It's horrible for me. It's a Scottish, very Scottish name. Well, I'm Irish, so I'll take a Scotch. I'm an O'Neill. And I have a long O'Neill lineage in Ireland. I'm not of the Scotch clan. I'm of the Irish clan. So that is me. So with this case, for those who were just joining, we have one of the people that unalived did the unaliving. Yiddish for cozy. Hamish is also Yiddish for cozy. Well, I'm Hamish right now. I'm Hamishing right now because I've got a heated pad on my feet and they're very comfortable. I got a blanket covering me. Our temperatures kind of went down a little bit here locally. We've got some rain that may come through, and if it goes as typical for our area, the rain dissipates. Yep, there it is. Here, I have it on the camera too. That is our radar. Unfortunately, the rain disappeared. Just to give you an idea, this blue dot is where I live. Let me get it. That's where I live. And see that where that big old white, that's just interference. And it says San Angelo at the very upper right corner. It looks like a tornado thing. That's just the radar interference. That is where my daughter goes to college, and I too go to college. And here's San Antonio. Right there, San Antonio, and the blue dot is where I live. I am about an hour and a half north of San Antonio, but I do have radar on. Let me change the radars and see what's popping. There's a lot of interference in these radars for some reason today, but we'll go over here. Look at that front moving through Louisiana. We're looking for tornadoes. I don't see any possible right now. I don't see any rotations in that, but I am a storm chaser. I do storm chasing, and I prefer to do the photography end. I refuse to punch a hail core. I will not get in one of those beasts, or as one of our guys on the storm chasing team would do. Hold on. As one of our storm chasers do on the team that I used to chase with, he has an old vehicle. I don't know what they called it, but he would hellcore punch, and I'm like, hell no. If you don't know what hellcore punching is, that's when you drive into the center of the storm or to the center where the hail is. And it is crazy, it is exhilarating, and it is terrifying, and I don't want any part of that. Oh, I know. The Carolinas, by the way, you are in my hearts and prayers. The Carolinas are on fire. Let me see. Sometimes when I go over to radar, if there's a massive fire, it's not coming up on the radar yet. But yeah, they can come up on the radar. I am praying for you guys, praying for safety for all involved. Y'all, it's horrible. Back in.
Alton present. Mr. Austin, you're still under oath. You may continue.
Mr. Austin, when we broke, we were discussing the conversations that you had prior to coming to LA. Now, in December of 2016, did you formulate the plan then when you were going to, around that time frame, when you would be able to come down to LA to commit this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
If you recall, was that on a three-way phone call with Birdsong and Baker when you actually worked out days?
I think it was just with Baker.
Old Testament James. Yes, that
You
is.
said before break that they were asking
Aw.
you about days and you had to work or
Thank
something of that
you,
nature.
Haley
Can you explain
Mouse.
what you were talking about?
Okay, trivial question. I'll give you 10 extra entries for the first person to find it. Where did my name come from? The original spelling is ADAH. It is a very specific name biblically. Why? Let y'all see if you can find it. Lady Di.
When they
Hold
were
on,
asking,
y'all. Let me pop in my Lady Di. Hello, Lady Di.
Hi, love.
How are you doing?
Just a little tired, that's all, but I'm good. I'm good.
Well, that was a little crazy interpreting today. What class was that for?
It was for a variety of classes, about 3 of them.
What were they?
Let's see. One was finance.
Oh, that's easy.
One was what was it? It was
Weren't you doing chemistry or science or something?
chemistry, and one was psychology.
Oh,
Lots
which
of fun.
is the hardest one?
Huh?
Which is the hardest one?
It's probably the chemistry, simply because the teacher talks like her house is on fire.
How many times have you asked her to slow down?
Oh, about every time we get in there.
Question for you, beloved. What happened to those cute, adorable glasses you were wearing?
Oh, you mean these?
I like those.
Yep,
Uh-huh.
I like them too.
But
Having to read little lines, I can't. These aren't quite that clear. But
well,
tell me how you like these.
while you're putting them on, let me tell you where we are. I got to catch her up real quick. I know that a lot of people are watching. Oh, I love them too. You glasses look good on you. So let me tell you where we are. We are in the Sementilli trial now, and we have in that said trial we have Christopher Austin. We're just calling him Austin, and the sign for Austin is this, just an A, like a half T, Austin. And this is Texas. This is Austin, San Antonio. So anyway, Austin is a co-conspirator and helped unalive the husband. He is serving a life sentence, if I remember correctly. So let me get you in there. Let's get started because we got almost 20 people watching us today.
Yes.
Is that where you're at?
All right.
Baker
Whenever you're ready.
would say, "When can you get time off?" And I told him I just started a new job,
I know I love her voice too.
so I won't be able to get any time off for a little while.
I miss really hearing it. I don't hear it very
PTO is
clearly.
not available.
What I'm hearing.
It's just making up a lot of things actually for him, like to just like I can't do it
Why were you saying that?
because I didn't want to come down and do it, and because he had already told me so much information, I was afraid to like go to anybody.
What do you mean you were afraid to go to anybody?
I mean, I was at that point in time in my life, I didn't want to talk to anybody. I shut a lot of people out.
So does that mean you didn't talk to anybody about what you were planning and involved in and about to do?
Yes.
Were you dating your now wife then? Chloe, were you with
Yes.
her?
Yes.
You weren't married to her then?
No.
Did you tell her anything about this plan to go to LA and kill the defendant's husband?
Hold on, pause. June, you are correct. And Ada is the second woman's name mentioned in the Bible, only second to Eve. Ada is the second, and she's mentioned in Genesis is the original place. We're talking about my name, where it comes from. So I can't got to remember where in Genesis, but after the name of Adam and Eve, Eve is the first female name. My name, Ada, is the second. Congrats, you got extra entries, June. Woohoo! Now we're back.
No, ma'am.
At some point then you determined what days you're going to fly down. How did you guys determine the date? Was there any particular reason why you flew down when you did?
We will be watching his sentencing.
Baker told me I'm gonna get you a ticket. I'm gonna send the card. Let them know for these dates. It should be fine. It's just a job, and there's plenty of money.
What do you mean there's plenty of money? Is that something Baker told you?
Yes.
Did he elaborate on that?
He said if you do this,
Oh, you did? Where, babe?
you can make.
I'll give them
make some
both
money.
to you.
I'll give you a couple dollars. And I was like, couple dollars? He's like, yeah, I can give you a couple
You
dollars.
both win.
He
I'll give it
said,
to you both. I
"I'll
didn't
get you
see it.
anywhere between 30 and 50 grand.
There you
There's
are.
plenty
Yeah,
more
there
where
it is.
came from.
There it is. Thank you.
Did he tell you where that money would come from?
He said it was gonna come from.
I forgot. I didn't see
He
it.
said it was gonna come
Awesome.
from the
You both
defendant.
win. You both win.
And specifically where from the defendant?
Well, he would always say she's loaded. So once she gets this insurance money, we're gonna be good. We're gonna move out of the country somewhere, and I'll send for you.
When he told you, and this is Baker,
Yes.
when he told you we're going to move out of the country somewhere, did he tell you who he was talking about?
I knew who he was talking about.
Who was that?
The defendant.
He told you that they, when it was over, were going to move out of the country. And what did he tell you as far as what you were going to do after this occurred?
No, he didn't tell me anything. He just said, I'm gonna send for you once we get settled.
To you, what did I'm going to send for you mean?
He was gonna fly me out.
Fly me.
Fly you out where?
Wherever they had decided to land.
And this is after the murder would have occurred.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
So the plan was to leave the country?
Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Baker ultimately then buy your ticket to come down to Los Angeles for this?
Yes.
And does it sound right around January 12th, that time frame he bought your ticket?
Yes.
You came down on Alaska Airlines?
Yes.
During that time frame, the 11th, the 12th, the 13th, when you're talking about your ticket, did you have a lot of conversations that you recall with Baker about the planning and the logistics of what was going to happen?
Yeah. He said that I remember him saying, like, when you come out here, it's gotta be quick because he's supposed to go out of town soon.
Who was he? He was supposed to go out of town. Who was Baker talking
All
about?
three of you win. I'll give it to everybody.
He was talking about the victim.
June,
Was this around
Haley,
the
and
time
Yana.
when you bought your ticket on, or he bought your ticket on January 12th of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
So he told you have to come soon, that he, the victim's going to be going out of town soon.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he tell you when the victim was going to be going out of town?
No, ma'am.
Did he tell you where the victim was going to be going out of town?
No, ma'am.
Did Baker tell you how he knew the victim was going to be going out of town?
And he told me that the defendant lets him know everything.
Boy, he is really painting her into this. There's no question she was involved now.
Still wrong.
She lets him know everything?
She lets him know it. She's like, she's gonna let me know. She let me know everything.
Did he tell you anything else about that that you recall during that conversation?
No.
So on January 22nd, 2017, did you fly then on a ticket that Baker purchased for you to Los Angeles on Alaska Airlines?
Yes, ma'am.
When you flew here, what was the purpose of coming to LA on this particular date?
To commit a murder. Red room. Red room.
To kill the victim.
This is the first time I've seen anybody testify that struggles with what he did.
When
He's
you
truly struggling.
landed, well, let me ask you this first. You're in a relationship with Chloe at this point?
I am.
At the time that you flew to LA on January 22nd, 2017, were you in a relationship with her?
Yes.
What did you tell her was the reason why you were going to Los Angeles?
To help with some business. He wasn't feeling well. That was what he told me to tell her.
You told her that who wasn't feeling well?
Baker wasn't feeling well, and then I had to pick up some of his business errands for a little bit, for just a couple of days.
Had Chloe ever met Robert Baker?
No.
Up until your arrest, did you ever tell Chloe what had happened or what you had done on January 23rd, 2017, when you
Careful what
participated
you
in the killing
say.
of Fabio Sementilli?
No.
Did you ever tell anyone what you had done?
No.
Why not?
I didn't want someone turning me in.
I couldn't tell anybody.
Did you ever write down or document any of the things that occurred leading up to the murder or during the murder or immediately after the murder?
No.
So everything that you're testifying now, 8 years later, is from memory?
Yes.
When you arrived in LA, do you remember what time it was? Your flight?
It was early in the morning, like between like 6:50, 7:30.
And that's on January 22nd, 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Who picked you up from the airport?
Baker did.
And when he picked you up, did you take a cell phone with you to Los Angeles?
No.
Why not?
He told me not to.
You didn't
Who
want to be
told you
trapped.
not to?
Baker told me not to.
Did you have that same conversation with Al Birdsong?
That was one of the three-way calls. I think they told me not to bring a cell phone.
Do you know why you were told not to bring a cell phone?
They told me so I can't be tracked.
That's right.
And by can't be tracked, that means find your location if someone were to access your phone, your
Yes.
phone records.
Yes.
So where did you leave your phone?
At home.
In the car,
What car?
in Chloe's car at the time.
So when you flew to LA, when you first got here on January 22nd, 2017, you did not have a phone when you landed.
No.
They
How
had
did Baker, if you know, how did he know where to pick you up?
He knew I was flying Alaska Airlines.
You knew the flight information.
Had you given him your flight information?
Yes.
So he picked you up at the curb?
Yes.
Okay. Did Baker ask you about if you brought your cell phone?
Yes.
What did he ask?
He said, "Do you have your phone?" I said, "No."
Okay. Did he give you something?
He gave me a burner phone.
What is, to your knowledge, what is a burner phone?
It's a burner phone. It's an untraceable phone that doesn't really connect to any servers, except for like I think they piggyback off of whatever towers are available.
So it's a phone that's not registered in your name,
Yes.
and you use the words untraceable. So is it a kind of phone you can go into a store and just buy a phone?
Yes.
And is that the kind of phone where you yourself or somebody else can just add minutes to it?
Yes, ma'am.
So he gave you this burner phone. Did he tell you why he was giving you a burner phone?
Just in case we get separated, is all he said.
After he picked you up from the airport, where did you go?
We went back to his apartment.
And where was his apartment? If you remember, the best area you can recall.
The Valley.
Okay. Was it somewhat near to the house, the Sementilli house?
Yes.
So the same general area?
Yes.
When you went to his apartment on January 22nd of 2017, after you got in the early morning hours, what did you do at the apartment?
Sat there.
And how long did you sit there?
Some hours, most all day.
Did you go out at some point to any stores or anything?
I believe we went out later in like that afternoon, a little after the afternoon. So Baker could purchase a knife.
Is that something Baker told you he needed to do?
Yes.
So where did you go?
I believe it was a Walmart.
Do you know where that Walmart was located?
No, it was in the Valley, so it wasn't too far.
And again, it was 8 years ago, but do you know about what time you
I
went?
object to the preamble, Your Honor, from 8 years ago.
I see nothing wrong with that. It's over with.
Do you know around what time you went to this Walmart?
Evening time, maybe like 4.
Had you discussed purchasing a knife prior to this trip to Walmart?
When we got there,
Tell us about that.
picked up a couple regular miscellaneous items, some Gatorades, and then it's like, we gotta go get a knife. Not in that context of we have to go get a knife. He just walked to the counter and picked out one, and then said, "Let me see that one." Showed it to him, and then he bought it.
Prior to going to Walmart, did you have a conversation about having to buy or get a knife?
Yeah. Yes.
When was that?
I think it was in the car on the way there. He said we gotta go get a knife.
On the way to Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
So yes?
Yes. Excuse me.
Now, a knife, ultimately 2 knives were used in the
Yes.
murder, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How many knives, to your knowledge, were purchased at Walmart?
1.
What kind of knife was that?
Pocket knife, switchblade. Well, not a switchblade. I'm sorry. It's a pocket knife, foldable knife.
The kind that folds?
Yes.
Okay. The second knife then that was ultimately used, where'd that come from?
Baker had one.
He already had a knife? Is that a yes?
Yes.
A court reporter?
Yes.
What kind of knife was that?
It was like a hunter's knife style. Went into a pouch.
So is that a fixed blade type knife? You know, it didn't fold?
No, it didn't fold.
The knife at Walmart, he ultimately purchased a knife?
Yes, ma'am.
Exhibit 155. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize that?
That's the knife he purchased.
And how do you remember, did you see this knife at Walmart, or is this a knife that you used?
I saw the knife at Walmart.
Okay. So that
I'll
appears
start
to be the knife that
interpreting
you
in a
purchased
minute.
at Walmart.
I'll
Yes,
do
ma'am.
one and you do the other.
When this
Give me a minute.
Are you
murder
being
happened, were you armed with that knife that I just showed you, or were you armed with the hunting knife that you described that Baker already had?
Baker gave me the hunting style knife. He had the foldable.
Do you normally carry a knife?
I can't see your
On my
hands,
person
Andy.
every day.
Yes. Or
No.
at that time, I'm sorry, that time. During that time frame of 2017, those years, were you one to carry a knife normally?
No.
Hey, Miss Diane,
All right, so.
why are you wearing
you went
jewelry?
back, then after you went to Walmart,
Oh,
purchased the
have it.
knives, then what happened?
Normally I found my
No, we
my
went
tree of
back
life.
to his apartment.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm teasing you, babe.
Oh, habit. My ears were naked.
Went back to his
I'm
apartment
teasing
and
you.
waited.
You look beautiful.
Then he said he's gonna text her and let her know. And then as the night fell, he let me know. He said she's gonna send him to the store so we can catch him then. And I just said, okay. And then we went to the shopping center. We parked out back. He showed me a picture of him. He said, "This is who you're looking for." He said, "This is who you're looking for. He should be in a blue or black Ford pickup." And I said, okay. And he parked out back and he made me get out of the car, and then he moved the car somewhere else. And I walked along. And as I'm walking, I was like, I'm not doing this. And I saw him and I was like, I can't do this. And I went back to the car. He's like, what happened? I told him, like, couldn't get him. Can't do it.
And then did you leave after that?
Yeah, we left and went back to his apartment.
When this is on January 22nd, the day you flew in, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When you flew in and you're driving from the airport to Baker's apartment, is there a plan in place when this is going to happen and where this is going to happen?
What do you want to sign?
Had you already talked about the fact that you were going to do it that night?
Who do you want to sign?
Who is easier for you?
He is actually.
Okay, I'll sign the lawyer.
Okay, sounds good. Oh,
He wanted me to do it that night.
Had you talked about the fact that it was going to be in a public place as opposed to the house?
Yeah.
give me a
Did
second.
you know at that point early in the day where that public place was going to be?
No.
What did Baker tell you as far as where that place was going to be?
What do you mean? Like,
Did he ever indicate to you, you knew it was going to be that day somewhere. Did Baker ever indicate to you earlier in the day, like, where's this going to happen?
no, because I don't think he knew where he was going to be.
Did he Baker tell you if the defendant had an idea where she wanted this to happen?
He said he's going to find out from her.
Okay, he's going to find out from her.
Mhm.
Now, you met with the detectives and the prosecutors, myself and Ms. Silverman, then in November 18th of 2024 over at the Robbery Homicide Division. Do you remember meeting with us there?
I do.
And during that time, you had agreed and your counsel was present, correct? Your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's Simon Aval?
Yes, ma'am.
We all met together, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was at your initiation in order to talk to the prosecutors, the investigators, with your attorney present, to do what's called a proffer, or agree to be sworn in and go through the facts of what had happened, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that actually happen? Were you sworn in and promised to tell the truth, and then spent 2 days talking to the prosecutors as well as the detectives with your counsel present?
Yes, ma'am.
And you signed an agreement, do you recall doing that you would tell the truth as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Your landmark equals 248. Oh, I'm sorry, 240.
248, what is
Oh, it is 248. Proper agreement,
Yes.
3 pages. And this proper agreement is dated November 5th, 2024. Do you recognize this document? I'll go through the pages. The first page. So,
How are you
and
signing,
on the very
prosecutor?
back, there's a signature there. Is that your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's all I
And
know.
this document, then, did you understand it that you were going to spend the day, and actually what turned into 2 days, talking to the collective group that I just named, telling us the truth and everything in that, during that time frame? Everything that you told us in there cannot be used against you, meaning everything that you tell us cannot be used against us if you decide, hey, you know what, I'm not going to testify. I don't want to do this anymore. We can't use anything you tell us during those 2 days against you. Did you understand that as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Unless you took the stand for some reason, then we would be able to use that interview. You understood that?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's somewhat a protected conversation. If you decided that you didn't want to come in today, you didn't want to cooperate, you didn't want to take a plea deal and
Yes,
take the
yeah.
stand, then we can't use anything you said against you.
That's right.
So rule.
Is that how you understood it?
To my knowledge, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you also understood that you always had a right to a jury trial if that's what you chose to do.
Yes, ma'am.
But instead, you, as it indicated, you entered a plea agreement. And part of that plea agreement was you cooperate, tell the truth, testify today. And then you, if the judge determines you're telling the truth, you'll be sentenced to the 2nd-degree murder, 16 to life, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, during this plea agreement, you brought up January 22nd and this plan to kill Fabio that night, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Nobody brought that up to you from the team that you're speaking with, whether it be the detectives or the prosecutors, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So that was new information that you were providing to the team, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that night then, when you went, you bought the knives, and then at some point, there's a plan comes into shape. When does that plan come into shape of where and when?
If I recall, when we got back to the apartment, he got a text message saying he's saying she's gonna send him to the store real quick and we can catch him there, like I explained earlier.
No foundation.
So rule.
Did he tell you this?
Yes.
And did he tell you who she was?
Yes.
Who is she?
The defendant, ma'am.
He told you that she's going to send him to the store. Did you know what that meant?
Yes.
What did that mean?
That meant that we had.
So rule.
That meant that we had to we had to go meet him there to see if we can catch him alone. It was pretty late about this around this hour.
Do you know what time it was?
Maybe 8, 9 o'clock.
You said maybe. Do you know for sure?
I don't know for sure. I know there wasn't a lot of people in that parking lot.
Was it light or dark out?
It was dark.
And this is January of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when he said he got a text and that she was going to send him to the store, what happened next?
We got in the car. We drove behind the shopping center, parked. That's when he showed me the picture. He gave me the knife.
I'll allow this.
On the drive over to what you're calling a shopping center, did you have a conversation about what was going to happen?
Yeah, as I said before, he showed me what he looked like. He told me what he was driving, and he told me you need to get in and out. And make sure nobody sees you. Do you have your phone just in case we get separated?
Was that the burner phone he'd given you?
Yes.
Diane signed
He
victim.
showed you a photo, was it on his phone
Okay.
or was it a printed out
What
photo?
a fraud.
It was on his phone, I believe.
This individual, do you recognize him?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the individual that he showed you a photo of on his phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he show you a photo of a truck or did he tell you about a truck?
He told me about a truck.
How did he describe the truck?
He said it's a dark pickup truck, F-150.
And you're on the last exhibit I put up was 13. Putting up exhibit 141, did you ultimately see this truck at the location when you got there in relation to the victim?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know your way around the valley at this point to know where exactly you were going?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so when you met with us in November of 2024,
Hello,
do
Steffi
you
Whitney.
recall describing the area, trying to explain where you went, but not knowing the exact location?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you remember telling the prosecutors, the detective, as well as your attorney?
I remember telling you it was a grocery store at first of some sort, like a Rouse or a Bond, and I couldn't really remember. And then I remember saying, and it was like a nail salon involved, and a Chinese restaurant.
And at that time, did you tell everyone what street it was on or what area of the valley it was?
I remember saying it wasn't too far from the house.
But you didn't know what street?
I didn't know what street. No.
And you didn't know what town?
No.
Is that correct?
Yes, that is.
Specific town, city.
Yes, that's correct.
But you described a Chinese restaurant and a nail salon that you remembered.
Yes.
And then what kind of place was this? What did you describe as far as
I described
center?
it as a L-shaped shopping center. L-shaped shopping center. Excuse me.
Anything else about the shopping center that you described, recalling from your memory about that shopping center?
I remember like it being like there was a busy street in the front of the shopping center. There was I remember saying there's a parking lot area in the back of some sort. I remember saying there were like pillars in front of the stores, like sidewalk area, like your typical shopping center.
At this point, when you're describing it, you weren't shown any photographs. No one gave you any addresses of any nature, right?
That's correct.
And then ultimately, were you shown some photographs and asked during this proffer in November of 2024 if you recognized a certain plaza?
Yes.
If I may mark is People's, well, it is collectively, 4 pages, People's 249 showing a shopping plaza.
Very well.
Page 1, were you shown that photograph then of this L-shaped plaza?
Yes, I was.
Did you recognize that?
Yes, I did.
How did you recognize it?
By the pillars in the L shape and the parking lot.
Yeah, there's like pillars going on the side of the building as well as down each side. Was there anything else that you recognized about this particular shopping center?
There's a Chinese, I'm sorry, photos. is it Vietnamese restaurant, a pho restaurant. And then there's a UPS store that I recognized.
Okay, so back in this corner where I'm pointing to some orange writing, page 2 is at a close-up. It says pho or pho, PHO, and then has an OA. Do you recall that particular location?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recall it?
That's I want to say that's the day he went and got food.
Did you see the victim come out of that restaurant or that location?
I did.
And then page 3, is this another aerial, or not aerial, but another Google map that you were shown of the location after you described it to the prosecutors and the detectives and your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
You also described when you got there, where did you park, if you remember?
It was behind that building is where Baker parked, or told me to get out of the car, and then he parked.
And this is exhibit 249, page 4, where you show this aerial map also of the location. There's a building that runs horizontally across the photograph. In the middle of it, is that the building where the pho restaurant was, and then there's a parking lot in the front? It's L-shaped.
Yes.
Okay. When you indicated that you parked in the back, did you see that when this map was shown to you after?
Yes.
And can you indicate where that is, where you parked? And I don't know if you can't, but the back parking lot right here, is that where you parked?
Yes.
And what I'm indicating is there's a parking lot behind the one building that's horizontal in the photograph, and there appears to be some kind of grass park behind that. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you park in this back area, is there a way then to access the front of the restaurant or the parking lot?
There's a little alleyway with some stairs.
Okay.
From where I'm looking at to my left, go left. I'm sorry.
Your left.
Right.
This is my right. Okay.
No, other way. Sorry.
That way.
All the way. Keep going. Keep going. Right there.
Okay.
That's where he told me to walk down.
So I've indicated to my left, all the way down the horizontal white building, and then there's a breezeway that walks up towards the main parking lot. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then did you come around the front where the restaurant is over here?
Yes.
And when I say here, there's a little icon with a fork and a knife, orange icon. That area?
Yes.
Okay. There's also a circle. Did you circle that? There's a green
Yes.
circle around some cars. Did you circle that?
Yes.
Okay. What was that indicating?
Indicating where the victim was parked at, or the area of.
So if you can walk us through then, you got to this place, it's dark, you parked in the back where Baker did. Was there a conversation before you got out of the car?
Yes, he told me to. Again, he told me to look for the truck. And he said, he should be in one of those restaurants.
A mic is dropping. Hold on.
One of those
Let me
stores.
refix it. There we go. That works.
Did he tell you how he knew that?
I'm sorry.
Did he tell you how he knew he should be in a restaurant or a store?
Before we left the apartment, he got a text message from his girlfriend at the time that she was going to send him to the store and where he went. So we went directly there.
And when you say his girlfriend, you meant the defendant?
Yes.
So he told you she sent a text, or you saw him get a text, and he said she's sending him to the store.
Yes.
And then did you drive directly to this location?
We drove directly to that location.
When you got there, or on the way, he's shown you a photo of him. He described the truck. You parked in the back. Did you immediately get out of the car?
No.
Okay. How long did you wait there?
About a couple minutes.
And then walk us through what happened when you got out of the car.
When I got out of the car, I walked from the back down the breezeway. And there wasn't a lot of cars there, wasn't a lot of people. Some of the stores were closed. And I walked past the restaurant. Saw him in the restaurant, walked past the UPS store, turned and walked back. As he was walking out, he went straight to his truck, and I walked back.
Okay. Timing wise, did Baker ever tell you any type of confirmation that he's there now? Or he got notice from the defendant that he's there?
Yeah, when we was in the back of the parking lot, he did say that's what I said, like about 2 minutes. He's like, wait. And then he said he should be there. Go check.
Did he say how he knew that he should be there?
He got the text message. He was texting like in the driver's seat.
To the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. This is page 3 then. Let me zoom in here. There's the Pho restaurant. It's got the orange writing on the left-hand side of the photograph. And there's a circle right here, a red circle. Did you do that during the proffer on this exhibit on November 18th, 2024?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so let's back up. As you walked, where were you when you saw the victim come out of that restaurant?
Can you back up?
Okay.
I was by the UPS store.
Let me put on page.
I was
UPS
walking.
on the left-hand side.
So I was walking along that pillar back toward the restaurant.
So you're walking from left to right in the photograph in the UPS store towards the Pho restaurant. Correct?
Yes.
Along here.
Yes.
And did you actually draw a green arrow or a line, I should say, during that proffer?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what did you see?
I saw the victim come out, walk towards his truck, and then
Come out of the Pho and walk towards his truck where you circled?
he was parked in one of those spaces.
Did he appear to be carrying food?
Yes.
What happened next?
He got in his truck, and I walked past and kept moving.
How close did you ever get to the victim during this encounter?
Not very.
Did you stay within that breezeway over by the UPS store on your way towards him, or did you actually step out into the parking lot?
I stayed in the breezeway, and then I crossed to the restaurant. So I didn't get really very close to him.
You never made eye contact with the victim?
No, I did not.
No words were ever exchanged?
No, man.
And why did you change your mind?
Because I'm not that person.
So at that point then, did the victim, Fabio, did you see him actually drive away?
Nope.
What did you do?
I kept walking to the back of the alley and got back in the car with Baker.
Did you go the same way that you'd gone before from the parking lot? Did you retrace your steps in the photograph, and this was page 4, from the building and back around the building to where Baker was parked?
Yes.
He was still there waiting for you?
Yes, in a different parking space.
And when you would describe this parking lot, you originally said a Chinese restaurant, and this is before you saw any photos, and a nail salon. When you say Chinese restaurant, is that the restaurant you were referring to, the Pho?
Yes.
And then right down, about 2 doors down, there's a nail salon?
Yes.
When you got back to the car then, what happened?
I told him I couldn't do it. He asked what happened. I told him I couldn't do it. I was like, can't be done.
What did he say to you?
He said, it's all right. I'll let her know.
And who was her?
The defendant.
Is that how
Did
you
he tell
find
you
defendant?
what he was going to do when you said I couldn't do it? What did he say?
He says, all right, don't worry about it. I'll let her know.
Did he say who he meant or who he was referring to as her,
His girlfriend at the time.
which was the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see him text on his phone while you were sitting in that back parking lot?
As we drove away.
Sorry, what was that?
As we drove away.
Did he make any calls in your presence?
No, ma'am.
Do you know who he was texting?
I had an idea
Well, how did you have an idea?
because
What's his name?
from
Did he tell you who he was texting?
I had an idea who he was texting. He said the defendant. I'll let her know. That's the only person he had been talking to most of that time.
Denied.
Did you drive directly back to Baker's apartment then?
Yes.
Okay. And during that, after he said he would text her and let her know, did you have any more conversations about this, what had just occurred?
No, I didn't.
How are you feeling at this point?
Shame and relieved. In my mind, I was like, okay, this isn't going down. We're gonna get some food later tomorrow. We're gonna just kick it for the rest of the day. Tomorrow, can't happen. Not doing it. He can get somebody else to do it, if at all. That's what I was thinking.
Did you think, as far as your role and what they'd asked you to do, that it was over now?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell Baker during that conversation, like, I'm not going to do it ever?
I don't remember saying that.
Did he tell you if he was going to meet with her or talk to her, meaning the defendant, directly?
No.
The rest of that night then, did you see, or, well, let me ask you this. The rest of that night then, did you hang out with Baker? Was he with you?
Yeah.
Was he texting?
Periodically, yes.
And you mentioned this earlier, though, during this time frame, did he have any other women that you knew that he was involved with during this whole period, late 2016 into January 2017, other than the defendant?
No.
All right. That particular day on the 22nd, do you know if he was communicating with the defendant throughout the entire day of January 22nd, 2017?
Do I know?
He
Do
pled
you know if he was
guilty.
communicating with her throughout the whole
He has
day?
a plea agreement.
Well,
Based on the conversation of going to the store, I had figured out that he had been texting her most of the day.
Okay.
stricken.
Now, the rest of the night, anything happened the rest of that night?
I watched TV and went to sleep.
Okay. And did you ever see Baker leave the apartment?
No, I did not.
Do you know if he left?
Not until the morning time.
I guess my question is, do you know if he left that night?
No, I do not.
Now, the morning of January 23rd, 2017, what time did you wake up?
Probably about 10 or so.
When you woke up, was Rob Baker home?
No, it was not.
Do you know where he was?
No, I did not.
At some point, did you see him?
Yes.
He came home?
Yes.
When did he come home?
The left or 1 or so. Told me he went to the gym.
He told you he went to the gym?
Yes.
And by the way, did he tell you about any injuries he had gotten at the gym, or he hit his hand, anything like that?
No.
Did you see him bleeding from his hand?
No.
See a towel wrapped around his hand, anything like that?
No.
And when you got there on the 22nd, had you observed any injuries to Baker's hands the day you flew in, the day before?
No.
Now, he'd gone to the gym. Did he tell you if he saw the defendant at the gym?
No.
So this is around 1. You got up at what time? You said 10-ish?
Probably about 10-ish.
When he came home then at 1, what did he say, if anything?
So went to the gym. Make sure I was seen.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Made sure I was seen.
Make sure I was seen? What does that mean?
I'm assuming he went to the gym so people could see him at the gym.
Oh, he said to you to make sure I was seen?
I believe.
Okay. But he didn't explain what that meant?
No.
Well, at this point, you don't have any idea, at this point, when you woke up, that there was going to be a murder that day, right?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not even a little bit.
So did you ask him, what do you mean to make sure I was seen?
No.
What happened next? What did he say next?
I don't really remember much of that conversation, honestly.
So at some point, a plan gets put into motion that on January 23rd, 2017, you're going to be part of it, of killing Fabio Sementilli. How did that happen? On January 23rd, 2017, did you formulate or have a conversation with Baker about a plan to kill Fabio?
No, I don't. Not that I can recall a whole plan when he got home. It wasn't until later that day where he said, she's going to go to the store and he's going to be home alone.
That's what he told you?
That's what he told me. And then it was a nonverbal look I gave him. I was like, I'm okay. And he said, what if I go? You come with me.
What did you take that to mean?
That he was going to go through with it.
Through with what?
The killing of the victim.
Prior to this conversation, had Baker ever indicated that he was going to be the one that participated in the actual killing of Fabio?
No.
Okay. So he's now volunteering to do it with you.
Yes.
But at this point, when you woke up, you thought it was over and it wasn't happening, correct?
That is correct.
All right. So what happened what did you say when he said that?
I didn't say anything.
Did he tell you how he knew that she was going to go to the store and that Fabio was going to be home alone?
No, he said it was a text he got. He kind of jolted. He said, yo, he's home alone. You can go now. And I explained that was that nonverbal look of, I'm not doing this. And he said, what if I go and you just come with me? And he asked me what size I wear and just gave me some clothes to put on.
Did this then, for you, this plan now that, why don't I go, did this happen quickly?
Yes.
Did Baker ever tell you that earlier, while he'd been out and you'd been at the apartment, he had met the defendant at Target?
No.
Did he tell you he even went to Target?
No.
So he gave you something. What did he give you? You said he asked you what size you were. What did he give you?
He gave me a jacket or pullover hoodie, sweatpants, and shoes.
Did he say why he was giving you that?
No.
Is it Page 7, the clothing that you already identified as you and the person in the back, is that the clothes that Baker gave you to wear during this time on January 23rd, 2017 after 1 o'clock?
Yes.
And he gave you said shoes?
Yes.
Did you ask him, why are you giving me these clothes?
Diane, take over both for a few seconds. I'm gotta fix something.
I did. And he just looked at me with the stop playing with me and put them on. And I just did it.
You put the clothes on?
I just put them on.
Sweatshirt, sweatpants, and tennis shoes.
Yes.
What about Baker? What was he wearing? What we saw in the photograph just there?
Yes.
It was like a Sean John sweatshirt.
Yes.
Okay. What else did he tell you about leaving to go there?
Said she's going to go to the store. We have a small window.
He used the word small window.
Yes.
Okay. Did he say anything further about why it was a small window?
I don't recall. Wait.
Trying to get heat on my foot. It is so hurting. Ugh. I had to redo it. Sorry, guys. Have a blanket, heating pad,
He
feet,
said because
blanket.
somebody might come to the house while she's gone.
Did he say who that somebody was?
He didn't say who it was.
I clarified it was
You have
not
a
a
small
small
window because somebody might come to the house while
Say
she's
that again?
Said I clarified it was not a small window. It was just a little bit of time.
Yeah. Oh, goodness. He committed the crime wearing P. Diddy clothes. Oh, my God. Yana, I'm going to kick you out of here just for saying the name P. Diddy. Just kidding.
gone.
Yes.
And he was referring to the defendant?
Yes.
Did he tell you?
Sustain.
Do you know who he was referring to?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustain.
Did he tell you who he was referring to?
As far as
Well, first of all, how did he tell you that he knew somebody might come to the house, if he told you at all?
I think, if I recall, I think that's when I found out that he had a kid.
Who had a kid?
The victim did.
How did you find out he had a kid?
As we were going as we were leaving his apartment, he let me know somebody, like his kid might come back, might not. And then he put me in the trunk. And then I got in the trunk and I was in the trunk for a while. And I remember he backed up close to a bush and let me out of the trunk, gave me the knife. He looked at me, he said, "Are you with me?" And like a dummy, I said, "Yeah." And I just followed him.
When you drove over there, you said he put you in the trunk?
Yes.
Okay. How long did you, was it a short drive?
Yes.
Do you know why? Did he tell you why he was putting you in the trunk?
He told me he told me he didn't want me seen.
Did he elaborate on seen by who?
No, he just said he didn't want me seen.
Did Baker tell you if he knew if there were any cameras in that neighborhood or at the house that could catch you on camera?
There's cameras at the house.
He told you that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
What did he tell you about the cameras at the house?
He told me the cameras at the house.
Anything else?
No.
Did he tell you if there was a plan to make sure you weren't caught on those cameras at the house?
No.
Were you concerned about there being cameras at the house?
I was.
Excuse me. Overruled.
You were? Did you take any precautions so that you weren't viewed on these cameras at the house?
He told me to cover my face.
Okay. Did he tell you at that time that he was going to take the DVR system connected to the house?
No.
I'm sorry, counsel. Don't raise your voice to me. It's overruled. It's Overruled.
Counsel, wait till the question is fully asked before you object. The judge is going to start giving you some sanctions and hold you in contempt of court. Hey, I created a new word. It's called contort.
No.
How are you signing video camera?
But he told you that the small window, because a kid might come back or might not. Is that what your knowledge was, that you had to get in and out because somebody, a kid could show up?
Yes.
Up until that point, did you know that the victim or the defendant had kids?
I did not.
So on the way over, on the way over there, then where did you park, or where did Baker park?
Back parking lot. There was a store not too far from there. It's like a bush type, park close to a bush. I remember going through a bush and entering some type of cul-de-sac where there was a house, and we started running up the hill.
So that video, or that, I'm sorry, the still shot that I showed you, People's 19, you indicated is that one of the streets that you were running up towards the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you know this neighborhood? Would you even know the streets?
No.
How long had you been running in that neighborhood before you got to the house? Was it a long run?
It was a run.
So did you park fairly far away from the house?
Yes.
Or Baker parked there?
Yes.
Okay, I got to screenshot that.
When you're rounding this corner here, is that the hill? Did you run up a hill then?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that he gave you a knife. How did that go down?
He gave me a knife. He said,
When
"Here,
was that?
take this." When I got out of the trunk.
And that was, as you testified earlier, what you referred to as a hunting knife?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see his knife?
No.
Did you have any conversations about who was going to do what once you got into the house?
Yes.
Where did that conversation happen? Meaning, where were you when you had this conversation?
When we got when we got to the driveway, he said the door should be open. He opened the front door and I followed him in. And in the hallway of the entrance of the door, he said he should be out back. He told me to stay low, and he creeped ahead and made sure he wasn't seen. And then he opened the door. He said on the count of 3, on the count of 3, he's going to hold him down. And he opened the door and he held his mouth, couldn't scream. And he started stabbing him.
I just hurt my elbow doing that.
And he stabbed him once. And then he left and started running through the house and told me to go get in the car because he knew the car was in the garage.
All right, I'm going to stop you there for a minute.
Ow. I hurt my elbow. Almost felt like I almost like it extended it. I have
Exhibit 7 up on the screen.
I have never seen a person testify about killing another person and be this remorseful. That gives me some hope that he is redeemable. This is going to be the hardest day for you. Hopefully they'll finish with him
Do you
today.
recognize the entrance to the house? It's exhibit 7, page 11, which is up on the screen.
You okay to go on, Mr. Austin?
Guys, give me a minute. I'm cool. I can do this.
I have a little bit of respect for him now. I hate what he did, but I've never seen
Yes.
this much remorse and sorrow.
Yes, I recognize.
Repentance. I think he has.
And Baker, then,
I think he has.
you
I
said
think
start
this
to
is his
enter through the
repentance.
front door.
Yes, ma'am.
If you look at exhibit 7, page 11, the left, or 7, page 11, is the front door in the middle of the house right here to the left of the truck? Is that how you entered to get to the front door?
Yes, ma'am.
That is true, Yana.
And then exhibit 7. Page 69, do you recognize that as the front door of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Baker told you as you're headed up there, as you testified, that the front door is going to be unlocked.
He said the front door should be open,
Should be open.
meaning unlocked.
Did he tell you how he knew that?
He told me, he said she's gonna leave the door unlocked.
When you got, and when he said she, did he tell you who she was?
The defendant.
When you got to the front door, was it unlocked?
It was indeed unlocked.
Exhibit 7, and it's 46 is the page on the left corner. You see the front door in the back of the photograph. Do you remember walking in this door and coming through the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go straight to the area that ultimately was the back patio?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't go into any rooms before that, anything of that nature?
No, ma'am.
Okay, exhibit 7, page 30 in the left corner. Do you recognize this area of the kitchen with the door leading outside?
Yes, ma'am.
When you went into the house with Baker, are you together, meaning you're walking together? He's in your view as well. He hasn't gone to other rooms.
No, ma'am.
Did he go straight to this door that led to the back patio?
Yes, ma'am. I did.
Prior, you said you testified that Baker told you where the victim was going to be. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what exactly did he tell you?
He said he should be out back on the patio.
And did you go out back on the patio?
Yes, ma'am.
You've been in this house now. You've been in it before, correct?
Yes.
That back patio, was it the same back patio that the defendant had shown you months before when you were at the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you went out the door, were you behind Rob?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us first, what's the first thing you saw as far as the victim outside?
He was sitting. I remember the pool.
Exhibit 8, 6. You came out this door, white door, and could you see the victim before you actually walked out the door?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Was he sitting in this patio area, which is indicated with the lights up top?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he facing the kitchen or the door from where you and Baker were coming from?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he appear to see you guys coming?
Not until not until Baker got close to him and he tried to yell.
What was he doing when you came through the door?
Sitting. He might have been smoking a cigar. I don't really remember. He was sitting.
Council, let me interrupt you. Let's take our lunch and recess until 1:30. The admonition applies not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else or the former express any opinion until the cause is finally submitted to you. See you at 1:30.
Okay, this we have a lot to talk about. Miss Diane, how are you doing? How's you doing, love?
I'm doing all right. What time is it there?
We got a little bit of a break.
Oh,
He is going to be getting at least 16 years to life. I would tell you, this dang microphone, I can't get it tight enough.
uh,
It I got to have a special wrench to do it, and I don't have it. Anyway, I can't. I'm going to do it the way I've had it. It works better that way. You see, I can't get this part. Hold on.
ugh. Ugh.
This is a fabulous mic stand, absolutely fabulous stand, but I'm having a hard time getting this connection here to stay in a tight, being tight, and it loosens up when I try to move it, try to fix it.
Not
It's
fun.
I need a very big pair of pliers to hold on to this part that I'm twisting. I don't know if y'all can't see that part. No, you can't. It's the connection. Oh, there it is. And I don't have the strength to get it super tight.
Pope Francis has suffered respiratory failure.
Huh?
Pope Francis?
Oh, yeah, that's been going on since Valentine's Day.
Yeah. So swift.
Hey, Matthew? I doubt we have it here. Do we have a pair of pliers that are decent size here? I need to tighten this. This keeps coming loose. And I need to hold on to this and twist it. Okay, I'll bring it then. Thank you. Hey, babe, you want the leftover? Here, can you at least put it so it's not on the screen and falling down?
Oh,
Thank you. So this gentleman,
yeah.
I have to say, let me go ahead and let's do a side by. Side by. This gentleman, I have to say, has been the most remorseful, most grieved person I have ever seen. Why is my camera now going crazy? There's my hand. See, I bruised myself trying to fix it.
Oh, that's sad.
I did. I think he has been the most remorseful that I have ever seen and I mean anybody in his position. And the thing is that he is not even sentenced yet. So this judge will be the one to do the sentencing. Maybe he will remember the testimony. Yeah, rubber glove might help. I don't have one right here. I'll just fix it later. He genuinely seems remorseful. Hey, Sarah Boone, take a lesson. Lori Vallow, take a lesson. Did you hear that Lori Vallow? Did you hear that video I played on her? Lori Vallow saying that Jesus showed her that her and her husband would be free. I'm all like, oh, Lordy, no, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen.
Look what I got. Look what I got.
What you got? My kitty has been hiding all of a sudden. She came out last night and played.
This one's pretty. She's a sweet kitty.
She came out and played.
Uh,
Let's see if she's still over here. Let's see if I can do this without hanging myself. Oh, she's way back there in the corner. You can see her feet.
Yeah, I see her.
See her.
Yeah.
She's like, I don't want to be seen. I'm hiding. I don't know why she automatically, it just happened 2 days ago, maybe 3 days ago. She starts hiding during the day. And then at night, she gets up. I got to stand up for a minute. And she plays and gets all frisky. Now, I do know we changed her food and to the same food that my cat uses. And she didn't like it. Peekaboo, kitty. So as long as she's not sick and she's just throwing a temper, I'm okay. She can throw the temper. I just want to make sure she's not ill. My little girl. So anyway, this man to me has been the most remorseful, and I can truly appreciate that. Do we have any document drops at all lately with the Karen Reed? Does anybody know? We've kind of gone through all the documents. We've kind of done everything we can do. I am so horrible, even in As the Gavel Drops, they're fabulous, but I can never find documents. I can never locate a document when I need a document. That's why I have mods. You know, it's one thing. I don't have to be great at everything to do this, but I have great mods.
Good thing, huh?
Yeah, good mods. Hey, where's Aglow this year?
It is going to be in, I know, I do know this. Give me a half a second.
And are they going to have interpreters this year? Or are they going to pull the same crap as last year?
I don't know, but I'm about ready to tell Arvy. I've been praying about it. I'm about ready to tell Arvy whether or not that I will interpret for free. As long as they'll pay for my room.
Well, same here. If you pay for the room,
pay for my room, I'll interpret for free.
Well, no, they should pay for your room. They should pay for your room, and they should give a small honorarium towards your food.
Well,
at least either that or you have access to the same lunches that they give the staff. Because they pay for the staff's food, do they not?
Yeah, I think they do.
I would do the same thing. I don't have to be paid if I know that my room is paid for.
Yeah.
And we together, of course, and all that. But see, Miss Diane and I, even though she's half-faced right now, we interpret for an organization and that once a year has a huge conference in the past, and it's been struggling lately. So thanks for joining us, Sticky Widget. Thank you so much. I'm sorry you have to head out, but thank you so much. Maybe tomorrow we're going to get Baker's testimony. Ooh, that ought to be riveting. But tomorrow is going to be the Supreme Court, Massachusetts Supreme Court hearing concerning all the drama that's going over with the Karen Reed trial. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. As for today, let me do a recap. Got to get my notes
up there.
Huh?
Talk to my cat.
Oh, I don't know what's going on with my cat. Okay, let me get my notes. Let me get my glasses. By the way, my fabulous nice glasses broke, so I'm in these. But you know what's interesting? I see better close up in these than I do my regular glasses. I'm going to talk with my doctor. So Karen Reed, today they had the first motion about the ARCA witness. Coming right out of the gate. Auntie Bev was like, I need to speak towards the defense. We have been getting things saying that I did this and this lawyer did that and that lawyer said this and that lawyer said that. It doesn't matter who said what. One for all and all for one. Oh, Rhonda, thank you so much. I'm sorry you have to leave. Come back and finish watching this testimony this afternoon if you can. And so she made it very clear that it doesn't matter which of the attorneys is doing what or speaking what, they are all responsible for what everybody does. So one screws up, they all screw up. So that was made very clear coming out the door. Pause email.
You're
That
gotta be kidding.
what?
With upcoming changes at headquarters and financial challenges currently faced by the ministry, a GLOW's International Board of Directors have sought the Lord's guidance regarding this year's global conference. While gathering is deeply cherished, we believe the Lord is leading us into a season of refreshing and rebuilding, and as a result, we will not be holding a global conference in 2025.
How does that not surprise me?
Well, they were going to have one because I had seen where it was going to be. So this is new. They are excited to announce a special online only event that will take place in lieu of our in-person conference.
Good. They can hire us to interpret it.
More details, including the date, will be shared soon, and we look forward to coming together as a global family in this meaningful way. We understand that change can be challenging, but we trust that God is at work in this ministry, and as we steward this season with wisdom and faith, we eagerly anticipate all He is preparing for the future. As we move forward, let us hold fast to Paul's words in Philippians 4:7.
Okay, I'll read that more later, but oh my gosh. Dang it. Okay. Well, maybe we can interpret.
Yeah, I'm going to trust God for that.
Huh? What?
I said, I'm going to trust God for that one.
Yeah, and maybe we can interpret that one because I will tell you, captioning is not going to work.
No,
And
it won't.
The paused email is the email that was that they're talking about the ARCA person and the defense emailing the ARCA person emailing the defense back and forth about arrangements and payment and whatnot. There was a March 20th to 24 email, and it does say a retainer is required, and then text back and forth and all that. The invoice was paid on 12/13. I mean 2/13, I think of 25. I'm not sure 100% I heard that right. Then there was a July 25th. Okay, I don't know. There were a lot of dates, but the point is that with the situation with the Karen Reed and that email, when the ARCA person was on the stand and the defense got up and they spoke to the ARCA person, they said, "Have we ever met in person?" No. "Have I personally talked to you on the phone?" He did not personally speak to him on the phone. There was an email. He said, "We have not paid you." And he said, "No, you have not." At that point, take care, Rhonda. At that point, that is true. Payment had not been done. Now, if we really want to get down into the roots of this, and the federal government, FBI, hired ARCA to do this investigation and recreate the scene and do what they were going to do. So all that work was done by the FBI, and the results was given to both the plaintiff and the defendant in this case, or the state and Karen Reed. When that information was given, the invoice was July 24th. They paid the end of the month. Okay. Thank you so much. Because sometimes with my hearing and I have to read, and when I read, I look down, I miss things when I write. So I love having Miss Diane. So anyway, when was trial? When was the trial? So when did he testify? That's what I need to know. Anybody, one of my wizards out there, when did he testify? So I think that the confusion is that Yannetti and them were thinking, did we pay you to do your investigation? Did we pay you to recreate? Did we pay you to do this? And no, they had not. A third entity had. Okay, February 25th is the date the defense sent the emails to the Commonwealth. 24? Okay. So, and there was a gag order. They testified in June. So they were paid prior. Are you sure? So there's the confusion. I personally think that the confusion is, and they couldn't say in the middle of trial, hey, the FBI paid you to do this reconstruction to get it to what you're going to testify today. So I understand the confusion, but my whole thing of this is they did not pay him for his information. They did not pay him to do the job. My screens are pissing me off. They did not pay him. They did not hire him, I think is what Yannetti was trying to get to. But they were being paid for the expenses and their time to testify. Like anybody, all the experts get paid. Everybody who's testifying otherwise as a witness is getting paid. So I think Auntie Bev and everybody needs to come off that boat a little bit and just say, okay, there's just a minor confusion because you couldn't say in trial that it was the feds that hired you. We didn't hire you is what he was referring to, but I'll get off of that soapbox. We'll see. If I remember correctly, is we did not hire you and they did not. They are having him testify based on the evidence that they had gotten from being employed and hired by the feds that the feds shared with them. I think that's the confusion. I think it's splitting hairs and being nitpicky. Okay, the second motion to exclude James Crosby. The defense says he's not qualified. His methodology is not even there. It's not reliable, and he doesn't have the documentation. He's a self-labeled canine behavior expert, and he's not a medical physician or a vet. No, they were paid after testifying. June, July. You're right. You're right. He was paid. I'm sorry, guys. Months in order of me are bad. Dyslexia. So they testified in June. He was paid in July. That's legal. That is legal. Oh, I'll lose my document. Okay. So James Cosby, let's talk a little bit about Mr. Cosby, and we're not talking about Bill Cosby. James Cosby is the prosecution's expert witness to combat Dr. Russell. James Cosby, Mr. Cosby, has written some papers and done things with dogs in the past, but he is not a legit medical physician or scientist in any way. And his methodology, they're saying, does not make sense to them because there is no method, the defense is stating. The defense is stating that in his documentation of his report or his findings, there's no footnotes, there's no citations, there's nothing to validate what he did, and no basis for what he had done. So because of that, they're saying he can't come in. However, the prosecution is saying that he is valid. He does have things to support him. Dr. James Crosby. I'm sorry, Crosby. Am I saying it wrong? Crosby. Comedian is Cosby. This is Crosby. Okay. Once again, my hearing. It's similar. My hearing's bad. So, as Diane can contest to. So Crosby is not Cosby. But anyway, he is, they say that he has written papers. They say that his method of anesthetizing the dog, which I think is cruel. There's no reason to anesthetize a dog just to get, hey, Matt, what's wrong?
Huh? Have you got any call outs? Look outside. It looks like there's wildfire smoke everywhere. Come look.
Shoot, guys, I'll be right back. Let's take a quick, I need a comfort break. We have smoke in our area. I need to make sure that we do not have a fire. Matt, I don't have the fire radio on. Y'all, I'll be right back. Miss Diane, you can dance along with everybody else. We're getting some phone calls. Is that too loud? Okay, guys, we're fine. We are having record winds here. It's winds have been about 50, so gusting up to 50 miles an hour, and have been gusting up to 50 miles an hour. And it is very, very dusty. It almost looks like a fire outside. Can you reach the radio over there, just in case? The wind is high. You'll see the Firecom radio right there in the corner. Yeah, I just can't reach it. I can't get up on that foot. That foot hurts so bad, y'all. I just want to cry every time I get up on it. I have my fire radio on just in case. You hear it go off, don't panic, y'all. Okay, so what's happening with him is that there is a huge discrepancy over the qualifications of this guy. I think Anti-Bev is going to let both Russell and Tim in and let it play out however it's going to play out. But honestly, anybody worth their salt and weight with any kind of brain will realize the difference between her and this guy. Just because this guy does dog behavior doesn't make him an expert on dog fights. Now, they said they found the original Chloe. I don't know if they have. And they haven't. That was the other thing the defense is saying. How do we know this is the original dog? What verification do you have? So this Crosby has gotten the dog anesthetized. Then they took a license and made a mold, and then they compared it to the pictures. And the defense is arguing that that's too linear. It's linear. The skin is still, that's flat, and the skin doesn't move. Punctures don't cave. When you puncture yourself, your skin caves. Let me get right to you. Like this. And when you poke yourself, your skin comes down. And then when it doesn't do that anymore, you get a hole. But the bite is this way. It's moving. You cannot match a stationary to a non-stationary item. I know I stopped the music. I did. I'm sorry. I forget. So anyway, so they're arguing the validity of this guy's reports because he's trying to compare a linear, non-moving object to a live, movable, malleable dog. And the other thing is that they didn't test the dog the dog should have been tested immediately for human DNA. There's a lot of things that they could have done, but the problem is that the dog was not there, and the dog surprisingly disappeared that night. All right, let's get off of that. Let's go over to the next. The next was the meteorologist, and they want to exclude Rob Gilman. He's a meteorologist, and they want him to come in to the court to explain how the ground was hard. It was frozen. It was hard.
Yeah.
That's how the wound on the back of the head of John O'Keefe happened. Well, let me tell you, I am not a meteorologist. I'm a storm chaser with some meteorology knowledge. Doesn't make me an expert on the ground. And that's something that they're arguing. The defense is arguing. The ground was hard as a rock. No, it wasn't. It literally was not equal to a rock. If you take that ground, you can put a shovel in it and dig it up. It may be hard. You may have to work at it, but a rock is pretty dang hard, and the ground was not as hard as a rock.
Really?
That is a non-scientific figure of speech, and that's what the defense is arguing. The other thing is he's not a genealogist. I mean, not a genealogist. He's not a geologist. He does not work and study the ground. He studies the air, the weather. I was hoping we would not have to spend days on end talking about the conditions of the weather in this case, like we did the first time around. But apparently they are going to continue to do that. So now the prosecution is fighting to get this witness in. The defense is fighting to keep the witness out. The witness, I'm really perplexed to see what the witness is going to bring to the table when it comes to the ground was hard as a rock. My theory is if John O'Keefe fell and hit his head on anything that night outside of a house and away from a gym or barbell or anything that some people are saying it was, I would think it would be more plausible, more believable if they were saying he fell and hit his head on the fire hydrant. They didn't even take any samples or swabs for DNA on that fire hydrant. They didn't do anything with the fire hydrant as far as evidence collecting. Dude, I would have put a plastic bag around that thing. I would have had the fire department remove that fire hydrant, change it for a new one, and take that one back to the lab and test the snot out of it. Because that's the only thing plausible that the head could have hit and caused the kind of wound that was on the back of the head in the area where he was found. I'm not talking about where he was unalived or close to unalived. The one theory is he was in a fight in the house and he was hit by a barbell or he was pushed back into the barbells. Something happened and there you go. Okay, so if that's the case, I mean, if I was an investigator and we got a hit on the back of the head like that, causing that kind of wound, I would look around and go, the closest thing is that fire hydrant. Let's take it. And take it, secure it, cover it, bag it, have them remove it. They can do so with the bag on it and get it out of there and replace that thing and do that. But they didn't do that. Commonwealth's motion sanctions onto the defense. Protective orders. Rule number 48 was violated. The defense disclosed to the public against the judge's protective order. Ask for sanctions. Defense violated other sanctions as well, but not they were others, but this was the main one. Created an argument why it was important. So what they're arguing is this. The defense, Miss Little, put out there that Trooper didn't watch Proctor. Let's see, Trooper did not watch the closing arguments. Okay. Last trial, Trooper Proctor told people he did not watch the closing arguments. He didn't want to see the shit show, meaning he'd been watching the trial prior to that day and decided not to watch the trial closing arguments. That is something that they learned and they believed to be true. The defense wanted to get information to the public as to taint them for the jury pool. Commonwealth turned over 3 times protective order. So they said 3 times they broke the order. History of the defense and the discriminatory information within 24 hours went nationally on all media formats. So I'm cutting through some of the chase here.
Go right ahead.
Okay. So the biggest thing about that is that they're saying that there was a motion protective order about certain information and that the defense was giving out that information. Karen Reed did an interview with her lawyer. They said that they were saying things there they weren't supposed to. Now, the defense is saying they're accusing everyone in this house of the prosecution also said that the defense was accusing everybody in the house of being a part of this crime. They're attacking the witnesses' credibility. They're attacking the witnesses publicly so they can taint the jury. He said he trampled all over the rule on January 18th of 24 when they talked about Morrissey as a target for federal investigation. Comment made by Yannetti. Court TV with Karen Reed. They were saying some of the same stuff. They were not happy about this. They listed a bunch of names in the case that they felt were involved in the cases, all of the troopers. They also, from all proceedings from here, they want them to, between now, this is the defense, prosecution wants the defense to be gag ordered between now and the date of trial, except for Miss Reed. Now, Yannetti gets up there and says, he didn't file a motion of impoundment, which he should have. That was an oversight on his part. The defendant intended to did not intend to disregard the protective order. He called ADA Brennan when he realized that there was a minor slip up. It's basically splitting hairs on the dates is basically what this is. So he's saying that it protected the privacy, the safety, and the establishment on the proceedings. They're saying that all of this stuff, they need to slap sanctions on the defense's team. He also alleges that once again, they admitted to a minor oversight infraction, which is not a huge deal in a lot of cases, but he's grasping at straw, he meaning the prosecution, Brennan, so he's fighting for everything he can. Allegations that the feds investigation directed, Miss Little had said something about that. Brennan received a letter on 1/30/25. So both the prosecution and the defense received a letter on 1/30/25 from the first assistant DA, federal investigator, whoever, saying at that moment there was an ongoing investigation. Miss Little then shortly after that stated that fact, and that pissed off the prosecution. Then, where did my notes go? Mr. Brennan knew of this because he received the letter on 1/30, and then on 2/18 in a court statement it was said, and they're upset about that. Then shortly after all of that, then it was rumored to say that the federal investigation has closed against the Canton PD. They're saying that Miss Little violated the sanctions because she was saying things publicly. He's just pissing his moaning at this point. The new motioned for the scheduling order. They didn't really decide anything on that. They're going to talk about it Friday. I think it's 11 a.m. We're going to be back in court. I will validate that time. They were going back and forth. I think we have a new communication with me. What do we have? June, I have the attached on the denial order on Donna Adelson. Hopefully I'm going, okay, yes, you did do it correctly. Thank you so much, June. We will pop this up and read it together. Yes, we shall read this together wherever we go, through thick and through thin. Okay. Oh, let me see how this is. Let me get this up. Yes, ma'am.
My ex just told
Huh?
my
I
ex.
can't hear you. Now I can hear you. What?
My ex just told me he thinks I need to hurry up. And I said, why? He said, because I just do. I said, why? He says, because I think you do. Like his opinion means a lot to me.
I would say, I think you need to hurry up and get the hell out of my house.
You got it right. And I'm thinking, will you pay me what she pays me? Maybe I'll think about your opinion.
Well, I don't pay you.
Well, hey, in a roundabout way, you do.
Oh, that's right. I do pay you.
Yes, you do, darling.
We have until December 25th. No, I'm
That's
graduating in December, and then I'm going to go straight into master's program.
right. And that's why nobody around here complains about what time I spend with you.
They can't.
They can't.
You don't really spend that much lately. You know that, right?
Really working on that.
You don't spend enough time with me, honey, and I'm getting jealous. And you start getting possession.
That's why I am working on it.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna read this.
Go ahead.
Hands break. I'm giving her a hands break. And I'm trying to make sure this is all good and go for everybody to read. Yes, it is. Order denying the defendant's motion to suppress. The cause comes before the court and defendant's motion to suppress file with the clerk on February 10th of 2025. And this is in the Donald Adelson case. The court, having considered the motion and evidence admitted during February 26, 25 hearing, the argument of the parties, defendant supplemental memorandum of law, the court filed, and being otherwise fully advised in the premise, finds and adjudges the following. Thank you again, June. This did just come down and you did it perfectly right. Thank you so much, beloved. Background. On November 7th, 23, the defendant received a phone call from Leon County Jail to her cellular phone while she was at home in her apartment. The caller was her son, Charles Adelson. At that time, Charles Adelson was an inmate at the Leon County Jail, incarcerated there since his arrest in April 21st of 22. One day prior to the phone call at issue, Charles Adelson was convicted of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. I'm already in it long enough. The solicitation to commit murder before being permitted to speak with her son. I love how they're going in bold here. They're changing the font size. The defendant was required to acknowledge the following, and it helps my reading when I do that a lot. Following message and consented to its terms of message and close. Hello. Oh, I got to do it. Why not? I got to do it.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from Charlie, an incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and the following facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to the recorded call, press 1. To repeat, thank you for using Securus. You may start your conversation now.
Okay. You're doing great, June. See Defense Exhibit 2, State Exhibit 4. The preamble of this standard notification advising individuals who receive a call from the Leon County Jail. We have a Leon Valley County Jail around us, and the calls will be recorded. Thus, to speak with a Leon County Jail inmate through this phone system, the non-inmate must give consent to be recorded. And Diane, were you trying to talk to me?
No.
Okay, I'll mute you again. Must be consent to be recorded. And we talked about this. I have personal experience in this area. Unfortunately, I do, but I told you this was not going to get passed, and I told you that this was going to be a failed motion on their behalf. Okay, the defendant concedes when she was informed of this notification when she consented to speak with her son in the recorded line. Approximately 8 minutes into the phone call, Charles Adelson was disconnected, leaving only the defendant's phone being recorded by Securus phone system. At that point, the defendant says, "Can you hear me?"
Okay.
Charlie.
I got to talk to you now. I got to run, do an errand. As soon as I get it, take me about half hour. I'll be back.
Bye. So let me get back on there. Let me get the page back. I love that woman. Approximately 8 minutes into the phone call, Charlie Adelson was disconnected, leaving the defendant's phone being recorded by the Securus phone system. At that point, she said, "Can you hear me?" Charlie, "Shit, you can't hear me again, right?" Charlie, "Can you hear me?" "I'm sorry." Fourth time that they cut the line each time. See Defendant's Exhibit 2, State Exhibit 5. She began a lengthy conversation with other people who were inside the home. Given the defendant was conversing with people other than her son, referring to her son as he and him, while talking about him, a revealing fact she did not have the heart to tell him. The court is convinced defendant subsequently believed their shared phone call had been ended and any ensuing conversation private. See Defense Exhibit 2, State Exhibit 4. Preamble. Thank you. Subsequently, over the next 15 minutes, the defense alluded to committing self-harm. Professed she was looking for countries that did not have extradition agreements with the United States, wondered if Vietnam had an extradition agreement with the United States, and spoke about a conversation she had with her daughter, Wendy Adelson, about giving her papers and wills. See Defense Exhibit 2, Exhibit 5. State Exhibit 5. Eventually, someone other than the defendant realized the phone had not yet ended, and they ended the call. It was only at this point that the phone call terminated and the recording stopped. Investigator Jason Newland testified this. Those people were her husband, her attorney for her estate planning, Susan Brotman, and Miss Brotman's husband, Richard Scargan, I guess. Defendant testified that Mr. Scargan, I guess, is not an attorney. Well, there you go. Anything you say now in the presence of your attorney is no longer client attorney privilege, because you were the other person outside of the client and the attorney was present. So none of what she said is privileged. While the issue of privilege is not raised, though, in this motion, a recognized privilege can be waived by voluntary disclosure or consent. And that's true. Standard protocol for the phone call or originating from the Leon County Jail. The defendant argues it was unlawfully warrantless interception or recorded her conversation after Charlie Adelson was disconnected because she believed the phone call recording had ended. Analysis in weird yellow. I hate that. Yellow is just not a color I can read. Before trial will be considered the merits of the Fourth Amendment motion to suppress. The defendant must first establish a factual basis justifying his or her claim to have possessed a Fourth Amendment right at the time of the alleged invasion. Regarding oral communication, for oral communication to be protected under the section 934.03, the speaker must have an actual subjective expectation of privacy, along with a social, I can't even read that word. It's all bleeding together, including a recognition that the expectation is reasonable. It's not that I can't say it. I don't have my other glasses on, and these don't work in the way they do. According to the successfully claimed protection afforded by the Fourth Amendment, the defendant must demonstrate that he or she personally has expectations of privacy, and that this expectation is reasonable. State versus Washington 884. Okay, you went off and nothing else. Okay. Defendant argues in her written motion that the state bears the burden of justifying its alleged warrantless interception and moves to suppress the oral communication she uttered after Charlie Adelson was disconnected from the phone. However, the written motion misstated the burden of proof because a Fourth Amendment search does not occur even when, I lost it, even when the explicitly protected location of a house is concerned unless the individual manifests a subject expectation of privacy in the object of the challenge search and society is willing to recognize that expectation as reasonable. A lot of big words for saying you didn't hang up your phone. It's reasonable that it was recorded. You got to hang up your phone for the recording to stop. It doesn't matter if you're in your home or if you're in public. Doesn't matter where you are. And this is a lesson we all need to learn. Do not assume that things are not being recorded, because they can be recorded, even phone calls to doctors or whatever. Always hang up your phone before talking anything personal. As a result, or something you don't want them to know or have recorded. As a result, it is the defendant who must first establish a search occurred within the meaning of the Fourth Amendment. A search was not occurred during the Fourth Amendment. She agreed to the rights of the recording when she continued the phone call. She was warned and told to hang up or to end the call if she did not wish to be recorded. She consented to the recording by continuing the call. To support the suppression of the communication under the wiretap law, which they were not wiretapping, the person who made the statement must show more than a subjective expectation of privacy. The person who made the statement must show more than a subjective expectation of privacy, i.e., I'm in my doctor's office. That's private. You can't record that. They must show they have reasonable expectation of privacy under the circumstances, which depends on one's actual subjective expectation of privacy, as well as under society prepared to recognize the expectation as a reasonable. Smiley. What the heck is that? What a name for a case. 2279 SO3D at 264, emphasis added. Because the court concluded defendant did subjectively, I can't highlight, it won't let me, expect that her conversation was private, this motion turns on whether society is prepared or willing to recognize such subjective expectation as reasonable. So she's in her home. That's the privacy. But is it reasonable under the situation? Here we go. After conducting a thorough analysis, the court has determined defendant's conversation did not constitute the unlawful interception of an oral communication under Section 934.06. Florida statute, reasonable security measures in Leon County Jail. To ascertain whether society is prepared or willing to recognize defendant's subject expectation of privacy as reasonable, which we do not, the court begins with well-established principle that citizens are guaranteed a reasonable expectation of privacy in their own home. Yes, we are. But she broke that when she called the jail and continued a phone call that was being recorded. That was done on her behalf. The court also recognizes that jails and correctional facilities have a strong interest in preserving and maintaining their security. The interception of calls from inmates and non-inmates does not violate privacy rights of the non-inmates. The prison that my sister is, her address is Smiley Road. Oh my God. Prison on Smiley Road. ... Case cited that one, Jackson did not have a legitimate, reasonable expectation of privacy in her subjective expectation was reasonable. Let's look at the footnote. At the hearing, defendant conceded that she bears an initial burden of establishing the subjective expectation of privacy that the society is prepared to recognize as reasonable. Following the court's finding, the defendants established a subjective expectation of privacy. The court remarked that the burden shifted to the state to establish society would not recognize her expectation as reasonable. Upon further review of the relevant proceeding, the court concludes the defendant also bears the burden of establishing society would be willing or prepared to recognize. Emphasis added. Her subject expectation is reasonable. Court cited both parties were permitted to argue the issue whether subjective expectation of privacy was reasonable during the hearing. So let's go back up here. Privacy in a phone call that was placed while incarcerated after receiving warning that the call was being recorded. It's just like all the crap that Sementilli did with Baker, over the phone. And it says, this call is being recorded. Every 2 or 3 minutes, they're talking about stuff in code. This call is being recorded. She knew it was recorded. The phone call was placed while incarcerated after receiving warning. The phone call was recorded. The interest in institutional security allows jailhouses conversations to be monitored. In addition, it does not matter if the call is made to a non-inmate home. Nor do we find merit in Willoughby's contention that his own privacy rights were entitled to greater protection than those of Quentin because he received. Okay, this was cited. All right, y'all. Thus, the defense relinquished her reasonable expectations. Boy, I had this nailed. Of privacy when she answered her phone and consented to speak with her son. Defense argues she regained a reasonable expectation of privacy previously relinquished through the consent once her son was disconnected, but she did not actually terminate the phone call from her end. During the hearing, the state, and I'm emphasizing what's put in bold or bigger font, contended that the primary base for denying the defendant's motion was suppressed was that it did not intentionally record the defendant's conversation. The court disagrees. The Leon County intentionally utilizes technology developed by company Securus that, by design, continues to record conversation between inmates and call recipients in both parties until both parties disconnect. And that is true. Even if I disconnect from my ex-husband and he's talking, it's still going to record. And they know that. But what a lot of people don't know is if his phone disconnects or he hangs up and I'm still on the phone, if he hangs up and I go, shit, you sorry son of a whatever, until I hang up my phone, that's on the recording. If the decision to record prior to inmates disconnect is intentional, the state's argument concedes that it stands to reason the decision to record after the inmate is disconnected is also intentional. It is, because sometimes things are said like here. However, in determining whether the expectation of privacy is reasonable, court should examine the location and the conversation, the type of communication at issue, and the manner in which the communication was made. State versus Caraballo. Blah, 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 blah. Although the location of the defendant's conversation occurred within her home and her son was disconnected, the fact remains she consented to receiving a phone call from a jail facility. The state also argues the defendant did not have reasonable expectation of privacy, arguing that as a reasonable expectation of privacy only began once a person actually hangs up the phone, meaning she hangs up her phone. Once she hangs up her phone, it doesn't matter if the inmate's on the line or not. That's when her privacy begins. The type of manner of the communications are also quite different from ordinary phone calls. This phone call, 1, began with a message stating it was not private. 2, required acknowledgement that it was being recorded by pressing a button. 3, required consent to proceed, and 4, utilized third-party technology to facilitate the recording between the inmate and non-inmate. I actually had to use a recording against my husband when he accused me of screaming and yelling. And I said, my attorney got a copy of the recording. He goes, you're elevated. You're not happy, but you're not being unreasonable. And I'm like, see, so that's how I know a lot about this stuff. Even if the modern cell phone device typically terminates a call when one party is disconnected, as a defendant stresses, communication from jails or correctional facilities have unique institutional safety concerns that are not at issue in common communication between non inmates. Thus, the defendant subject to expectation was built on a false assumption. And when you assume something, you make an ass out of you and me. That drops the calls involving the Leon County Jail, having the same results as drop call involving at least one cellular phone. The assumption is unreasonably given the concerns correctional institution and jails encounter. For example, the Federal Court of Appeals has remarked that the Bureau of Federal Prisons should be federal prisons. The Bureau of Prisons recording system and the random live monitoring of the telephone conversation has assisted in the detection of escape plans, schemes of smuggling controlled substances into the facility, inmates' identification of another inmate as an informant to the government witness protection program. There are no plausible reasons why Leon County should not be afforded difference in how it uses a recording system to safeguard against similar security concerns, including to continue record an inmate phone call until both parties have disconnected the phone. Well, I guess you learned now, didn't you, boo? At this point, the defendant's hearing testimony was inconsistent, where she acknowledged a brief belief that the calls from Leon County and whenever the inmate is disconnected, while also admitting she hung up her phone each time for Charles Adelson was previously disconnected before November 7th of 23. Whether the defendant forgot to hang up her phone or assumed it was unnecessary, society would be unwilling to recognize her expectation of privacy was reasonable under either circumstance. So footnote. So let me go back to the previous sentence. Prison officials must be free to take appropriate actions to ensure the safety of inmates and correctional personnel and prevent escape or unauthorized entry. Accordingly, we have held that even when an institutional restriction infringes a specific constitutional guarantee, the practice must be evaluated in the light of the central objection of prison administration, safeguards, and institutional security. Yep. Security risks do not displace when only an inmate disconnects the phone call. In the ever-evolving technology world, inmates and non-inmates can exploit loopholes and circumvent institutional safeguards. Some inmates invade or break the rules to restricting their privileges. For example, department telephone security vendors can detect three-way calls attempts by the clicking noise that occurs when a call is transferred. Guess what? It's getting harder and harder for them to do that. And you notice that because in Saren Boone and in this trial, there have been three-way, in the Sementilli trial, there have been three-way phone calls that have taken quite a long time for them to catch on. Can be transferred, but inmates will blow into their receiver when transferring a call to mask the clicking noise. Yes, there's different things you can do. I got something on my face. I didn't know it. And as federal courts have opined, it is difficult to imagine that the consideration that justifies monitoring recording of a prisoner's utterances could somehow not apply to the other end of the telephone. The rights of the free person may well at times be implicated and stand or fall with the rights of the prisoner. That is true. When you go into a prison, you no longer have 100% of your rights. When you go visit an inmate, you give up certain rights. For example, you are visiting an inmate, that thing goes on lockdown, you no longer have a right to leave. You have to stay as long as that lockdown is in place, or they can release you. A lot of people don't understand that. A lot of people think, that is a circumvention of right. Charles Adelson was arrested on April 21st of 22. The proportion of his conversation defendant seeks to suppress occurred November 7th of 23. That period spans a difference of 565 days. Based on the sheer volume of calls between the defendant and Charles Adelson, she cannot reasonably claim to have been unfamiliar with how the Leon County Jail facilitates phone calls from inmates, and that's true. This asserts the subject expectation became less and less reasonable with each time she answered a phone call from Leon County Jail, consenting to the recorded calls until both parties are disconnected. She can't even claim it to be unfair when she transpire with with what transpires when a Leon County inmate phone call is disconnected, because she has heard and acknowledged on the November 7th, 2023 recording that her son had been disconnected for the fourth time. Defendant testifies her son was frequently disconnecting during the phone call he had made from the Leon County Jail. During these and other incidents, defendant answered she would ordinarily hang up the phone after he was disconnected, suggesting she realized she needed to hang up her phone to terminate the call. Reasonable. Thus, rather than expecting her phone would automatically disconnect, her own testimony reflects that she's aware the call from Leon County would continue unless and until she hung up her phone. Expecting an opposite result or outcome from what has taken place previously and repeatedly is an expectation society is unwilling and unprepared to recognize as reasonable. Yeah, I also talked about that because as much as we love our telephones, if you're talking to somebody and you suspect you're being recorded, hang up on your end. And when I told you when I talked to my ex, when we heard it, you had 1 minute left, I'd say our goodbyes, get the kids to say their goodbyes, and I hung up the phone call 90% of the time before it would disconnect. Even when it disconnects on the inmate's end, I knew that we would still be recorded, so you hang up the phone immediately. No delay, don't even breathe another word. Excuse me. A person who knowingly operates a device that is capable of inadvertently exposing his conversation to a third-party listener and fails to take a simple precautions to prevent such an exposure does not have a reasonable expectation of privacy with the respective statement that are exposed to an outsider by the inadvertent operation of that device. Citation U.S. versus Mongror. Any expectation of privacy in an outbound call from a person is not objectively reasonable, and the Fourth Amendment is therefore not triggered by the routine taping of such calls. Conclusion. For these reasons, the court cannot conclude society is prepared to recognize a reasonable defendant's subjective expectation of privacy in the November 7, 2023 call. The phone call was received from a jail and correctional facility with a valid interest in preserving security by continuing to record the call until both parties of the call have disconnected their phones. 2, the defendant subject to expectation was contrary to her own familiarity with the Leon County Jail phone technology, prior user-based knowledge, and 3, expecting the defendant outcome or opposite result from has repeatedly occurred intrinsically. It was unreasonable. It is ordered and adjudged that the defendant's motion to suppress is hereby denied. Done and ordered in Leon County, Florida, Monday, March 3rd, 2025 by Stephen S. Evett, Circuit Judge. Dun, 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 dun. We got through it. Okay, what are y'all's thoughts on that? I believe that she is definitely, yep. She's definitely going to struggle with this one. And the fact that this is going to come into trial. Wait, where's this at? Shooting lockdown. Where? Oh no. I'm going to share this tab, but I know this I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble by this guy. So let me try and find the breaking news while that's on. We have another shooting. Uh, there we go. I don't have any sound on this one, so let me go back. Find another one. That down. So what do we have? A large police presence at the Lansdowne High School in Baltimore County. Sky team observes 11 both police vehicles and other emerging vehicles outside of the school. That's all we know at the moment. I'm going to try and get more information. Oh, that's horrible, y'all. We're having way too many of these. What do we know right now is under lockdown after report of a nearby shooting at a shopping center. Okay, the high school itself is fine. It was nearby shopping center. Baltimore County Police are responding to the 3800 block of Hollins Ferry Road and Lansdowne following a report of a shooting. The department said in the social media around 3:30. The report came after dismissal. The school immediately actively locked down protocol, contacted police according to a letter to the school community from Baltimore County School Superintendent. The school remains on lockdown after school and evening activities are canceled. The lockdown status is doors are locked, you can't get in. So apparently, oh, thank God it was not at the school itself. Okay, we are good. I'll get back over to this then. But they are locking down the school and they are hunting down the person who did the shooting. But I don't know any more details. I'm not seeing any more details. I'm cleaning up everything. Baltimore, Maryland. Baltimore, Maryland. It's in the shopping center across from the school. So thank God it was not at the school itself. Oh, praise you, Jesus. But I'm sending this to Toxic. I hope you're doing well, Toxic. I know you've had a hard time. Baltimore. I got it. I just have it. Sometimes my brain just takes a minute and I'm wearing glasses that don't have bifocals, that don't have what I need. And it's very difficult. It makes the reading even harder, y'all. But I'm happy that I had something that I can use in place of. But I will be happy to get my prescription glasses fixed and back. Eventually, I'm going to get the glasses like EDB. They're not going to be exactly the same. It's my glasses. It's the ones I have. I'm going to use these because I love this frame. I love the frame. And then I'm going to get those special lenses put in it. But it does cost hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars to do so. So we are now sitting at a break. And they were going to return at 1:30 their time. Of course, they're late as usual. It is 1:38 their time. And they have yet to return. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. We've had a nice viewer turnout. I appreciate you guys for joining. As always, please hit that thumb up. Let me refresh. If you hit the thumbs up and you put the word ILIKED, you will be entered into a drawing. What that gets you is a possibility of being in a drawing for the end of the month for a $50 gift card. I don't know why I'm not popping up. And then if you subscribed, you were a new subscriber and you subscribe and you put I sub, we got 14 likes. Come on, guys. I know a lot of you are liking and you're not even in the giveaway. Come on, we got 7 likes. If you are subbing for the first time, or you can only sub once, put if you sub, put I sub. If you shared, put I shared, all one word, and you will get extra entries into the drawing. All of you will be in those drawings. I liked is the only one that I break it down because there's so many videos. By the way, I hit a milestone. I hit a milestone, y'all. Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up. We now have 403 videos in less than a year on this channel. Yay, June! June, you did great, June. We have hit 403 videos. Yesterday we hit our 400th video. And I've done that all in less than a year. Really. I think officially, I was doing videos this time last year, but it wasn't an official channel. It was just playing around. I am marking my anniversaries from the month that we got monetized, which is August or July. I think we got monetized at the end of July. So August, or was it July or August we got monetized? I'll have to look. The banner is saying 1400. That's 2 o'clock. Well, they said 1:30. The judge does this all the time. And it drives me nuts. They say every day 1:30 and it's 2:30 before they return. That young man that I had on a while back, he is going to be coming in tonight. I got to clean up my studio. I've got all my sewing and everything everywhere. Got my coffee. I got to clean it up after my live. He's going to come in and he's going to do his first real podcast show. So I'm excited for him. So we have 8 likes and 5 shared. Come on, guys. We could have more than that. There's at least 8 watching there. And by the way, if you're on Facebook, you can comment on Facebook and I will see it here. And if you're on X, you too I think you can comment on X. I think so. Let me go try and see. No, I don't want to leave the stream. I'm going to go over here and check on it. Oh my God, there's so many memes and so many AIs with President and Trump and all these. I'm just over inundated with all the AI stuff. It's driving me crazy. Come. Can I open chat? I want to open chat. Where's chat? Is this too big? Let me see. Oh, I think that's where it is. Messages. Come on. There it is. Nope. Where's chat? I can't find chat. I don't know why I cannot find chat. I don't know. There it is. Okay, yay. Yay! Let's see if it works. So I chatted. I put a thing up there. I'm seeing if it pops up in my see if it'll pop up in my StreamYard. It should. It will be on the channel. Yes, it's TV time. Of course, I always realize about 3:30 here. You go to TV time. We'll see you later. Enjoy your TV show. They have another 20 minutes. By the way, thank God the weather has. Oh, I disconnected it. Never mind. Some people want to see me. Hey, hello. For those of you who don't know my setup, Barbara, thank you so much for liking. Yay, you're awesome. We appreciate it so very much. So we really have gone through the gamut today. We were started the day with Miss Karen Reed and went through all that. I still cannot believe how pissy and disciplinary tone that Miss Auntie Bev had this morning. She smacked the hands of the defense right off the bat. I almost said, bitch, please. Yes, I'm into it long enough. I can say it and get away with it. But my gosh, y'all, that to me was a interesting way to start. I thought, was it Mr. Jackson that came out first? I thought he did a great job. I think Brennan is going to have to be very careful and running in circles, and his attorney, his team of assistant DAs are going to have to be putting out the fire on his heels, because I think the defense, more than with Lally, are going to keep them on their toes. Although I'm very, very excited and anxious to see what they are going to bring forth in the trial that they didn't before. Oh, Alice? That was first. He was first. Sorry. Is it Al-Isi? Al-Isi? Once again, phonetically, because I know Auntie Bev has said it 5 different ways. Alisi, Alisi, Iesi. I don't know. She said it so many ways, so I'm struggling with it. And for those of you who are joining me for the first time, I'm severely dyslexic, and some of these things are very difficult. If you know anybody who's truly dyslexic and doesn't just say, "Oh, I'm dyslexic," you understand it. Alessi? Alessi! Oh, Alessi. Okay. Thank you again, Junior. Wonderful at that. Mr. Alessi came out and he was on fire, and he was banging that. Man, I thought we were in church and that pastor was banging the pulpit. He really was banging his fist on that pulpit at one point. I thought the judge was going to tell him, "Sir, we need to take a breath and calm down a little bit." I am gobsmacked over that. I thought it was awesome. Gotta delete that one. Oh yeah, I forgot. Hold on. Okay, guys, we have a challenge, goal challenge. Okay, there's a goal challenge. We get 5 super chats in the next 3 hours. Each one who participates will get 50 entries into the giveaway. You will get 50. I kid you not. I'll put you in 50 times. I have to put you in by hand 50 times. So it's copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste till you're there 50 times. Yeah, I know. I figured out how to do it without going crazy. But I have to hand enter everybody into that. I do it at the end of every day. So where are we with this trial? Perfect. Alessi. Cool. Hey, Leslie. All right. So where we were when we went to break, we actually had Christopher Austin, the co-conspirator, who did admit to puncturing the victim with a piece of metal one time, but held him while the other person, Baker, did the rest of the damage to the victim. This was getting a little graphic. This has got to be one of the most remorseful, repented perpetrators I've ever seen in my life. He was a kind of like a probation officers in the juvenile courts. He worked with the youth. He was apparently somewhat of a good man. And his uncle needed him to do this for a lot of money. And I guess, temptation for money got the best of him. But he didn't tell anybody about it. He didn't talk about it. He didn't write about it. He got married, went on with his life, and then got caught, and then got divorced, and is ending up with 16 to life for his testimony. He states that Miss Sementilli, Monica Sementilli, was very much involved in the unaliving of her husband, the planning. Thank you, June. Woohoo! You got 50 entries. We got to, if we get the goal, you just got 50 entries in support of the channel. Thank you so very much. You guys have no idea how much these help. You really don't. It's very difficult. My internet bill is almost $300. I kid you not. And unfortunately, when you are in a business or place that has a business, and you want internet in that place that has a business and is not scheduled or registered, not what's the word I'm looking at? Zoned as a home, your internet more than doubles. I'm sorry you're not feeling well, Yana. You be blessed. Thank you so much for your help today. As always, I do want to communicate with you a little bit. I'll try and do it tomorrow. I'll give you tonight to rest. Feel better, love. Take care. Prayers of healing. Anyway, so this guy, I mean, this is so hard for him. And I think in some ways this may be harder than the actual incident itself. He really struggled looking at the door, just opening into the house. He was asked to look at pictures and he could barely just look up and kind of this. He was really struggling. What channel will your guest be on tonight? He will be on his channel. Let me get it. He is. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Let's read on the Pope condition released. Okay, let's see the Pope's condition and then I'll let you know. Pope Francis has not experienced any further respiratory crisis and remains in a stable but alert condition. Thank you, Jesus. But Texas faces a weather triple threat for the first time in nearly 20 years. Dangerous, potentially historic weather conditions are hitting Texas for the first time in nearly 20 years. Meteorologists warn of extreme fire in the Lone Star State. Yes, and I am on call. National Weather Service meteorologists are warning of extreme fire conditions across the nation amid low humidity, dry conditions, and strong winds. Over the weekend, hundreds of fires broke out across the Carolinas. Now, first of all, I want to say this. Fires don't just instantly pop up. Somebody has to do something stupid. Don't throw your cigarettes out the window. Do you know that most of the fires that are anywhere near highway are started by people throwing cigarettes out of a window? Number one, if your car backfires, please look behind you and make sure that there's not a fire behind you. I have seen that happen. All right, meteorologists are also now warning the people in Austin, Texas area of a potentially historic situation as a red flag warning. Strong winds, low humidity combined with create an ideal situation, rapid fire spread. That's us too, not just Austin. In fact, the winds are so strong that it looks like there's a fire going on because it's picked up all the dust and everything. It's almost looked like a dust bowl out there. I'm not kidding. What to know? Tuesday's forecast of the National Weather Services Office's services and Austin, San Antonio, and Central Texas have extreme fire weather. That'd be me. Conditions will persist through Tuesday night at 9 p.m. The concerned conditions including red flag, very strong gust of winds, and low humidity. The only saving grace at this point is that the temperatures aren't going to be exceptionally warm. Thank you, Jesus. Sustained winds up to 25 to 50 miles an hour are expected in some areas, with some gusts reaching 55 miles an hour. Dry fuel and present above normal throughout the hill country, according to the Texas A&M Forestry Service, which I got some of my training through them. Most recent U.S. drought monitor maps show that nearly 80% of Texas is experiencing abnormal dry conditions. More than 6% of the state is battling exceptional drought, which is the most severe drought classification. This exceptional drought is concentrated in western Texas. I'm on the cusp of. Much of East Texas is free from drought. Always. 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 East Texas barely ever has drought. They're too close to the Gulf. They get a lot of the stuff coming up off the Gulf, but we are in extreme drought and we are very dry. And here, I'll show you. This is what it looks like in Dallas. This is what it also looks like at my home. This is what it looks like. That's why my son thought we were actually having a fire nearby. Yes, I am. It is. But as a volunteer firefighter, I got to figure out where my boots are. I think they're in the closet. I got to go get my fire boots out. My fire gear is at the station, but my boots I think are at home. I won't walk with a hose, but I will ride the back of a truck and use a fire hose on the back of a truck. Yes, I am a volunteer firefighter. Hence the radio, hence the app. So if I ever say, guys, I'm bolting, fire, I'm out of here, I will literally just drop this live like a hot rock. Live in California, the smoke like that is eerie. Yes, so that is kind of what our conditions are right now. The problem is all of that's just dust blowing up. So, we also have people who love to camp, and a lot of times they think that because they don't have a fire on the ground, that it's in a tabletop kind of charcoal environment, that if it's on a table, it's safe to do. It is not safe to do. You shouldn't have any open flame outside right now. Period. End of discussion. Whether you're at home with a fire pit on asphalt, it doesn't matter, because an ember goes up and falls down in the neighboring yard and poof. My dog is alerting me. Good girl. Good girl.
Fire Department using one. Response to the 1600 block of First Street, 1600 block of First Street, down line. Time out at 15:57.
Shoot, we got a down line that's sparking fire at a house. Come here, Sensei. Good girl. Yes. She came over and alerted me to the fire. She comes up and she pops me on the leg and then looks at the direction of the sound. She's such a good girl. So many of you do not know, I have a service dog. She is a black lab. She is phenomenal. Let me see if I can. Let me do this. Let me get that on scene. Let me turn. Sensei, come here. Sensei, here. Up. Come here. Hi. Is everyone saying hi to you? Hi, baby. How's my little girl? Huh? You did such a good job. Thank you. Okay, go lay down. Place. Good job. She has a place on the opposite side of my desk. I have a computer between her and I. Oh, she doesn't dig. She was born and raised in the Guide Dogs for the Blind. She doesn't have those traits. She's a very small lab. She's only 45 pounds. But the good news is, so she is either under my desk or over I have another little table that's kind of, my desk is L shaped. Well, let me do this. It's so much easier. Behind this wall of computers here, right through here, there's this wall, and I have a table that runs along this wall. Um, and so she has a place under that table. I am thinking about setting up a critter cam, but I got to figure out why my other GoPro is not filming. And so as soon as I can get that set up, I'm going to put light underneath there and decorate a little bit and create a place where you can see the critters. Critter cam. Oh my gosh, come on, you guys. I know. Come on. I'm refreshing just to make sure. So anyway, so y'all please be careful and make sure that if you are in a dry zone and there is a no burn, please do not burn. Do not light a match. Do not light a match. Trees sway in Flower Mound, Texas to serve weather moves in severe. Yeah. We had some storms move through here. It's been a day of extremes here in Texas. Oh my gosh, a raspberry truffle cake. Oh my gosh, I got to stop. Why does food always hit me when I'm mentally hungry, not physically hungry? A lot of places are losing traffic lights. It is South Carolina, though. Oh my gosh, y'all. I'm going to share this. South Carolina, God love you. I have fought fires like this. Stay in the black. You're safe. Stay in the black. You're safe. Stay on the asphalt. You're safe. It's hot. It's uncomfortable. It's hard to breathe. Keep your windows rolled up.
To 50 years with my best friend.
Hate that. But I have been in situations like this, fighting fires in a truck. It is very uncomfortable. It is very hot. It is not fun. It is not nice. We are giving credit to Gabby via Story Fall. Thank you, Fox Weather. People in these homes need to be getting out of there. Yes, they do, because the embers are going to go across the street. If you can see them dropping in the grass right there, all those are embers that are just dropping and starting fires. Unfortunately, these people seem a little stuck. Back up, turn around, pull into somebody's front yard and turn around on the left. The left side had houses, apparently. So it is horrible. And oh, wait. There's a fireman.
Record this.
Go fireman. Where did he go? I thought they showed him. Go fireman. There he is. Go fireman. You guys, if you have volunteer firefighters, I will tell you, paid firefighters are wonderful. Don't knock you. Y'all are fabulous. I utmost of respect. But do you know what? A lot of your volunteer firefighters get no respect. Don't get very much thank yous or that a boy. So if you know anybody, anybody that's a volunteer, give them a free Coke or a meal, or say thank you. Do something to show some appreciation, because they don't get paid and they go through a lot of training that the paid people go through. We have a lot of training. I have gone through wildland firefighting school, learned how to fight wildland. I'm gone through training for first responder. I have 23 FEMA courses under my belt, certifications, which is a lot. A lot. And so we are always training. We always, once every so many weeks, we have a training. It is just a lot of work and a lot of training, and they don't get a single dime for it. Once again, for those who have not heard, Dolly Parton's husband has passed away at the age of 82. I believe she was with him at the time of his passing. She released a statement. They were married 60 years. That is awesome as far as the number of years. They had a very unconventional relationship, which is true, but my heart goes out to her. Losing a spouse is never easy. Never easy. New Orleans is celebrating Mardi Gras Day. Mardi Gras, y'all go. I mean, I've been to Mardi Gras once as a child when we lived in Nolens, and I got to tell you, Mardi Gras has gotten insane. I don't know if I'd want to go there now. Everything gets more expensive. Everything is a lot more crazy. The parades are great. I love the parades. Well, I take it back. I was in New Nolens back in, was it 2095? One of those 2095, and I was with the Sweet Adelines. We had our 50th anniversary conference in Nolens, and they had parades and stuff, and it was awesome. Enjoyed that, but it was not Mardi Gras, thank God. Grass fires have ignited in south of San Antonio today. If you live on the south side of San Antonio, please be careful. I just got the alert across here, so be careful.
On the record, Mr. Sementilli, defendant is present.
We are
All
now
counsel present,
returned.
jury, and all counsel present. Good afternoon. Mr. Austin is still under oath. People may continue.
Thank you.
I shall return.
When we broke before lunch, we were just talking about the point when you and Mr. Baker went through that kitchen door, patio door onto the patio. Instead of 8 on the screen then. Just to go back, did you see, can you tell from here, where the victim was sitting when we first saw him?
I know he was sitting in a chair facing the door.
So there's 2 chairs on the right side, one of those 2 chairs, do you believe?
Yes.
Okay, and he was facing the front door?
Yeah. Well, the patio door.
All right. Now, here's another angle, and this is Exhibit 8. It's got a page 8 in the bottom left corner. This is the door that leads to the kitchen, correct?
That is correct.
And you both came through that door. You were behind Baker?
Yes.
Now, I do have to ask you to walk through what happened when you came through that door.
Baker had covered his mouth
I'm having what's left of my lunch.
and started stabbing him, and I had covered his eyes. And I stabbed him once.
Did Baker say anything during all of this?
No.
And did you see where Baker was stabbing him?
He just started in like the mid area and everywhere. I closed my eyes after. I had closed my eyes after he started stabbing him. After I stabbed him once, and then I pulled the knife out, and then he started running toward the house.
So you recall that you stabbed him one time. Where was that at on his body?
And
Thank you, June.
on the neck.
I was thinking about that.
He's still seated in the chair.
Yes.
Did he ever get up from the chair that you recall while this was going on?
No.
Is it fair to say it happened quickly?
Yes.
Now, were you simultaneously, your stab was occurring at the same time that Baker was stabbing him?
Yes.
Could you tell where on the body Baker was stabbing him?
Mid area, neck area. Then he went lower. Like I said, I closed my eyes. I didn't really see a whole lot.
Did you ever hear the victim, Fabio, say anything?
No.
During the entire episode, when you're outside on the patio, did Baker say anything to you once you're already on the patio and you were stabbing the victim?
No.
Baker ran back into the same door, is that correct?
Yes.
And then did you follow him in there?
Yes.
What happened immediately after the stabbing?
He told me to go. He told me to go in the garage.
Did you know how to get to the garage?
Yeah.
How did you know how to get to the garage?
It's the layout of the house.
Is that from your last time that you've been in the house, you knew where the garage was?
Well, when we came through the front door, we passed the garage.
Okay, so you knew where the garage was.
Yes.
Did you go straight from the patio then to the garage?
Yes.
Exhibit 7, page 14. There's 2 photographs here. Is that the garage that you went into?
Yes.
Now, when you said go to the garage, did you know why you were going to the garage?
Yes.
Why?
Because prior to going up there, he said that he just bought a brand new Porsche. This is, again, before I even got on the plane. So he knew that there was a car going to be in the garage.
So before you ever came to LA on January 22nd, 2017, Baker told you that the victim, Fabio, had a new Porsche?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any other conversation about this Porsche before you came to LA, other than the fact that Fabio bought a new Porsche?
He asked me if I could drive stick.
When did he ask you that?
On the phone in December, I think.
Was the plan then for you, before you went to the house, was the plan then for you to drive the victim's car out of the house?
At one point.
At what point was that the plan? If you know.
I don't remember. But I do know he was like, "Can you drive stick?" Which gave me the assumption that he wanted me to drive. But I didn't. I was like, no.
Okay, so this is in the early stages in December 2016, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now during that time frame though,
I apologize. I apologize.
during that time frame though, you didn't have
He is so polite.
a plan where this murder was even going to be committed.
No.
Okay, but at that time frame, he still asked you if you could drive a stick.
Yes.
When you're going up to the house to commit this murder on January 23rd, 2017, did you know that day that you're going to the house that the plan was to leave in the victim's car?
Yes.
How did you know that?
Baker told me prior to putting me in the trunk. He let me know that he's home by himself, and so the car should be in the garage. The car that he had mentioned in December. And then when we got, like I said, prior to putting me in the trunk, he's telling me all this and said, just get in the car. After the event took place, he said, get in the car. So in my mind, he was planning to drive out of there.
Did he tell you, and when you say get in the car, you're now talking about the Porsche?
Yes.
Okay. Did he tell you that day on the 23rd, you're going up the hill to the house? There's been a conversation about the Porsche. Did he tell you anything about the fact that you're going to drive the Porsche away or where the keys were, anything of that nature?
No, but he seemed to know where everything was.
Your Honor, I'm going to that be stricken speculation.
Stricken.
Did he tell you if he knew where the keys would be?
No.
Now, prior to going to the house, did he ever talk to you about a safe?
Yes.
What did he tell you about a safe?
He said that they have a safe and that I'm going to get her to give me the code to the safe or leave it open. That's what I remember hearing.
Okay. And when he was referring to her, who did he say he was talking about?
The defendant.
That he was going to get her to give the code to him or leave it open?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what was kept in the safe? Were you ever told?
No. No, I was told. I was told that he collects things. So he
Who
also
told you
said
that?
Baker told me that. He also said that you got to make it look like a robbery.
Baker told you that.
Yes.
And when did he tell you that?
When he got in the car, actually. And a little bit prior.
Now, we've talked about two cars. When you got in the car to go to the location or when you're about to leave after the murder? Which car are you talking about?
That
Thank you
came
so
up
much, Jim.
on the way, and then when he got in the car with a pillowcase, he began to make it look like a robbery.
Okay. So after the stabbing, you went straight to the garage. Did you get in the car?
I got in the car.
And the photo you're looking at up on the exhibit 7, was the Porsche parked in that garage?
Yes,
Do you recall, was it parked facing in, like facing the door to the house, or was it parked facing out?
I was backed into the garage.
Did you go straight to the car and get in?
Yes,
And where did you get in within the car?
the passenger side.
Do you know where, at that moment when you went straight to the car, do you know where Rob Baker went?
Through the house.
And how do you know that? Did you see him?
I didn't see him, but I had heard something, so I assumed he was rummaging through the house, looking for something.
Ransacking.
Stricken?
Did you hear something, or did you hear Rob inside the house?
I heard commotion inside the house.
What kind of commotion are you talking about?
Didn't say. I went from the patio through the kitchen straight to the garage.
When you said you heard commotion, are you able to articulate what you heard?
I heard rummaging as I entered the kitchen.
And when you heard that, where was Rob at that time?
I do not know. I did not look for him.
When you were sitting in the car, how long was Rob inside the house while you were waiting in the car?
Maybe 2 to 5 minutes.
And then he came out to the car?
Yes.
What did you see him do when he came out to the garage?
He went somewhere in the garage and pulled something off of a wall and put it in a pillowcase.
Okay, on exhibit 7, it's up on the screen right now, which had a left page number 14. There's a white cabinet type thing right beside the door that leads into the garage. Did you see him in that area at all?
Yeah,
And did you see him take something from on top of that area?
he did, and put it in the pillowcase.
Did you see what the item was?
No, I did not.
Did he tell you what it was?
No, he did not.
When you talk about a pillowcase, was this a pillowcase that you had seen before, or was this the first time seeing a pillowcase?
First time seeing a pillowcase.
Did you see anything else that he had with him?
Everything was in the pillowcase. He didn't have anything else in his hand other than keys.
He had keys?
He had keys.
Were they keys to the Porsche?
Yes.
The item that he put in the pillowcase, could you see the shape of it?
It was square-ish, rectangle, like a box.
All right. Did you ask him what it was?
I did not.
I think he was ready to get the
Did he
hell
tell
out
you
of
what it
here.
was?
He did not.
He gets in the car at the pillowcase. Do you know any of the other items inside the pillowcase?
No.
Then what happened after that?
He put my head down.
How did he put your head down?
He put his hand on my shoulder, then moved up to my head and put my head all the way down in between my legs.
Did he tell you why he was putting your head down?
No, he did not.
You're still in the garage. Was the garage door at this time, when you're waiting in the car before you pulled out, was it open or was it closed?
It was closed.
Did you see him at any point turn off the electrical panel or switch it off?
I heard it
You heard the noise of what?
of a circuit box. Click, click, click.
Do you know where, or did you see him go anywhere near a circuit box?
He went toward the side of the wall after he got off. After he moved from behind the car. He went from behind the car to the side of the wall of the garage, and then got in the car.
The side of the wall in the
No,
garage?
I'm sorry. The side of the wall of the garage, then pulled the emergency garage door opener, then got in the car.
Okay, when you said the side of the garage, you're talking about the left side or the right side?
The right side.
Over here?
Yes,
You're going on that side? Okay. And then you saw him pull the manual garage door opener?
I did.
Is that what's in 7? hanging down from the ceiling right above where the Porsche would have been parked?
Yes.
Okay. Did the garage door, was he able to get the garage door open?
Yes.
Then what happened after that?
He started the car and drove out of the driveway. And once he hit the street, he told me to put my head down in between my legs. And then I heard him say shit. And then he just kept driving. Everything was quiet. Once we got down to a light, he slowed down and he drove straight, turned left, handed me a few things, he said, throw us out the window. Then he parked and told me to get out.
What did he have you throw out the window?
Didn't look.
But
it was a set of keys. I do remember holding like a fob.
Do you recall throwing a key fob out the window?
I do.
But you don't know what that was to?
No.
What other objects do you recall throwing out the window?
Thank you, Toxic. Let me anchor my stitch.
Keys. It was a watch. It felt like I think it was a watch and like a card. It's a handful of items. And he said, throw it out the window. And I threw it out the window. And then he kicked me out of the car.
I'm sorry?
And then he kicked me out of the car.
Okay, did you ask him what those items were or where they came from that you're throwing out the window?
No, I did not.
Did you ask him why you're throwing them out the window?
He told me to get out the car, so I just got out of the car. So there was no time for questions.
So you didn't ask him?
I didn't ask him any questions.
Are you still within the neighborhood of this house at this point? Meaning within a few minutes of leaving this house?
Yes.
To your recollection, was it kind of a fairly large neighborhood?
Very.
But again, you don't know your way around there.
No.
When he turned off the circuit breakers, do you know why he turned off the circuit breakers?
That's for him.
Did Robert Baker tell you why he turned off the circuit breakers?
No, he did not.
Did you ask him why?
No, I did not.
We got some new documents. Thank you. We have some new documents that just dropped from the Karen Reed. No decisions, they're new motions. We will go over those at the end of the day. FYI, stick with us and we will go over those new motions at the end of the day. I have to give out another. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry about that, y'all. I have to give out a huge shout out to As the Gavel Drops. Thank you so much for your love and support and your constant kindness in making documents accessible as soon as they drop. You too can get these documents if you go over to As the Gavel Drops in Discord. Make sure you join, then validate your account. Then you too can have access to these documents. Once again, As the Gavel Drops at Discord. Thank you so much for all your kindness.
The car now. How far away are you from this residence approximately?
I got too many windows open. I'm going to have to dump some things.
Maybe a mile, whatever down the hill to the light, next to a grocery store, to an alley. So yeah, maybe like 0.5 miles.
When you got out of the car, did you recognize where you were?
No.
You heard him state shit while you're driving. Do you know what that was in reference to?
No, not until after.
Well, did you determine after what that was in reference to?
Yes.
What was that?
Sustained.
Did you come to learn later why Rob Baker stated shit? Did he tell you why he said that?
He told me later on the phone that his daughter came home.
The daughter.
Whose daughter came home?
He said his daughters came home. The victim's daughter came home.
And that was all Monica's plan.
Is that correct?
All
That is correct.
Is your head down the whole time as you're driving away from the residence?
Yes.
Were you able to see any cars that passed you?
No.
When you got dropped off then, did you have your burner phone with you on this day?
No.
And that's the burner phone he gave you the day before when you arrived at the airport, is that right?
That is right.
Why didn't you take it this time?
Told me not to.
Do you know if Baker had a phone with him?
I don't.
So when he dropped you off, he said, get out of the car. Where did Baker go?
I have no idea.
So what was the plan?
I have no idea.
So what happened?
Once I got out of the car, I just started running through a neighborhood, and I ran and ran and ran.
I'm
And I
surprised
realized
somebody
that I
didn't report him.
had a knife on me, and then I buried it, and then I ended up on the main street. And I kept running until I saw a bus stop, and I was getting ready to rest there, and then Baker pulled up in a different car, and I got in. And then he told me to put my head down again.
Did you have a discussion with Baker on where he was to find you once he told you to get out of the car?
No.
Do you know where he took that Porsche?
No, I do not.
How much time passed until Baker found you near this bus stop?
Well, maybe like almost
Could have been
10 minutes, past 5 minutes. I was running for a little while. No, about 5 minutes or so. It wasn't that long, but it felt like a very long time.
Do you remember any landmarks of where you got dropped out of the car or any landmarks of where you ran?
I remember I got dropped off by a tunnel that led into another neighborhood. And then I remember running and turning into the neighborhood, and I ran straight. Then I went down a dead end, and then I turned around, and I kept running straight again, turned right, and I kept going straight again until I turned to a left. As I'm running, I'm trying to figure out where the main road is. And once I figured out where the main road is, I turned left, and then I ended up on the main road.
Do you know what that main road is?
Might have been Monica.
Right? You talked about a tunnel. If I may mark as People's 250 and exhibit a Google Map photo of what appears to be a freeway with a tunnel. All right. 250? Do you recognize that as the tunnel that you just testified about?
Yes.
Now, in November, again, of 2024, were you shown this photo after you described it, and then identified at that time as the tunnel in that neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
So is that still fairly in a neighborhood, again, it's a big neighborhood where the Sementillis lived?
I would say so. After crossing a main street.
As far as burying the knife, where did you bury it?
In a bush by a pole somewhere.
Was it related to this tunnel at all?
What do you mean?
Was it in relation to the area right around this tunnel in 250?
Where I buried the knife?
Yes.
No, it was a little further after I got out and ran through that tunnel.
Now on February 26th, just last week, did you go out with some detectives from the Robbery Homicide Division, LAPD, in an attempt to try to locate the area where you had buried that knife 8 years ago?
I did.
Did you walk them through the best you can remember your path of travel to where you believe was the area where you buried it?
Yes.
Did they have it?
No.
What was different?
A couple of houses under construction. A couple of driveways were different.
Did you see the
It was
area?
high noon, so it wasn't the time of day either. So I think I didn't really remember anything.
Did you see the area where you believe the bushes had been where you had buried the knife? Were you able to locate that area?
The area itself?
Yes.
Yes, I believe I was, but I don't think the bushes are there anymore.
So did you find the knife?
No, ma'am.
Now, you also said that Baker then picked you up, minutes later, 5-10 minutes later, near a bus stop. How did you know to go to a bus stop? Why did you go to the bus stop?
Because I wanted to take a rest and get rid of my clothes.
When he told you to get out of the car, did you know how at that moment you were going to meet back up with Rob Baker?
I did not.
But he found you.
He found me.
When he came back, you said, I believe you said, was it approximately 10 minutes later?
Around that time, yes.
Okay. What was he driving at that time?
The rental he picked me up in.
My name Mark is Peoples 251, a photograph of a Nissan Versa note.
Very good.
Do you recognize that car?
I do,
How do you recognize that?
because that's the car he picked me up in.
Is this the same car that you went to the scene with when he put you in the trunk?
Yes,
And you'd parked that car somewhere in the neighborhood, you weren't sure where, before the murder, right?
yes.
Now, when
Well, it was at a grocery store, like prior, like I said. Yeah, in the back, in like a back parking lot area.
somewhat of a distance from the Sementilli house,
Yes, ma'am.
when he picked you up in that car, did he say anything about where the Porsche was?
No, he did not.
So what did you guys do next?
He told me to take off all my clothes. And I did so. And then I remember he dipped into a neighborhood and dumped them in a trash can. And then we drove back to his apartment.
When you say take off all my clothes, was that the sweatshirt?
Yes,
Was that the sweatpants?
yes.
And what about the tennis shoes or the shoes?
The shoes as well.
What did he do with his clothes?
He took all his clothes off too and threw them in the dumpster
And that was a dumpster within the neighborhood?
within some neighborhood.
Do you even know where you were at that point?
No,
Do you know if he dumped anything else in that dumpster?
I don't. I know he balled everything up to the best he could and just tossed it in the trash can.
What about that pillowcase that you said he came to the car with filled with some objects? Do you know what he did with that?
He might have balled that up with. I don't
This is
recall.
what you know. Did you see him take that pillowcase with those items out, including that rectangular object? Did you see him do anything with those items?
No,
Do you ever know what happened to the pillowcase full of items?
I do not.
At that point, did you go back to his apartment then?
Yes,
And is that the one on Independence?
that sounds familiar. Yes.
What happened when you got back to his apartment then? Did you form a new plan?
I remember saying I can't be here. He was like, "I'm gonna get you out of here. Where's all your stuff?" And then he took all my stuff downstairs. He said, "Don't leave. Like, don't come out of the room." And I didn't. And then he was downstairs for a while. And then he came back up and he gave me the keys to the rental. And he said, "Follow me to this restaurant. You're gonna park the car. And then you're gonna get in my car." And that's what happened.
So your understanding is he wanted you to drive the rental to a parking lot at a restaurant and leave it there?
Follow him there. Yes.
And what was he driving at that time?
I think he was driving his Expedition.
Did you end up doing that?
To some degree, I got pulled over.
Before that then, this is the 23rd. When was your flight originally booked to go back to Alaska?
The 24th?
The
I
next
believe.
day?
I think the next day.
Did you change that plan and decide to fly back early?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because I couldn't be there. Baker said, "I got to get you out of here." And I couldn't be there anymore.
As you're driving that Nissan Versa, you said, was he following you or you following him?
I was following him.
And you're going to a restaurant to leave this car somewhere.
Yes.
Do you know where that is in the valley?
No.
On the way, then you got stopped. Can you tell us about that?
I got pulled over for not wearing my seatbelt. I remember being nervous because of what had just taken place. And when I didn't have my driver's license, he pulled me out of the car and handcuffed me and put me in the back. Baker kept driving.
Do you know where you went?
Oh, the restaurant. I'm the restaurant.
I don't want you to assume. Did you see him go somewhere, or he just kept driving?
He kept driving. I didn't see him turn off anywhere. I know he kept driving.
If I may mark as People's 252 a citation detail in the name of Christopher Austin.
You may.
So did you recognize what's printed here? You got a citation then? They gave you a citation?
Yes.
Okay, and that was for a seatbelt, but they handcuffed you and put you in the back of a car, patrol car?
Yes.
Okay. What happened there? Did they talk to you about anything other than this citation?
Asked me where I live. I told him where I lived. He said, "This isn't your address here." And I said, "No, I used to live there. I don't live there anymore. I live in Alaska." And then he said, "Alaska, but I have you here." Well, he referenced the old address I had from record of being used to living here. And I was like, "That's an old address. I don't live here anymore." And then he started asking me about Alaska.
Okay. Nothing was brought up about what had just happened at the Sementilli house.
No, ma'am.
Okay. I do have a stipulation, if I may mark this as People's 253 and read it into the record regarding the traffic citation. And council, do stipulate on January 23rd, 2017, at approximately 5:45 p.m., Christopher Brooks Austin was driving a silver gray 2016 Nissan Versa Note, California license plate number 7PGB686, Los Angeles Police Department motorcycle officer Julio Umana, serial number 34674, initiated a traffic stop of the vehicle driven by Christopher Austin on Van Owen Street, west.
How does he feel that he let go? He pulled somebody over just on a live somebody. You never know.
Of DeSoto Avenue for California Vehicle Code violation 27315B1, driver operating the vehicle without a seatbelt. Officer Umana issued Christopher Austin citation number E261417 for violation 27315D1 of the California Vehicle Code. So
Receive.
not to go into detail, but that was a motorcycle cop who stopped you.
I got in the back of a police car.
So, do you recall other police cars showing up?
Might have, but I got in the back of one police car.
All right. Did you then meet up with Baker?
Yes.
Where did you go?
To the restaurant that he had told me to go to.
Did you tell him what happened?
Yes.
Do you know anything about what this restaurant was called, where it was?
I know it was a diner on the corner.
When you got to that, did you have a conversation with Baker?
After I got in the car.
His car?
His car.
And what did you talk about?
I told him I got pulled over.
Okay. What else did you talk about?
He said, "I'm going to take you to the airport." Well, first he said, "Don't worry about it. Just pay the ticket." He said, "Did you get a ticket?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Just pay the ticket. I'm going to take you to the airport." And we just drove to the bus station that takes you to the airport. He didn't drive me directly to the airport.
Okay. Was there a Van Nuys, were you in Van Nuys, a flyaway? Does that sound right?
That sounds right. Yes.
Did you take a shuttle then to the airport?
I did.
Did you talk to him before you left about what you were thinking or feeling about what had just happened?
I did. I told him, "I can't believe you had me do that. I'm never going to see you again." I said, And then he was like, "You're good. Like, you're still a good person." I was like, "I'm not a good person." He said, and then he's like, "Don't worry about it. She wanted him dead. It's done. Don't worry about it. You're still a good person." He couldn't convince me that I was.
And he doesn't convince himself
Did he
that he
give you
doesn't.
anything at this time?
Yeah, he stuffed a roll of coins in my pocket. He said, "Take this." He said, "This should be worth about 10,000."
When you say coins, what kind of coins?
They were gold coins.
Do you know where, did Baker tell you where he got those gold coins from?
I knew he got them from the safe.
Sustained. Strigan.
Okay. Did Baker tell you where he got those gold coins from?
He said he got them from the safe.
Do you know what safe? Did he say what safe he was talking about?
The victim's safe.
Did you take those gold coins?
I did.
And what did you end up ultimately doing with those gold coins?
I ended up cashing them out over time.
How much value were they worth ultimately, all of the coins?
About 6,000.
And what did you do with that money?
I paid debt.
Did you cash them out in Los Angeles or when you got back home in Alaska?
Alaska.
And these coins were given to you, how were they, loose? Or were they the kind like from the bank where they're rolled up in a roll?
They were in they were in a roll, a sleeve.
And he told you they were worth about 10,000?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? Okay.
Yes.
So after he gave you
Maybe
those
what they're
coins,
worth,
did you
but
take the
that's what he
shuttle
was
then
here
to
for it.
LAX?
I did.
Gold
So
price.
what did you do since your flight was actually for the next day?
I went to the ticket booth and just changed my flight to the next available flight to Alaska, and they changed it.
And you went personally to the ticket booth, Alaska Airlines, at the airport?
Yes.
Or the ticket counter?
Yes.
And they charged you for that?
I believe so.
Did you pay it or did Baker pay it?
I think I paid it, but Baker reimbursed me. He gave me money for it.
Did he reimburse you the same way with you would use his ATM and withdraw money from an account?
No, he gave me cash.
When did he give you that cash?
The same time he gave me the coins. He had a couple dollars on him. He said, "Here, take this, change your flight, and get out of here."
So you took a nighttime flight, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you landed back in Anchorage, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, when you got back to Anchorage, who picked you up at the airport?
My girlfriend picked me up at the airport.
Was that your now wife, Chloe?
Yes.
Okay. What about your phone that you had left? Did you get your phone back then?
I did.
Did you use your phone, make any calls to Baker?
No, I didn't use my phone. I used hers. I put my phone on the charger because it was dead.
So what did you use Chloe's phone for?
I used Chloe's phone to call Baker and let him know that I landed.
Was Chloe's number then the 907-401-01? All right.
That was poor coverage.
When you got back and Chloe picked you up, then did you tell her anything that happened?
No.
Did
Chloe, change your phone number, boo. If you haven't already, change your
the burner that you had been given by Baker when you landed on the 22nd, where was that burner phone?
Left with him.
At what point did you leave the burner phone with him?
Well, the day I didn't take it with me. So the day everything took place, he left it at his house.
Okay, so you never took it to the scene on the 23rd, correct?
No.
So you left that burner, you never saw that burner or used it again?
No, I did not.
Did Baker tell you anything about any directions when you got home to get a new phone or a new burner phone, anything of that nature?
Eventually, yes, he did.
What did he tell you?
Excuse me. He told me to go get a burner phone from somewhere. And
Did he
so
tell you why to do that?
he didn't tell me why. Well, I knew why, so we can contact each other, not on our regular cell phones. So he told me to go get a burner phone, and I did what he asked me to.
Where did you go to get that burner phone?
At AT&T.
And that's in Anchorage?
Yes,
Okay. Did you end up paying for that burner phone?
I did.
Did he reimburse you or pay for that burner phone?
Yes,
And again, he sent you money on the account that you withdrew from an ATM, or did he give you money for that?
he gave me money for that.
Did Baker ever put money or minutes on these burner phones, meaning he paid for the service of minutes?
Yeah, the first time. I barely used that phone,
What other phone are you talking about?
the burner phone.
The burner phone in Alaska that you just bought?
Yes.
Was that set up through do you know what a Vesta account is?
No.
Okay. Was money put into an account for minutes from that phone from Baker, I guess is my question then.
Yes.
All right. You said you barely used it. Did you talk to anybody else on that burner phone that you remember besides Baker?
I think I talked to Birdsong once or twice.
Did you ever talk to Birdsong about what had happened in LA as far as the murder?
I never talked to him about it, no.
Did you text with him about it?
On the burner phone?
Yes.
I might have.
Okay. At some point then, did Baker send you a message on Facebook suggesting another way to communicate?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He told me to download WhatsApp.
Did you know what WhatsApp is?
I did not at the time.
Do you now know what WhatsApp is?
I do know now.
Did you end up downloading WhatsApp and using it?
Yes, I did.
So what is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is, to my knowledge, an encrypted app that allows unseen messages through your cell phone provider.
When you say unseen, what does that mean as far as using this app?
It can't be tracked or traced. It's encrypted.
On that WhatsApp, were you able to call Baker on that WhatsApp?
Yes.
And you can text as well?
Yes.
Okay. Did you use that app then back and forth in the time after the murder to communicate with Baker?
Yes, I did.
Was that the only form of device that you used to communicate with him?
That and the burner phone. Yes.
And the burner phone. So you never used your regular phone, to your knowledge, again to communicate with Baker?
No, not to my knowledge.
Up until that point, had you regularly communicated with Baker on your regular phone?
Yes.
Okay. How often did you talk to Baker following the murder?
At first, it was once a week. Then it became like once every 2 weeks. He would just, "Are you good? Is anybody looking for you?" I was like, "I don't know."
Were you good?
No, not even a little bit.
What was going on?
Guilt.
I
Shame.
started showing up late for work, calling out of work, and then I get another job that I didn't need. I planned my suicide a couple of times. I didn't want anybody to know. I was trying to figure out how to plan an accident in the winter.
Not hard to do up in Alaska.
I just thought about how to get rid of myself because he said I was a good person. I was like, I'm not good. People don't do this stuff. I was not a good person. I wasn't a good person. And so he would text me every now just to like check in, and I lied to him. I said, "Yeah, I'm cool." I'm not cool. I wasn't cool at all. So I just buried myself in my work. I got like extra jobs if I could.
Wonder
People
what
needed
his
help
wife
doing
is
stuff. I just
thinking.
did it.
Did you ever tell Baker the way that you were really feeling?
No.
Why not?
I was supposed to be strong. You know? He told me, it's like, you're good. Like I'm supposed to be Chris. Chris is always solid.
Did you ever talk to anyone about how you were feeling, the suicidal thoughts, things of that nature?
No.
Did Baker ever give you any advice or suggestions about who to talk to or to stay silent, anything of that nature?
He just said, don't say anything. Don't say anything. Keep doing what you're doing. Stay busy. You're going to be fine. And I did that, but I wasn't fine. I wasn't okay.
Did Baker tell you any plans that he had with the defendant now that the victim was dead?
One of the phone calls came right before he said, I was like, I'm going to take her to bike week. He said, once we get this money, we're going to leave the country. Then I'm going to send for you. And I want you back. So go get you a passport. But I never got the passport right away. I didn't plan on getting no planes anymore with him.
When he told you once we get the money, who was he talking about?
Him and the defendant. And he's like, we'll go to Mexico or somewhere and we'll just live out the rest of our days there.
Did he specifically state insurance money?
He did.
So
He did. He said once we get this insurance money, like we're gonna be good, and there's gonna be plenty of money where that came from.
So the plan was, he told you for him and the defendant to leave the country and then send for you at some point.
Yeah. Once she got the money.
She got the money.
He said once she got
Dude, I
once she
wouldn't
get this
believe
money,
that.
like,
That
and she
woman
bought a
ain't gonna
Mustang.
let go
He was
of
like,
any of that money.
I don't know what the relevance was.
When did he tell you she bought a Mustang?
I think shortly after.
Okay. And you said you don't know the relevance, but how did the fact that she bought a Mustang come up?
I have no idea. It wasn't relevant to me. I didn't care.
Did you actually have a passport when he told you to get a passport?
No.
Did you start making the efforts to get a passport?
I had already had paperwork for a passport.
Did you plan on joining them out of the country like Baker was suggesting?
No.
Why not?
Because I didn't think I was going to be alive. I planned my suicide already.
You had no plans to leave the country.
No.
During this time frame, are you also communicating with Al Birdsong?
Occasionally.
And again, were you ever discussing? After the murder, when Baker is telling you that the plan is he and the defendant are going to get the insurance money and leave the country, did you ever talk to Al Birdsong about any of this?
I come in here and be a night.
No.
You good?
He would call and ask, are you okay? Is everything good? And I was like, okay, yeah, it's all right. And he would say, don't say anything. Ask for a lawyer if anybody comes knocking on your door.
Birdsong told you that?
Yes.
Now, did you know in the months after the murder that Baker was going on trips with the defendant?
He told me he was going to take her to bike week.
And where is bike week?
Myrtle Beach.
Did you know what that was?
Yes.
And he told you that he was going to take her there. Did Baker tell you why he was going to take the defendant to bike week in Myrtle Beach?
No. He just said I was like, I'm take her to bike week, show her around. So yeah, he did tell me show her around, show her where he grew up.
Did you know Rob Baker to grow up in Myrtle Beach?
No.
So
Maybe I heard wrong. Did you say show around where I thought you said where I grew up?
That is what I said.
Oh. Did Baker told you I'm going to show her around where I grew up?
I remember him saying that.
That's
Yes.
what he said to you?
Yes.
Correct? You've known Baker since you were young, but not when he was young. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then did you have a relative that ran into them in Myrtle Beach?
Yeah, I had a biological uncle that goes down there.
And was that just a coincidence?
Yes. He had called me. He's like, I ran into you.
Now, once Baker was taken into custody on June 14th, 2017, you testified to this. Since he's been in custody, other than what you testified to earlier, maybe a call at the very beginning, do you have any communication with him?
I do not.
The burner phone that you were using in Anchorage when you bought that one, when you got back after the murder, are you, up until your arrest, did you still have that burner phone?
I did not.
When did you stop using that burner phone?
After his arrest, I believe.
And what did you do with that burner phone?
I got rid of it.
So you had the burner phone and you were also communicating with him on WhatsApp. Is that correct? After the murder?
I think so, yes.
Okay. When we talk about the no communication, at one time you were contacted by Baker after he was arrested, though.
On the burner phone.
No, on your burner phone.
Either after he was arrested or before?
After Baker was arrested.
Oh, after. No, okay, no.
He contacted you one time?
I think so.
Do you remember what he said in that conversation?
Don't say anything. I'm going to take care of it. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Did he say anything about the defendant being arrested?
I don't remember that.
Well, did you tell in your interview that he said don't mention her?
Yes, he did say that. Sorry. He did say don't mention her. I'm going to take care of everything. Don't mention her. Don't bring anything up to anybody.
Did he also tell you to put it all on me?
He did.
It is.
Did he tell you anything else?
He said, don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. If anybody asks you, tell them I did it.
Now, after you were brought to Los Angeles, then you're extradited, and I'm almost done with you. You're extradited in October.
Then the defense has
That
me.
means you were brought down here to face the charges, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you, at some point, you were brought to court and you were formally arraigned, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, before that ever happened, were you visited in custody over right down the street here in Los Angeles by someone from the defense team?
I was.
You may approach.
Sidebar.
Oh my gosh, that poor guy. You know, I know he unalived somebody. I get it. I'm not naive to that. But I have to say, if I have ever felt compassion for anybody in my life, it's him. If I think that somebody is redeemable and that he could be what's the word they always say that they want to do to inmates, but they never really do. I think he's redeemable. I think that he made some bad choices, He didn't want to say no to somebody. I don't know. He's very likable. I just I feel horrible. You know, he needs to pay for what he did. Don't get me wrong. He's guilty. But I think he is definitely somebody that is potentially worth investing in because he seems like he just wants to be a good person and he wasn't that. And I would bet that he has beaten himself up time and time again over this situation and that he is definitely paying the consequence. Um, I'm not surprised. I mean, I am surprised, but I'm not surprised. I mean, I am surprised most people wouldn't be as humble as he is, polite as he is, and honest as he is being now. Mind you, he's not being honest. The judge doesn't think he's telling the truth. The judge can sentence him accordingly. He does have an agreement for 16 years to life. Possibility of nah, but I hate it when I do that. I snag my thing. He does have the potential for parole after 16 years. We got a lot of transfers and lift assists going on right now, which is what I rather hear than a fire. So for me,
By ourselves. I'm proud of you.
who's saying I'm proud of you? Who said that? This is the first step to reconciliation and redemption, and I think he's doing what he needs to do. Too bad all guilty people don't do this. Save us a whole hell of a lot of money in the judicial system, that's for damn sure. But yeah, I think this kind of cooked her goose. This is the testimony they need. Now I wonder if tomorrow is going to be Robert Baker. I wonder if he's going to be next. And if he testifies against her, I wonder where their relationship is right now. Does anybody know? Do they even have a communications right now? They're smart, they don't, but I wonder if that proposal was removed. I wonder if she got rid of the ring that she made, what, out of paper or something? I don't know what she made it out of.
When we're talking about days, times, things of that nature, do you know the exact days, times, dates, things of that nature? Meaning when I'm asking you what time you went somewhere, what you did something, I know you paused a lot. Do you know the exact time of every question I've asked you, the exact date in 2016?
No. Exact date of 2016 as far as like
Well,
when we went to the hotel.
I guess my question is, I've asked you different times. When did you go here? What time was it? Things of that nature. Do you know exact times, or are you doing your best to remember?
I'm doing my best to remember.
So,
Yeah, I mean, it's 8 years ago.
When you went in, when you went into the house, did Baker tell you where Bobby was going to be?
Yes.
Do we have another side, Bob?
oh, you have nothing real? Oh, I'm sorry. Sylvie.
I didn't see her writing as much with this defendant as she has with others. Every time the camera's been on her, she's kind of the way she is now.
Mr. Austin, do you see the person in that picture?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you know who that is?
It's the victim, sir.
I'm sorry?
That's the victim, sir.
You know his name?
Fabio's Sementilli.
Okay. Did you kill him?
I was a part of that. Yes.
You stabbed him in the neck
Yes, sir.
in order to kill him along with Mr. Baker, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm still not clear. Why did you do that?
I don't think he's clear either.
He told me to. I went with him.
So Mr. Baker had so much power over you that by just telling you, I want you to come with me and kill someone. That
He's known him since a young boy.
Sustain.
He has known
He
him.
convinced me.
Okay, we know you did it because he asked you to. I'm asking you why well, let me change that. So the only reason you participated in the murder of Fabio Sementilli is because Mr. Baker asked you to.
Yes.
Why didn't you just say no?
He did. And he persisted.
Wasn't a very he was like family. And he said that his girlfriend didn't want him around anymore. And so he asked me to do it with him. And I went.
And that was enough for you? That he was family?
Yes. That he was like family, yes.
And you would have killed anyone for him. Is that a fair statement?
No.
Apparently.
Did you even know Fabio Sementilli's name at the time you participated in his murder?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you even ask?
No, sir, I did not.
Do you remember the name that Mr. Baker used? Well, the name that you used for him when you were talking to the police initially, and the Perkins individual who was put in your cell as an informant for the police? You remember the name you used to describe him?
The victim or
Yes.
the dude?
It was motherfucker, wasn't it?
That's what Baker referred to him as. Yes.
In fact, the individual,
you,
which
Jeff.
referred to him as the Perkins individual, the Perkins individual referred to him as motherfucker, and then you picked right up on it.
Well, Jess, thank you so very much. You were such a huge blessing. Thank you so much. We are also following the Karen Reed trial in depth. I watched every single part of that. I've got a book of notes yay thick from the first trial. So you're welcome to join us. And I appreciate you being here. And thank you so much. If you hit the like button, comment ILIKED in the comments like this, you'll be entered into a drawing that we do at the end of the day. That winner gets in the end of the month drawing for a $50 gift card. And if you subbed, put I sub, and you will be entered again for the same drawing. Because you did this, you will get extra entries into the drawing for the end of the month giveaway of a $50 gift card. Thank you so very much. I greatly appreciate you. Blessings. Let's get back into this.
You continued to call him motherfucker whenever you were speaking to the police or the Perkins individual or anyone after that, correct?
I'm going to object on vague as to Perkins agent for this.
It got you. We're good.
Whenever they went along, whatever they said, I said yes.
No, but you used that term to describe Fabio Sementilli.
Yes.
Why didn't you just ask Mr. Baker what his name was?
I don't know.
Better
You didn't
not
care,
to know.
did you?
I did.
You
But I
cared what his
didn't.
name was
Welcome
in
to the
terms
family.
of killing him?
Welcome to the family, Jess.
I
I'm
don't know.
sorry. I didn't realize the microphone was
You
so
don't
far
know.
away.
Did
I hope
kn-
you guys could hear
You
me.
did not know who his wife was at that time either, did you?
No. Not until, well, recently to the when we went there.
Okay, well, I'm not sure what you mean by recently. When did you first learn the first name of Mrs. Sementilli over there, the defendant, as you called her?
When did I learn her first name?
Yes.
When I got picked up. I had forgot her name.
When you got picked up by who?
By the police.
When?
When I was first arrested, October 2nd in 2024.
Up in Vancouver?
Yes, sir.
And they told you her name?
Yes.
Well, they asked you if you knew her name. Remember?
Yes.
And you told them you didn't even know her name, correct?
That is correct.
And you told them that you had never met her before. Isn't that correct?
Sorry, Counselor, you're on the projector.
I'm sorry?
Nothing. There was an item on the projector. Thank you.
That's what I said. Yes.
And that was the truth, right?
I told him I didn't know her.
Was that the truth?
Yes.
You didn't know her name and you didn't know her, correct?
That's what I told him.
And this was on October 2nd about of 2024, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they asked you if you had met her in Las Vegas in July of 2016, and you said no, correct?
Yes.
Was that the truth?
At the moment, I did not
When they
recall.
asked me, yes.
Okay. When they asked you. So, in essence, all the time that you were interviewed by the police, well, let me start so we don't get an injection of too many different
Oh,
items
please.
here.
Don't
You
try
were
that crap with
First
them.
of all, you had a Perkins person in the
Do
cell
your
with
job,
you,
you won't get
correct?
an objection.
Yes,
Go
sir.
there.
And that person spoke with you for several hours about your case and why you were there and things like that, with you not knowing that he was working for the police, right?
Yes, sir.
You thought he was just another inmate like you.
Another person like me, yes.
Okay. And you told him the truth, right? No reason to lie to him, right?
What do you mean?
Well, he asked you why you were there and what had happened. Oh, I mean, we have hours of tape recordings,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, sir.
You told him the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, why would you lie to him?
Because he didn't want him to know
I
everything.
didn't really want to talk to him like that either.
Well, whatever you talked to him about, did you lie or did you tell him the truth?
I told him I don't know her.
You told him you don't know her.
Mm-hmm.
Was that the truth?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And it's the truth today, correct?
I don't
What's
know her.
the deal about this?
Well,
You knew
did
of
you meet her in
her.
Las
You never
Vegas?
met her.
I might have. I don't remember
You
seeing
don't
her
remember.
face.
Thank you,
Well,
Jess.
you testified
We
just a
greatly
while
appreciate
ago
it. We're a
that
young
you had not
channel.
only met her, you'd met her several times, and you had
Yes, it is. I
talked
got
to
a kid
Baker
in
about
writing
her
over
and
here.
the whole conspiracy to kill her husband. Isn't that right?
You asked me if I had met her in Vegas. I told you I might have.
And is that what you told them? The
That is-
police
that
and the
is-
district attorney's office?
Yes, sir.
So you're not sure to this day whether you ever met her in Las Vegas?
Again, I might have. I don't remember seeing her.
Okay.
And she looks a
And
lot different
You
today
didn't
than
remember
she
her
did 8
name
years
until
ago.
you were arrested, correct?
Yes.
You never met her, correct?
I met her when she invited me to, when I met her at the gym.
Okay, so let's go back to that. So the only time you had met Monica Sementilli,
That I could recall.
well, did you do your best to recall everything when the police questioned you?
I did.
You knew they were questioning
I
you
have a mix.
about
I'm
a
going to pause
murder
real quick
case,
because I know we're
right?
going to need that. There are some who believe she's guilty and some who believe she's not. I entertain both ideas. I play devil's advocate on both sides. However, after watching this entire trial and following this like I have, I do have an opinion. I don't believe she's guilty of the charges that she's been charged with, but I respect everybody's decision if you're respectful back on whether or not she's innocent or guilty. We have mixed opinions here, and we are very kind and respectful. And if we're not, well, we delete.
That's what they
I
informed
mean,
me.
And
sorry,
your-
just letting you
your
know how the
life,
rules are on my
your
channel.
future life or your imprisonment depended on what you told them, right?
Yes, sir.
And over
I
again,
do like
they told
to
you,
play
you
devil's
got to
advocate a
tell us
lot
the
here.
truth.
I
You'll
will
tell
do
us
that.
the truth. Nothing good's gonna happen for you, right?
Just FYI. I've been known to do that.
Did the police in Vancouver, in fact, the two officers who interviewed you are sitting in the courtroom today, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Byers and Mr. Farrow, correct?
Yes, sir.
Detectives. And Ms. Stiegel, the district attorney who just questioned you, was there also, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they interviewed you, right?
Yes, sir.
And they urged upon you to tell the truth. Is that right?
We do do interpreting here
Did
when we
you
have an
tell them
interpreter or a
the
deaf
truth?
person
I did.
watching. I interpret, but
And
we
you
don't have a deaf
told
person
them
watching at the
that
moment.
you had never met or spoken to Monica Sementilli. Is that right?
In the beginning, yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And they asked you about the murder of
I am deaf
the
without
man you called
hearing aids.
motherfucker, but we'll call Fabio Sementilli, his true name. They asked you about that.
That's overruled.
Could you ask me that again?
They asked you about your participation in the murder of Fabio Sementilli.
Yes, sir, they did.
All right. And you admitted to them that you had stabbed him once in the neck,
Yes, sir.
that you had participated in his murder, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And they asked you, why did you do that? And you said, because he asked you, Mr. Baker, correct?
Yes.
Right? And they asked you what the reason was that Mr. Baker gave you for killing Fabio Sementilli. Remember that?
Yes.
And you remember what you said?
Insurance money.
Insurance money?
He said, what I'm telling you is Baker told me that she wanted them dead. That's what I remember telling them.
You know that those calls, those interviews were all tape recorded?
It's been 8 years. If he said something
Yes, sir.
different, refresh his damn memory.
I wonder if I could
Thank you.
play for the court, but show the court and the jury some of the
Hello, out and about with Diane.
language of
How
the
you
interviews that
doing,
were conducted with
beloved?
this witness during the course of the Perkins
We've got some new people in chat.
procedure,
Welcome to the new people.
just to give, so I could then question him at whether or not this is what he said, this is what they.
He's
told
trying
him.
to impeach him, but guess what? I don't think the
No,
jury's
not
going to
right
worry
now.
about
that.
The answer to your question is a simple no. If it's for impeachment, yes. If it's the lay context, no.
As I say, I believe that right now she's not guilty, but I also reserve the right to change that opinion should evidence present.
Did the Perkins individual tell you that it was in your best interest to testify against?
Oh, they've done a
bitch,
lot
as
of
they
things
put it,
more than just
meaning Monica
inverting that
Sementilli?
video.
I remember him saying that. Yes, sir.
Remember him saying that the bitch is trying to get out? Remember?
I remember him saying that. Yes, sir.
Remember him saying, but you know what went down? You know the situation, correct?
Yes, sir.
He told you you got to save yourself, man. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Remember him saying the bitch going to trial. So when you get ready to go to trial and you've been in jail, what you think a motherfucker that fixed to go for trial, that's fighting for their life, is to throw names. But you know what went down, right? You know the situation, correct?
That's what he said. Yes, sir.
See, I like this guy.
He told you, but right now
The
it's your
jury
life
will
or
too.
her life, right?
Yes, sir.
But he's going to go away for 16 to life. He may not see the sunlight of day outside of a prison, and he's still
You remember
here
him saying,
willing to testify.
I know your situation. Yeah, of
Losing
course,
his
you're going to have
soul.
to switch your story up a little bit, but still, you got to get this shit right before they come talk to you, bro.
As it stands, that's the same.
Okay, real quick on this trial. This
Remember him
woman,
saying, well, you got a
I
job
might as
to
well do a
do.
quick recap.
It's up-
This woman here is on trial for setting up the murder of her husband, Sementilli. He was a very famous, very well-known hairstylist person, and she met up with this guy who's a ex-porn star. He managed porn stars. They were swinging. She did a lot of cavity search type pics of herself. She's a very sexually perverted person, and by a lot of people's standards, they were swinging. Some people are okay with that. That's fine, but she also had 2 young girls at home. She had a husband at home, and she was cheating on him. And she told her fiance that her boyfriend, which she eventually became fiance in prison or jail, she wanted him unalive for the insurance money. The boyfriend brought his friend, the one on the stand, Christopher Austin, in on it, and they unalived the husband in the backyard for the insurance money, which she never got because she was a suspect. Okay, that's a quick update. This one's
For
a
you, if you're going to
rabbit
do your
trail.
job, you got 2 jobs you can do. You can do the job that's going to get you home, or do the job that's going to get you gone. Remember that?
No, I'm not allow that.
Yes, sir.
This has to be the most polite criminal I've ever met in my life. You're just starting work for the day.
You remember
Oh,
the Perkins individual saying, okay, so it was her setup, and then your uncle's the one who's supposed to carry it out. So those 2 main motherfuckers right there, you just happen to get drugged
you're
in
enjoying the
middle
bad
with
language,
some
aren't you?
bullshit, right?
Which was very true. Yes.
And then you said, yeah, I barely remember this woman, just seen her, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that the truth?
That's what I told him, but that wasn't the truth.
Why'd you lie to him?
Because I didn't know him to be telling him a whole lot of information like that.
Okay.
That's fair to say. That's a whole lot of fair to say.
Remember him saying,
Oh,
so
it's really
they
crazy.
need you to
And
get
this is
this
day
bitch
22.
because just think, if she get off, she'll get that insurance money. You see what I'm saying? That they already know that the bitch done set this up, and you said, yeah.
And it took the prosecution
And
a
then
day and more
listen
than
to
a day
this.
and a half.
Perkins
Opening
individual said,
statement.
when did you find out
Whoever
this
does that.
bitch wanted him off for the insurance money? Remember what you said?
I think I remember it after or before.
Pardon?
I don't remember.
Well, let me tell you, because it's recorded. You can
He's
check it
getting what's
out.
called witness fatigue.
That's correct.
Your answer was
Objection argumentative.
One moment. Counsel, as he cannot recall, you can approach. You can refresh his memory. Right now, you're not going to read it at all.
okay. So you don't remember what you responded.
You
to
can't
that
read
question?
it to him. You
I
may
just
show
told
it
you the
to
Perkins
him.
individual
He may
asked you.
look at
I
it
remember.
and refresh his
No,
memory,
that's all right.
but you
I
cannot
remember
narrate
responding to him,
it for
but I
him.
know what I was told.
No, I want to know what you responded to him first.
You can't narrate it for him. Show
Could you
him the
refresh your
transcript.
memory?
Let him look at it. If he
If I
wants
showed
to.
you a transcript or a transcript of what you said?
Show
I
me.
said it.
I'm sorry.
I said something. I told. Who was it? What did he say again?
Okay, the question was,
He's
the question?
exhausted.
you
He's
were
got
asked in
fatigue.
that cell by the Perkins individual, when did you find out that this bitch wanted him off for the insurance money? Do you remember what you said?
Not really. I'm gonna say,
I don't
dude.
remember what I said.
Let me approach, if I may, and
Thank you.
show you
That's the appropriate
the
way.
line that's in the
Approach.
transcript. Read it to yourself.
The day.
Kind of
This is
hard
on
to do when
page
you got handcuffs to your waist.
21, line 37.
You're gonna have to hold it for him, dude. He can't do it
Oh, I'm
himself.
sorry. No, I apologize. This is on page 128, line 7 to 14. 128, page 128, line 7 to 14. Can you read that to yourself? Read it to yourself. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Does that refresh your memory
Yes,
to
sir.
what you said in response to that question?
Not
Yes,
really.
And what did you say?
I said, shit, the day I participated.
And the day you participated, you meant was the day of the murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you told that individual, you didn't know he was police, but whatever,
Mm-hmm.
asked when you first knew that she was off for the money. You said, shit, the day I participated in the murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that true?
No, it was not true.
Why did you lie?
Because I didn't know him to be telling him my information, and I didn't know why he wanted to ask me so many questions.
I understand, but you answered his question, correct?
I answered him. I gave him an answer. It wasn't a true answer.
All right. And later on that day, you were interviewed again by the officers and the district attorney, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And they also asked you when you first learned that Mr. Baker wanted him off because his wife wanted the insurance money. And you told them the exact same thing the day that you participated in the murder. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Why did you lie to them?
Because I didn't have an attorney present.
I see. And you were concerned that without an attorney present, this might incriminate you, right?
You could say that.
So it didn't concern you that you admitted stabbing him in the neck. You admitted that to them, right?
I did.
So that was okay, but what you were worried about is admitting that she had anything to do with it?
I'm sorry, what?
You never told anyone that day, October 2nd, 2024, in Vancouver, whether it was a Perkins individual or the police or the district attorney, you never told them that Monica Sementilli had anything to do with this. Isn't that right?
I never brought it up.
Well, they
It
brought
wasn't
it up,
asked.
didn't they?
I didn't brought it up until everything started refreshing.
Yeah, and you got refreshing when you got your attorney, right?
Yes.
Up here in California, Los Angeles, a month or two later, right?
Yes, sir.
And you talked to him, right?
I did.
And I'm not going to ask you what he told
First of all, this is what really irritates me a lot about some of these attorneys. And I get what he's trying to do. He's doing the job for the client, his client. I'm not going to fault him. But one thing I tell people, I've had people try to rope me into accusing me of lying about something. And I'll look at them and I said, okay, what was the question that were asked me? Did you ask me XYZ? Did you ask me ? No? Okay. Oh shoot, we got a fire alert. Let me look at this and see if I have to run. Keep playing.
you, but he told you, well, to this event, you knew that he had arranged for you to have a proffer, right?
He had told me that, yes.
And do you know what a proffer is?
I learned about it that the day he told me.
So let me shortcut it for you if I can. You tell me if I'm wrong. He informed you that you were going to meet with the district attorney's office and police, right?
Yes, sir.
And they were going to ask you questions, right?
Yes, sir.
And they were then going to determine, based on your answers, whether or not you were going to get a deal or not, right?
They brought that up, yes, sir.
Because you knew already that Mr. Baker had been sentenced to life without parole, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you knew you were facing that as well, correct?
Yes.
And you knew the only way you could save yourself was to testify on behalf of the prosecution, correct?
To tell the truth, yes.
To testify also, correct?
Yes.
So it was at that time was the first time that you ever said, oh, Mr. Baker told me that Monica Sementilli wanted him dead for insurance money, right?
After I spoke with my attorney, yes.
Right. And your attorney told you if you stick to this bullshit you've been telling, you're getting no deal.
Whoa! Objection, Your Honor.
Question, Your Honor. I apologize.
Whoa! That woke me up.
It's time for 15 minutes. The evidence implies. So we got here in 15 minutes.
Oh, I have a suspicion that Your Honor is going to have a talk without a lawyer over that one. That was way over the line. He can't do that. He is trying to light a fire and get some answers that he's not getting, and he ain't happy. And he ain't happy. Let me put the last 2 stitches in to anchor this line. And for those who are new, I'm Native American. I'm Creek, Cherokee, and Irish. And I do Native American bead work, and I'm working on a massive project. So I'm trying, let me anchor this line because I don't need the beads to come off. I just got it all set. This is the progress I've made today. And for those who don't know, because someone says, "What are you making?" It looks like this when it's finished. Come on, camera. But I'm making a lot of them. So anyway, let's have a little chat, shall we? Oh my gosh. It's really hard for me to say a whole lot of negative about this. I mean, he unalived somebody, but I just find myself wanting to be a little more compassionate for him. I think a lot of jurors would be, if he would come up on parole, I would be giving him parole because I think he is reformable. I think he's redeemable. I think he deep down inside is a good man, but I think he was influenced by the wrong person. And that's horrible, but that happens a lot in our lives, and we have to take responsibility for that. And the guy was over 30 years his senior. He'd been an uncle to him his whole entire life. So I can understand and see. I mean, I don't understand. I couldn't do that. I want to thank June so much for your super chat. And Jess, thanks so much for your super chat. I greatly appreciate it. That's interesting. Interesting Pinterest. Native American beadwork. Just popped up. Oh, so this will probably be ending within the hour. Already listened to it. So I'm not going to listen to it again. So this will be ending probably within the hour for the day. Tomorrow, please come join us. I really appreciate we have people out there that have channels with thousands of people watching them. And it's great. And I appreciate those who support them. I used to. But consider watching some of the smaller channels, unless you're absolutely stuck on what someone's saying and all of that. But I offer interpretation for the deaf, for the people of my community who do not have access to court TV or YouTube because of the not having interpreting. So if and when I know a person is watching that is deaf, I will interpret. I also have another person who interprets between other jobs that she interprets at school through video for colleges. So we really try to be accessible and acceptable to all. We say pineapple, no politics here. Let me see. We got some Karen Reed docs to read. I'll go ahead and start jumping in on that while we're on break. Commonwealth motion for unsealed FTR audio from March 4th, 2025. The Commonwealth moves this honorable court to unseal portions of the FTR sidebar audio from a motion hearing occurring on March 4th, 2025. During the motion hearing, counsel and the court engaged in a lengthy sidebar conversation that were subsequently sealed by the court. The Commonwealth moves for this court to unseal the recording for counsels of record only. The Commonwealth intends to obtain a complete written transcript of the motion hearing. And then the other document that came in, the affidavit of Robert Alessi, Esquire, in support of the defendant's motion to exclude purported expert testimony of the Commonwealth proffered witness. Oh, sorry, Mr. Wolf. I don't know how to say that. And if you're new here, I'm excessively dyslexic to a point where I don't even take notes in college, and I'm a college student. I have a note taker. Request for the Dalbert Lang. My name is Robert Alessi. I am a pro hoc vice counsel for the defendant Karen Reed. I have reviewed all documents produced by the Commonwealth in discovery related to the proffered trial testimony in the neurological surgeon, Dr. Isaac Wolf, from which includes his report and CV literature related to the determining the manner, cause of death, and mechanisms of injury. The Commonwealth has proffered a new expert, Dr. Wolf, neurological surgeon with no expertise in licensing as a forensic pathologist, to testify regarding the cause and manner of death. What kind of doctor was he? A neurologist? He's not an ME. He's not a medical. He's not forensic. He's not pathology. Why are you wanting a neurologist? Okay. After reviewing the materials and assessed other discovery, Dr. Wolf does not have training, experience, or expertise to meet the requirements set forth in the Dalbert and Langdon to testify regarding the cause and manner of death or the mechanism of injury. Dr. Wolf report, proffered testimony, and CV failed to establish that he is a qualified expert forensic pathology, which is necessary in order to reach opinions, conclusions regarding the manner and cause of death and the mechanism of injury. Now, if they want to bring him on as a neurologist to talk about the brain injury and how the brain injury can affect the person and then can affect the possibility of how the death may occur with that, they can do that. But they cannot be there to draw conclusions as the cause of death. They can come in and say, hey, this is what happens to the brain. This is the process. And at this point, death happens. But they can't come in like an ME and use him to talk about the cause of death. That I do know. Wolf's report is attached here into Exhibit A, has CV attached Exhibit B. After reviewing Dr. Wolf's report, his opinions are not scientifically based and misleading to the jury. If admitted, these opinions would significantly prejudice Ms. Reed and deny her a constitutional right to fair trial. The Commonwealth has filed to meet its burden to show Dr. Wolf is qualified to testify in the opinions, conclusions, in the report regarding cause of manner of death and the mechanisms of injury in such way that it will assist the tier of fact to understand the evidence or determine fact of issue, and that the methodology and the theory underlying the testimony is not sufficiently reliable that it should allow it to be presented for the jury's consideration. Proponents ... They have the cited, they do their cites on this. Proponent must establish sufficient foundation for the judge to determine whether the expert opinion satisfies gatekeeper reliability. The defense asserts that Dr. Wolf is not a forensic pathologist and does not have a sufficient education, training, experience to determine the cause and manner of death and the mechanisms of the injury. Internal citation omitted. In fact, as a clinician, Dr. Wolf lacks necessary licensing credentials required to render such an opinion. Based on the foregoing, and the defense respectfully requests that Dr. Wolf's opinion should be expressly limited to the scope of his expertise, which plainly does not include forensic pathology or determination of a manner of cause of death and the mechanism of the injury. Indeed, the knowledge of the proposed expert must indicate more than a subject belief or supported speculation. Signed, sealed, delivered. Alessi. Okay, I quite agree with this. I wish I had a copy of the actual report, but with my medical knowledge, no, I'm not an MD. But with my medical knowledge, I do understand the differences very well between a neurologist and someone who's clinical and works in diagnostic and treatment of injuries and can sometimes. So, if, for example, John O'Keefe had survived this incident and was at the hospital, then this neurologist would treat the injury and help regain what he could of the damage to the brain. But he is not a pathologist. He is not an MD. He's not a forensic pathologist or anything like that. He cannot testify to the cause of death. Now, can he come in and say, if somebody is blunt force trauma to the back of the head to this extent, this is what the brain is going to do. It's going to start swelling. It could be bleeding. It's going to start swelling. And as it swells, it puts pressure down on the brainstem. And as the more swelling that happens in the brain, the more pressure it puts down on the brainstem. And eventually one person will come to an end because they no longer have the brainstem is pushed so far down that they will not be able to breathe. The connections from the brain to the body cease, all that kind of good stuff. I know what it is, but I'm just trying to go. But anyway, he can testify to that, but he cannot specifically testify to the actual cause of death to John O'Keefe. So there we go. We have 8 pages here. This is the defendant's motion to exclude reported expert testimony of the Commonwealth's witness, Dr. Wolf, request for Dalbert Lang hearing. So we've already read a lot of this. Respectfully moves that they want a Dalbert hearing. Qualified as a methodology. I'm reading, we've already heard some of this. So now not only are they just trying to get him waved aside, now they're wanting to do a Dalbert. A neurosurgeon, Dr. Wolf, lacks the requisite background, training, and experience necessary to interpret an autopsy report because he is not qualified or board certified forensic pathology. That's another key. I'm surprised Dr. Wolf would even come and testify on the grounds unless he's misunderstanding, because his license can be at stake. If you're not a board certified, you can't come in and testify as if you are. Oh, you are not seeing this. Why are you not seeing this? My apologies. Someone should scream a little louder. Scream a little louder. I've been out for a few hours. The same guy is testifying. Yes, he's still on the stand. It's so hard because my heart goes out to him. I'm just saying it shouldn't, but it does. I'm just struggling with the fact that he did it. I don't understand why, other than maybe there's some peer pressure there that he's not alluding to or sharing on the stand. Because once again, if you don't ask me the right question, I'm not going to give you the answer. And if later on you come back and you say, well, you didn't tell us, I'm going to say you didn't ask. I'm not going to just free willy give you information. I've learned that lesson the hard way. Ask me a question, I'll answer the question. Don't ask me the question. You're not going to get free stuff from me. So anyway, he is not a pathologist. Thus, his expert is limited to treating, like I just said. I like it when I do something good, treating the injuries rather than determining the circumstances of which a particular injury occurred. Dr. Wolf is not qualified to testify regarding the cause and manner of injury. This type of opinion is something reserved for forensic pathology. You can kind of sort of say what caused it to a point. It could have been a car wreck. Okay, well, yeah, this is a totally unknown. He can't say if his head hit the back of his head hit the ground, if it hit a fire hydrant, if somebody took a barbell and hit him. All he knows is that there's blunt force trauma to the back of the head, which caused the brain to swell to the point of death. And that's what he could say, but he has nothing definitive. Argument. Commonwealth fails and cannot meet the burden of establish the requisite qualifications for Dr. Wolf to testify regarding the cause and manner of death and the mechanism of the injury. The crucial inquiry in Mass versus Dalbert Lang is whether the proffered witness is qualified to testify regarding to the subject matter of his testimony. I think under what they're trying to put him in as, I don't believe he is. But Auntie Bev is going to let everybody and their brother in on this for the prosecution, and the defense is not going to get anybody. That's what I see. I'll be shocked if she doesn't let him in. The subject matter is proffered testimony. Dr. Wolf is company report. Oh, Dr. Wolf report is medical cause of injury and the wound to the head of the decedent, as well as the cause of death. He can't do the cause of death. He is not qualified. A treating physician is not qualified. Although, unless they're a treating physician and a forensic and a pathologist and or an ME. I know somebody who does all of it. It's a small town. They do everything. There's not a lot of ME work that's needed. So anyway, but he's not one of those. That's not what they're saying he is. Although Dr. Wolf is a trained neurosurgeon, the Commonwealth has failed to prove that Dr. Wolf is a reliable basis in the knowledge of expertise of his discipline. Postmortem, let me go back. To render an opinion in the field determining the manner of cause of death, identifying pattern injuries, diagnosing postmortem hypothermia, and the properly read and interpret an autopsy report, all of which requires the expert of a board-certified forensic pathologist, i.e. neurologist and clinician. Dr. Wolf's background, training, and expertise is limited to treatment. There's a huge difference. He is not a board-certified forensic pathologist. He's not trained or experienced to determine mechanisms of the injury. The crucial issue in determining whether a witness is qualified to give an expert opinion is whether the witness has sufficient education, training, experience, and familiarity with the subject matter of the testimony, blah, 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 blah. We're not going to read through all of this. It's the same thing. The jury should not be permitted to consider such speculated evidence, blah, 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 blah. The court need not reach a prolonged methodology of the Daubert-Langdon inquiry to include Dr. Wolf because the failure to qualify pronged alone warrants exclusion of his testimony as a mechanism of injury, the cause and manner of death. Even if the court proceeds to the methodology prong, the Daubert-Langdon inquiry is proposed testimony by Dr. Wolf fails on this prong as well. The Commonwealth fails to meet the burden that the methodology of Dr. Wolf is reliable. Yeah, again, it's kind of the same song and dance. The court must also determine that the expert testimony is sufficient, reliable to reach the jury. As a proponent of evidence, the Commonwealth must provide by the preponderance of the evidence, and here it is, prove by the preponderance of evidence that Dr. Wolf's methods and process behind his opinion are scientifically reliable, and they're not. The proponent of evidence may be established reliability by applying non-exclusive lists of Daubert factors, including whether the scientific theory or the process has general acceptance in the relevant scientific community. It has. Oh, my mic just did its little squirrely thing. Hold on. Yes, we've been having 50 to 60 mile an hour winds here. And here where I live out at our airport, I heard. But you are correct. We are having massive winds. We have a lot of stuff going on around here. I'm a little bit anxious for tonight. The proponent I've already read that. General acceptance of the relevant scientific community is sufficient to establish reliability, regardless of the Daubert factors. Overruled in other grounds, if the process or theory underlying an expert opinion lacks reliability, then opinion should not be reached. The dear fact, and I shouldn't eat that pizza. Medical examiners, expert witnesses may base their opinion on 1, facts personally observed, 2, evidence already in record, and 3, facts or data not in evidence that are independently admissible and are permissible based for an expert to consider formulating an opinion. Further, substitute medical examiners do not perform an initial autopsy may offer an opinion on the cause of death based on his or her review of the autopsy report prepared by medical examiner and the autopsy photographs, toxicology, Since these are medical which expert medical examiners are accustomed to relying on and basing their expert opinions. In other words, he's not an ME. ID. However, Dr. Wolf is not a medical examiner, nor is he accustomed to relying on autopsy reports and photographs for conclusion. Dr. Wolf claimed no scientific or technical basis for his opinion. He reviewed various documents, exhibits listed in a report as a basis of his conclusion and offered no explanation of the methodology of his analysis. In other words, you can give me all the reports in the world and I can read it and give you my opinion, but it doesn't make me a qualified ME or forensic pathologist. I can agree or disagree with him. It doesn't matter. Moreover, reaching his opinion and conclusions, he ignored the precise information that must be considered in determining a cause and manner of death. Namely, he fails to address the acknowledged of the abnormalities present in the decedent, and fails to acknowledge any evaluation of the toxicology reports. Hello, that's huge. Both of which are critical steps that would be considered if anyone trained in forensic pathology in determining the cause and mechanisms of injury. An ME is not going to give any final findings without a toxicology report. Whether it's 6 months wait, a year wait, or 2 days wait, they will give a preliminary report, but they will not finalize it without the information in the toxicology report. And if he did not include that in his understanding and his report to help him on his diagnostic basis of the cause of death, then he is sadly mistaken and not properly giving an opinion. The format of the forensic pathologist's approach differs from treating physician. Forensic pathology investigates begins with death and does not conclude until the results of the autopsy, histology, toxicology, and other ancillary, I'm bad with words, studies have been completed. As a clinical medicine, non-finding or laboratory value is interpreted by pathology in a vacuum. Particular findings are interpreted in context, all available pertinent information. Further, the section of the death certificate that is most often misunderstood is the other significant conditions. And that is so true. Sections. Here, Dr. Wolf neglects to acknowledge the entry of this section in his report. You always have to put something in that. You can't leave that blank. Ultimately, touchstone of admissibility is reliability. Commonwealth ... This court must limit its analysis to reliability of methodology suggested, not the perceived pervasiveness of the proposed expert's conclusion. Persuasiveness of the proposed expert's conclusions, especially the one that Dr. Wolf is not qualified to make and is not supported by the evidence or scientific reliability. In conclusion, Dr. Wolf is not a pathology or a forensic pathologist or an ME. He is a proffered testimony, and methodology is outside the scope of his expertise, thus failing both prongs of the Daubert-Langford standard. For this reason, Ms. Reed respectfully requests the court to exclude him. Blah, 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 blah. And we finished right in the nick of time. Yay! We got through all three of those documents. Leave. Yes, we got through all of them. Oh, wow. Be safe, love.
President, jury, and all Mr. President.
I do need to make a
Still
quick
under
comfort
oath,
break.
and
I will be back.
continue.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Your
thank
Honor.
you for joining us, June. Thank you. Out about Diane. I'll be right back. Maud, you got
So
this.
let me ask you, if I can, did you decide, well, let me ask you this. You and Mr. Baker together, and you're saying along with Mr. Birdsong, Alfred Birdsong, is that his name?
Yes, sir.
So your testimony today is that Mr. Baker, you and Mr. Birdsong conspired to kill Fabio Sementilli. Is that right?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, where am I wrong?
The conspired piece.
Okay. By conspired, I mean talked about it, planned it, carried it out. You don't have to be the one to carry it out if you are involved in planning it. Didn't you and Mr. Birdsong and Mr. Baker, according to your testimony, plan and carried out a killing of Fabio Sementilli? Is that right?
Yes, that's the information. Yes, that's the information. Yes.
Okay. And that's what you've testified here today, correct?
Yes.
Now, you don't see Mr. Birdsong here in court, do you?
No, sir.
But according to you, he participated in this. He advised you. He coached you. He knew all about it, right?
Yes.
Is it your testimony then that the only thing that changed in your description of what happened between what you told the Perkins guy and the police and the district attorney in Vancouver is that you added the fact that Mr. Baker was communicating with Monica Sementilli and telling you that this is what she wanted as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, again, you never spoke to her about this, correct?
Yes, sir.
You never saw her except at the gym, correct?
And her home.
And the one time at her home. I'll get back to that. But there was no conversation at that time about killing her husband, right?
No, sir.
So other than that, all the evidence or communications, I'll put it, that she was involved in any way with the planning and killing of her husband is that you say Mr. Baker told you that, right?
Yes, sir.
You weren't even there on the phone with
Hearsay.
her when she
Getting
was
everything on hearsay.
allegedly
This is
telling
good.
him that, were you?
Not that I
No,
like
sir, I
it.
was not.
You weren't listening in, correct?
No, sir, I was not.
You didn't hear her
Everything on
voice,
hearsay.
correct?
That is correct.
You didn't see any text messages, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, most of the time he was in another room and came out and told you, she tells me she wants to do it, wants him out of the way. She wants us to kill him. He's not home, all sorts of stuff like that, right?
Yes, sir.
You weren't even in the same room with him, right?
Not all the time. No.
Okay.
Can you
here comes
remember
that with
any
hearsay.
dates? Let me ask you this. Can you remember any dates other than at the gym one time when he introduced you to her? Is that right?
Yes.
And
One
as long
way
as
to
I'm
do
on
it.
that subject, you believed, well, he told you she was just one of the girls he was seeing, right?
Yes.
You knew he had seen a lot of girls, right?
Yes, sir.
Was he married at the time that he introduced you to Monica Sementilli?
No, sir.
But he had been married to who, as far as you know?
Nikki.
Nikki, did you know someone like Dee as well?
I did.
All right. How many wives did you know he had?
He's a player.
Okay. And how many girlfriends? Was that too many to count?
That's
You
not
can't
my business,
testify
sir.
for him. Sorry, sir.
lot.
That's not
Okay, but you
acceptable.
saw him around a lot of girls,
Yes, sir.
a lot of relationships,
Yes,
right?
sir.
They came and went, right?
Yes, sir.
Kind of he used them and then discarded them, right?
The same.
And other than seeing her once at the gym and once at her home, you had no further information as to what her relationship was with Mr. Baker other than what you say he told you.
Yes, sir.
Now, it's your testimony that he told you she wanted
And
him
Matthew?
out of the way for insurance money, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's your testimony today that that conversation started in July of 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how many times after that did he tell you they had a conversation about that?
I'm
He
mad.
didn't.
Well, there were other dates that year in August, September, October, right? This was being planned for months, right?
I would get sporadic phone calls from him.
From him, not from her.
That's correct.
And some of the phone calls included Mr. Birdsong, correct?
Sometimes.
All right. And I assume at times you talked to them about things other than killing Fabio Sementilli, or was that the only thing you talked about?
We talked about other things.
All right. Let's focus just on the killing of Fabio Sementilli. How many times would you say you had phone calls from either Mr. Baker and Mr. Birdsong together, or Mr. Birdsong alone, or Mr. Baker alone that dealt with the killing of Fabio?
Quite a bit.
More than 7?
Okay. So it was clear to you that this was a plan they wanted carried out, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he told you it was a plan she wanted carried out, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he told you you were going to do it, right?
Yes, sir.
And you agreed, correct?
Not initially.
Well, when did you agree? Can you give us a month, a year?
When he sent the money to buy my plane ticket.
When you sent the money to buy your plane ticket.
When he
And
made
when
the
did he do
commitment.
that?
January. He
You're
said he's going to send.
I'm
He said
sorry.
he's going to send me. He said he's going to get my ticket. I'm going to send you a card.
Send you a card, the ATM card.
Yes, sir.
And your birthday was what?
The 20th.
The 20th?
Yes, sir.
So how long before that did he send you that card?
Maybe a couple of weeks prior.
And you got a ticket to come down on your birthday, correct?
After.
After, a day or two after your birthday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're telling me that at that time, 2 weeks before, when he sent you the card, you knew you were coming down to kill Fabio Sementilli because, according to Mr. Baker, she wanted him dead, right?
Yes, sir.
And you flew down anyway, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Money. Didn't want to displease him.
Hey, honestly, that the person I was so far, so long ago.
You have no answer for that?
Doesn't have to have an answer. Can't answer, he can't answer.
No excuse for
Next.
this.
Good for you.
But
It was wrong.
okay, obviously it was wrong. But what you told the police and the Perkins individual when they interviewed you in October of last year was that she was in an abusive relationship and that's my girl. Right?
That's what he told me. Yes.
And you was like, oh, okay. And then you were asked when you first learned that, and you said it was the day you arrived, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was a lie, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why did you lie about the reason Mr. Baker wanted to kill Fabio Sementilli? What did that have to do with you?
Is that the question?
Were you
What did
trying to protect Monica Sementilli?
I'm sorry.
Why did you lie about the reason that you came down when you told the police and the Perkins individual that you were told by Mr. Baker it was because of an abusive relationship and you were just going to rough him up?
Oh, I didn't have an attorney present to tell them everything that I knew.
So you needed an attorney present to tell him the truth?
Yes.
He had a right to have an
And you
attorney
needed an
there.
attorney present to get a deal, right?
I needed an
No!
attorney present to tell me that they got you on stuff. So you need to tell them exactly what's going on.
They got you and stuff, and you better tell them that she was involved if you want a deal.
That's not what my attorney said.
But that's how you took it, right?
No.
His attorney should be
You got a
objecting.
deal, didn't you?
Not yet.
You're getting a deal, right?
Am I?
Well, I'm asking you, as you sit here right now, do you believe that as a result of your testimony today, implicating Monica Sementilli in the murder of her husband, Fabio, that you're going to get a deal?
I signed if I testify truthfully.
Okay?
Yes.
And truthfully meant to testify consistently with what you told them at the proffer, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And that's the first time You told them that the reason Mr. Baker wanted Fabio Sementilli dead is because Monica wanted him dead for the insurance money, correct?
I told them everything that needed to be said based on my counsel telling me to go 2 feet in.
Okay, go 2 feet in. That meant tell them what they want to hear, right?
Telling them the
Tell
truth.
them the truth.
Okay.
I knew
And
that.
again, was there some reason you couldn't have told the truth before to the police and to the DA's office?
I didn't have an attorney present.
Okay.
And
Let
I
me
was
ask you
very
this.
reluctant to tell them anything.
I'm sorry?
I was very reluctant to tell them anything at all.
You were very reluctant to tell them anything at all, except for the fact that you killed someone by stabbing him in the neck. You told them that, right?
Yes.
You confessed to murder, where you could be in life for the rest of your life, but you didn't feel like telling him that Monica wanted him dead for insurance? Is that your testimony?
That's what happened.
Doesn't mean he was thinking clearly. I will say that. When you're in that situation, honey boo, you do crazy stuff. You don't know the law. You don't think
remember
straight.
stating
You
to,
get a lawyer, and then they go,
did you ever
shut up."
state to the district attorney, Miss Degel, I don't know if I pronounce it wrong, and I've known her for long. I'm gonna ask Mike, because he knows everything.
I do understand most of his testimony. Oh, look at her smiling and
Miss
smirking.
Degel,
I can't stand that woman. Why are you smirking?
you
She worked
recall
at the wrong time.
telling her at the end of the day, all you care about is seeing my girls. Remember that?
I do.
And things have to happen, but I mean, what can you do for me, you asked her, to make sure I see my girls? Go home, but like I understand, like, do I need to testify? What do you need? What can you do for me? What
Nothing
do you
wrong
need
with
from
that,
me so
boo.
I can go see my girls? That's all that matters to me.
Many of
Did you
people
say
do that.
that to her?
Nothing wrong with
did.
that.
And was that the truth?
Yes.
I mean, what do you need from me so I can see my girls? I'm a man of, I don't know what this means, depressy. It's a misspelling. And I know you're investigators. They've been very kind to me. They did their job. She says, okay. And you say, what do you need from me just so I can go home to see, so I can go see my girls?
You ain't
You
gonna
remember saying that?
I do remember saying that, sir.
And the truth is, now that you have testified to what they need, they told you to tell the truth. I understand that. You're going to go home and see your girls long before you would have had you been guilty or found guilty of this murder.
Well, that's speculation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Maybe just staying on the first round.
Do you know that you were facing, well, you know that Mr. Baker was sentenced to life without parole?
I found out later, yes.
How'd you find out?
I was told
By?
my mother.
How did she find out?
She watches.
Just staying.
All right, but I think at some point you indicated that you found out because it was broadcast on TV, correct?
My mother watches a lot of it.
All right. But you didn't learn anything about Miss Sementilli at that time?
Well, she had mentioned her.
Well, you knew that they were both arrested together. It was all over the news, right?
Based on what I was told, yes.
And the news was that Mr. Baker and Miss Sementilli had been arrested for murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you knew Mr. Baker had pled guilty and was sentenced to prison, right?
Yes, sir.
The only one outstanding was Miss Sementilli, who was facing trial, and you, who had not even been arrested yet, right?
Yes, sir.
So you confessed as soon as you were arrested to the murder, but you told them that she had nothing to do with it. You hardly knew her. You never saw her. And it was only because Mr. Baker wanted to rough him up because he was abusive to her, right?
I don't.
It is.
That's his
Always
attorney
saw that.
speaking up, I think. That's a different voice. Somebody else spoke up. Good for whoever it was.
Do you remember saying during one of the interviews,
He's
I'm
trying
not
to
gonna lie
save
to you,
this.
I'm looking for some type of deal to go home to my girls. Remember that?
Yes.
And then I thought about it after watching your depictions of TV shows and things like that. And I thought about it, like, I don't know what to, but if you need me to do something so I can go home to my girls, whatever you need, I'm being accused of, I need to go get home to my girls, Heather. You told that to the district attorney, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
And do
the
you know
end
how many
result
people
is that
said
you're
that to the DA?
testifying here
A
today,
lot of people.
and you are gonna see your girls sooner than you would have had you not testified, right?
Objection against circulation.
Same objection that was I sustained before.
Mr. Austin, you described going to the house and after jogging up the street, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how'd you get to that location? Were you driven there?
To the street?
Yeah, where you jogged up and committed the murder.
Yes.
And you were in the trunk, did you say?
Yes, sir.
Of a Versa?
Yes, sir.
And you were also covered up with a mask and hoodie, and so no one could identify you, right?
Yes, sir.
It was hot as hell.
Did Mr. Baker tell you why he was putting you in the trunk?
He didn't tell me why.
Did you ask?
No.
He figured it
He
out.
had a knife, right?
He gave it to me. Yes.
He gave you a knife?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he had a knife, right?
Yes, sir.
Where'd he get that knife from?
I think he bought that knife.
You think he bought that knife?
Well,
That
his
was the knife
knife.
he bought from the, I want to say Walmart.
So he bought his knife from Walmart, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you were with him?
Yes, sir.
And he bought your knife from Walmart also?
No,
I
sir.
think he already had a knife
So you think he already had a knife?
at his house. Yes.
Do you know that?
He's known to collect weapons, so yeah.
So
he
you
had
saw
one.
him buy a knife at Walmart and then give you another knife from his house.
That's consistent
For
with
you
what
to
he
use,
said earlier. He's
correct?
trying to
Yes.
entrap him. I see
So how
what
many
he's doing.
knives was bought at Walmart in your
One.
presence?
One.
But when you gave your proffer with your attorney present to the district attorney, didn't you tell them that at the Walmart, Mr. Baker bought two knives? Isn't that right?
No.
I think so. Yeah. Did he buy two?
You remember that now?
We do need to remember it's
Yeah.
been 8 years
He
ago.
bought two knives.
It's been 8 years ago, and it's really hard to keep some of that
Yes, sir.
stuff straight. But I wouldn't negate that testimony based on this. What do y'all think so far? What do you think of his testimony? What do you think of him? Does the jury want to take it in and believe it, even though it is hearsay? It's 100% hearsay. I don't know why they don't have him thrown out. The Red Room Mall at Walmart just needs its own camera and record all these people who go and get someplace. You know what? The problem is there's not just one Red Room aisle in Walmart. Almost every aisle can be a Red Room aisle at Walmart. Just saying. In my humble opinions. I walk down Walmart, unless you're in the food aisle. Well, those could be too if you got allergies. Or Walmart, you know. It used to be Sears. Now it's Walmart. Somebody's old enough to remember Sears. We're old.
You intend to state that for impeachment purposes?
Yes.
There's no impeachment.
Well, okay.
It was like, what are you impeaching?
Do you remember describing,
I think it was a separate question.
it's a question, do you remember describing to the district attorney during the proffer that there was a folding knife and then there was a hunting knife, is that right?
Yes, sir.
No, I wish that would stop that.
So, you're saying now that Mr. Baker gave you one
That's
knife
when I
and
went
then
to
bought
Tennessee. I
another
went
one?
to Sears. I don't have that chain here. We don't either.
How do you mean?
I think Sears is all but gone now. I don't know how long
Or did he
ago
buy two
Tennessee
knives?
was for you. We have Walmart here. Every corner has a Walmart here.
Oh,
I
I think he bought 2 knives. But also, no.
He's getting fatigue. And that's one thing that I think that pisses me off is that they get. I wish the judge would
But when you
end it
met
for
with
today.
the district attorney, you said he had one knife and then he bought a second knife. Isn't that right?
I don't know anymore.
Did you originally tell them that he had one knife and he bought a second knife?
I did.
And then when they showed you a knife, you said, yeah, that's the other knife. I must have bought 2 knives, correct? He must have bought 2 knives.
Well, at some point he would have bought 2 knives.
Did you?
But that night he bought a knife. I remember him buying a knife at Walmart.
Okay. My question is, did you tell them that in the proffer that night he bought 2 knives?
Walmart got 5 cents every time somebody said their name on live TV. They'd be billionaires over again. They already are billionaires, but you know what I mean.
Why did you say he bought 2 knives?
Well, no, he had a knife. I know he had a knife at his house.
Okay.
And I know he gave me a knife.
But we're talking about what he bought at Walmart.
I know he bought a knife at Walmart.
But you ended up telling them he bought 2 knives at Walmart. So which is it, 1 knife or 2 knives?
Doesn't matter. He got 2 knives. At this point, doesn't matter.
I think it's 2 knives.
Okay.
I know he had 2 knives.
Let me ask you this: the police or the district
We
attorney
don't
or
have
both
Kmart.
took you out
Our
to try
Kmart
to
was
find
run.
one of the knives,
I haven't
correct?
heard of the
Yes,
others.
sir.
This is like 7, 8 years later, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just recently, right?
Yes, sir.
And this was the knife that you threw out of the car?
I didn't say I threw a knife.
Oh, and
Is that right?
Threw keys out of a car.
how did that knife get into the bushes or wherever it was?
He buried
I
it.
put it there
And when did you put it there?
when I was running with it.
So you were running with it when you got out of the car.
Yes, sir.
After you left the house, you ran down the hill again with Mr. Baker, correct?
No,
I'm sorry, you drove away in the Porsche, correct?
I was in the passenger seat. Yes, sir.
How'd you get out?
Open the door and get out.
Did he stop and you got out?
He stopped and let me out.
And then when did you get rid of the knife?
Somewhere along the line of my jog.
And you said you were running and running and running and running. It sounded like a lot of running. Was it a lot of running?
Yes.
For
Don't like it.
what period of time?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
And you ended up somewhere they showed you at Winnetka, some tunnel or something, correct?
After.
Okay. Where along that route did you get rid of the knife?
In a neighborhood.
And you don't remember what neighborhood?
Well, I went to the neighborhood recently, but I don't remember.
But it
where.
looked entirely different.
Yes, sir.
And you couldn't find it, correct?
That's correct.
And then you said you kept running and running, and eventually you ended up where?
Close to a bus stop.
All right. And you were going to get in a bus and get the hell out of there, right?
No, I didn't know what I was going to do.
Mr. Baker showed up.
I used to have a Kmart.
Showed
I
up in
remember
what car?
Kmart's.
The Nissan.
The
Yeah,
Versa?
kind of like a Walmart.
Yes, sir.
He picked you up, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then he drove you home, right?
To his house, yes.
So you were never in the Versa when it was leaving the scene of the crime and driving down the street that leads to Ventura Boulevard past the Ralph's Market? Were you?
No.
You know what I'm talking about? You know Taft High School and the Ralph's Market?
Recently, I
Did he
remember
say
seeing
Taft High School?
yes.
That's where I graduated from.
Did you drive down in the
Taft High
Versa in that car right after
Antonio.
the murder?
No.
Are you aware that that Porsche, along with the Versa, was seen exiting, going down that street just a few minutes after the murder?
Objection, students facts on minutes.
It's the same.
No.
So it's your testimony here today that you never drove that Versa down a road that led to Ventura Boulevard, passing Ralph's Market and Taft High School. You never did that.
No, sir.
In
I can't believe they're
the
saying
only
Taft.
time you drove the Versa was
That's where I
to follow
graduated
him
from.
home from the bus stop
In
To follow
San
him to a
Antonio.
restaurant.
to a restaurant. And do you remember the route you took from the bus stop to the restaurant?
Objection, students testimony.
From
No, I'll allow this.
from his apartment to the restaurant.
All right. Tell me the route you took from the bus stop to his apartment.
What bus stop?
Did he pick you up at a bus stop after you were running?
Yes, sir.
What did he pick you up in?
The Nissan.
Did you drive home with him?
Yes.
The Porsche was gone.
Yes.
You don't know where it was.
No idea.
When you did you stop to eat before you got back to his house?
No.
You went straight to his house.
Yes, sir.
Then what? You were
How-
supposed to
how
drive
could
back to
you
the
eat?
airport?
No.
When did you get the ticket?
When he told me to follow him to
Follow
the
him to
restaurant.
his house?
To the restaurant.
To the restaurant. Now, you said that you were in the back of a police car?
I was.
Tell me what happened. You got pulled over with red lights
Again?
and so forth,
Come on, dude.
right?
Yes.
What are you beating
You
a
had
dead
a
horse
driver's
for?
license?
I did not. Not on me.
So you were you were a resident of Alaska at that time, correct?
Yes, sir.
With no driver's license
On me.
on you, and a ticket for what?
I have mine
Seatbelt.
memorized so they
So they
can always
stopped you
look
for a
up.
seatbelt violation, or they stopped you for another violation and found out you were not wearing a seatbelt?
They
You
stopped
know?
me for a seatbelt.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, and then this was how long after the murder?
Hour.
I don't know.
Well, an hour, 2 hours, half hour, what?
Maybe almost an hour.
Okay. And
You must
what
be
happened when they
scared to
stopped you?
death.
They did their standard protocol, license, registration. I told them
Were you able to show them either one?
no. Registration, yes. License, no.
You know who the car was registered to?
A rental place, Enterprise.
Do you know where that where that car was rented from? The actual Enterprise rental place?
Do I know the
Yeah.
Enterprise? Which building?
Well, how it was rented from Enterprise, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Baker tell you that?
No.
How'd you find out?
Enterprise typically keeps a sticker in their windshield.
Okay.
And I took notice.
And do you know someone by the name of Paula,
No.
friend of Mr. Baker's girlfriend?
I might have met her, but I don't remember.
Did he mention her at all regarding the rental car and getting the rental car or anything of that nature?
Said a friend rented it from me. I
Said
remember
a
him
friend
saying that.
rented it? Okay. So you're in a rental car without a license, and what do, the police?
They asked me to step out of the car and put me in handcuffs
All right, and where'd they put you?
in the back of a police car.
All right, did they ask you any more questions?
They asked me if my address was off of Catherine Avenue, off of Catherine Avenue. I said I used to live there.
Okay, so somehow they got that from their check of
Database.
you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said you used to live there and now you lived in Alaska?
Yes, sir.
Did you give them your address in Alaska
Yes, sir.
and your contact information, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this was just an hour or two after the murder?
About that. Yes, sir.
They ever contact you again, the police or anyone else, until October 2nd,
No, sir.
2024?
No, sir.
When did you get rid of your clothes?
shortly after Baker picked me up.
And where did you throw those?
I gave them to him, and he threw them in a trash can in a neighborhood somewhere.
Did you see him throw his own clothes there as well?
Yes.
Where was that trash can, as best you recall?
8
In
years
front of a
later.
house.
In front of?
In front of a house.
Any idea in what location compared to where the murder took place?
No.
Then you end up the next day going home, is that right?
That
Yes,
night.
sir.
You changed your ticket,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
You paid cash for the change of the ticket cost, or did you use a credit card
Yeah,
at the airport?
trying to catch him on details.
Might have used a debit card.
You said
The
cash.
credit card would have been in your name, is that right?
Yes, sir.
This was nothing that Mr. Baker gave you or bought for you except for reimbursing you, is that right?
Yeah, he just gave me cash.
He just gave you cash, and he gave you some coins, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you felt so, well, you described here and shown some emotion over the fact that you were involved in the murder of Fabio Sementilli. Fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And you have felt bad ever since, correct?
Still do.
Right? Bad enough almost to try and commit suicide, correct?
Attempted.
You attempted it. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And obviously it failed.
Yes, sir.
You didn't try again.
No, I tried.
Okay. Did you ever think, because you felt so bad about what had happened, of notifying the police and telling them that Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli had killed her husband?
No.
Why not?
I was told not to say anything to anybody.
But you said you felt really responsible, right? Right?
I was a part of it.
You were a part of it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't feel like telling the police who did it and how they did it before you committed suicide.
I feel like telling anybody.
And you didn't.
No, sir.
Did your wife ask you how the trip was down to LA?
No.
She didn't?
Well, no, she said everything good, and I said, yeah.
Weren't you supposed to be going down for your birthday?
Yes.
And you told her that, correct?
Yes.
And at the time you flew down, you had no idea whether or not Fabio Sementilli was going to be in a house alone or not, or on a trip or anything, correct?
No, sir.
Not correct?
You asked, is that the question?
Yes. Did you know whether or not he was going to be home over that weekend so you could kill him?
Didn't know he was going to be at the house. No.
When did you find out?
When Baker told me.
When did he tell you?
When he picked me up shortly after, within that time frame of driving to his house.
So he picked you up from his residence where you were staying?
Picked me up from the airport.
Right from the airport, right to the house.
Yes, sir.
And did he tell you how he learned that, or why you were going to the Sementilli house at that time?
I'm sorry.
Did he tell you where you were going?
When we was from the airport?
Yes.
No.
Did you know you were coming down to kill him?
Yeah, I knew.
So why'd you fly down?
So I was hoping it wouldn't even happen.
Did he threaten you in any way, Mr. Baker, with any physical harm or any other harm if you didn't agree to kill Fabio Sementilli?
If he would, he wouldn't tell you.
No. No, sir.
Did Mr. Birdsong threaten you in any way?
He wouldn't tell you if they
agree to
did.
kill Fabio Sementilli?
No, sir.
He ain't going to tell you if they did. I'm not trying to be
So you
sarcastic.
get down to the airport, and then you're picked up by Mr.
He's got a
correct?
wife and kid, I think.
Yes, sir.
Driving the Versa, is that right?
Yes, sir.
At least the wife.
And he takes you immediately to the Sementilli house.
No, sir.
Where did he take you?
to his house.
So when you came down, your expectation was you were going to kill him, right?
Hoping not.
Right?
That's what he expected me to do.
So when you landed at the airport and he picked you up, did you ask him, what's going on? When are we going to do this? How? Where?
Nope.
You didn't care.
He just started filling in information.
I'm sorry?
He just started telling me information.
Like what?
Said, look, I'm going to text her, let her know everything's still good. He asked me if I was good. I was like, I'm okay.
He was going to text her and find out if everything was good?
Yes.
Okay, did he tell you what that meant?
No.
And he asked you if everything was good with you.
I said yes.
And that meant, are you ready to go kill him?
No.
What did it mean?
My well-being.
Your what?
My well-being.
Your well-being. But you expected at that point to complete the murder, right?
No.
Isn't that what you came down for?
Yes.
So where'd you go from that point?
To his apartment.
Adjournment this time till tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Remember, tomorrow's a half day. The evidence implies not to discuss this case either among yourselves or with anyone else. The former express any opinion to the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow.
I'm glad this jury is not being sequestered. 23 days tomorrow is going to be the number of days we have been doing this. We have a full day, I believe, tomorrow, or a close to a full day with Miss Karen Reed. We got another, well, nobody knows how long that's going to take. And the way Auntie Bev moved today, God only knows. Everybody keep your eyes out. We will be watching for the decisions to come in from Miss Fabulous Auntie Bev. Let me store this needle so I don't stab myself again. I got to get out of here. I got 30 minutes to clean up and get this young man's. Oh, yeah, I need to get that for you. I was going to get that for you. Sorry, I got thread everywhere. And we got to do the giveaway. So don't go anywhere, guys. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to close that. I got to open this. I got to go over here. Let's see. There we go. Control copy. Somebody asked earlier in chat. This is the live that this young man is going to be giving. He's a fabulous young man. The name of his new YouTube is From Addict to Athlete. He's very spiritual. He's a very good young man. And I'm kind of help sponsoring him by teaching him and letting him use my equipment. So with that, let's get into the giveaways. I don't know which one we got. Let me get some of this stuff closed out. It will help me out a lot because I've got like 30 windows open and I ain't kidding. Y'all only see how many of these windows I have open. Okay. So this one is the I shared. Are you kidding me? Hold on. Now let's see if you can hear it. Here we go. Who's going to win? Hey, June. Congratulations. You got an entry. Okay. I like. Hey! Yay! Those are the two of y'all get entries. Everybody who did a super chat, you will get entries. I do have to the wheel can only hold so many entries. So what I do is everybody who says I liked at the end of the day or I shared will get an entry into the daily drawing. But keep it up, guys. I mean, if you come every day and you say I like, you should get in. pretty much everybody gets in at least one. But with that, I want to bid you farewell. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Let's see if they have it up already. I think it's 8 o'clock their time, which is again 7 o'clock my time. I'm really getting tired of these early mornings, but let me get into Court TV, see if they have tomorrow at 10 a.m. Karen Reed murder retrial motion hearing day 2, 10 a.m. So that's 9 a.m. Central Time. Thank you, dear Jesus. Also, tonight at 6:30, I'm going to try and get it on, but there is going to be the Lori Vallow. I don't think I can go on and stream that, but we will see. I will see what's going on. I'll see if other people do, but I'll do that either later tonight or tomorrow during break. We will discuss the Lori Vallow interview one-on-one where she talks about Jesus, showing her that her and her husband are free and in the future. And if you believe that, I got a field full of cow chips I'd love to sell you. So with that, y'all, thank you so much to all the new people. Everybody, thank you so much for joining. To all my faithful followers, thank you so much. I love you. God bless you. We will see all of you guys tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.